one more thing about parakeets. We were talking to my friend before about he had 2 parakeets and they didn't breed. And there was a good chance that the parakeets weren't a male and a female. Now, parakeets are one of the few cetaceans.
Live from the one and only WJXT, this is Breaking News.
Good morning, everybody. We have breaking news for you concerning the Space Shuttle Columbia. We're going to take you live to CNN right now.
The orbit burn, you can pretty much set your watch to them. The orbiter is a very heavy, very intricate glider. Doesn't come in under power. And once that deorbit burn begins, the landing time is preordained. Let's get our freelance stringer on the line from Florida, Phil Chen. Phil, what can you tell us?
Well, Miles, we don't know here much more than what you know. About 9 a.m. Eastern, we lost communications with the shuttle. The crew's very well trained. If they lose communications with the ground, they can proceed on their own, go through all the procedures. However, when the shuttle was coming above the horizon, the Capcom in Houston, Charlie Holbach, kept on calling the shuttle on the UHF. There's a totally separate radio for other systems in the shuttle, and he could not get any contact. Even if that radio was out, it would have still been tracked by the ground-based radars, which it was not. And in addition, of course, we would have heard the sonic booms, which we did not. So obviously, something happened.
Phil, can you tell us where that occurred? Where in the world that communication loss occurred?
Roughly 9 a.m., the shuttle would have been traveling over Texas around the same time as you saw the video from Dallas earlier today.
All right, stand by, Phil. Let's get Kyle Herring on the line. He's Public Affairs Officer from Houston, NASA. Kyle, what do we know?
Well, Miles, at this point, we know we lost communication somewhere around 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That would have placed on the tracking. The shuttle would have been over the northeast portions of Texas, tracking toward, right on its ground track toward the Florida landing, of course.
All right. So what is part of the contingency procedures, Kyle? What is going on right now at Mission Control?
Well, Mission Control, I mean, it's a very detailed plan, obviously, but the first things to do is to pull out a contingency plan and start following that. The flight dynamics team obviously continues to try to make contact with its counterparts to see if they had seen anything. So obviously it's a very methodical approach and a very business-like approach, even in a contingency situation.
Now, we're told that this communication loss occurred somewhere over Texas. Are you, as part of that contingency plan, are they calling local authorities for any sort of search and rescue?
I do not know if that's part of the contingency plan, but it would not be, I would assume that something like that would be taking place, yes. The only additional information that I have is around that time we did, some of the flight controllers did report that some of the sensor data was lost, so on some of the hydraulic systems and on the shuttle, and that was the only additional information that we had prior to the loss of communication.
The key thing here is the shuttle operates on hydraulics as it comes in, and the key thing to look at here are the auxiliary power units, as you well know, which power those hydraulics. Do we have any indication, Kyle, that there was any sort of failure or problem with those auxiliary power units as they were fired up ready for the descent?
No, we didn't have any indication of that. Like I said, the only indications we had is we lost some sensor data on some of the hydraulic systems that would indicate like tire pressure, those kind of things. So when you lost that sensor data, it was not too shortly after that, I guess, that we lost the communications link. So at that point, we didn't have any data to show any other like APU, auxiliary power unit data, those kind of things. So at that point, we just had a total loss of communication.
Kyle, I suspect you're near CNN where you are. Let's take a look at this picture that we got from one of our affiliates as the shuttle streaked over, I believe, the Dallas, Texas area. I don't know that there's anything that you or I could discern from looking at that shot, except that I see multiple trails there, multiple trails. Reminds me a little bit of when Mir went down. What does that tell you?
Well, obviously, you know, it'd be sheer speculation until we had confirmation, Miles, about that. Obviously, multiple targets is not something that you want to see. You know, I'd be foolish to tell you that wasn't something that looked pretty bad. We always hope for the best, and we're just following the contingency plans that we can at this point, and trying to make any contact with folks that might be able to help us with this.
Kyle, where does it go from here then?
Well, we're just going to continue to try to contact the folks that can help us find out what happened, and make any additional procedures, follow any procedures that are necessary at this point under a contingency.
All right, Kyle Herring, I'll let you get back to work. Phil Chen, I don't know if you're near a CNN monitor, but let's play that tape one more time. This is a very telling piece of videotape, and I'm hopeful that we can run this through the telestrator D in the control room. Phil Chen, can you see the video where you are? Can you see CNN?
Unfortunately not. We're in the bus going back to
here's what we're seeing that is a very significant and what you should look at. Multiple trails, multiple indication of multiple targets there as the space shuttle streaked over Dallas, Texas. I think that once it doesn't take a lot of elaboration to tell you what multiple trails and multiple targets would indicate. Phil, anything to add on that?
Just that there's no doubt that we've had a bad day. You just can't lose communications with the shuttle. As you said before, everything's like clockwork with landing. It should have come across, even if all communications were close to the shuttle, it should have come up on the radars, the ones that came over the Florida horizon.
All right, Phil, let's do this. If we could run through the scenarios here. That we got an indication. I don't know if you could hear Kyle Herring, but he was talking about some problems with the hydraulics that might have been indicated on some of the sensors there right before communication was lost. The shuttle is coming in without power. Auxiliary power units are actually controlling the power, generating power on them. Those auxiliary power units use a substance called hydrazine, among other things, to operate. What are the other areas that would be high on the list of things to look at as the shuttle is coming in?
Well, there's two auxiliary power units, as you said. They operated flawlessly on launch. They used one of them to check out the shuttle the day before for landing. They turn out all three during landing today. And those are used to operate the wings and elevons, basically the same as on an airplane. They help control the shuttle during landing. Obviously, if there was a major disaster on one of those, it would be a bad day. The shuttle is an electrically operated vehicle. It uses 3 fuel cells for power. It's not likely that all 3 could have failed, but that would certainly be a possibility.
All right.
There's no doubt something happened.
As we look at the very distinct and obvious signature of multiple targets, as is the term for NASA, meaning pieces, what are the scenarios that we'd be looking at?
I hate to say that, the only obvious thing I could think of is some kind of a major.
All right, we're losing Phil Chan, and hopefully we'll get his cell phone signal back. But what is important to note here is that as the shuttle comes in, it is really begins a process somewhere over the Indian Ocean of slowing down from a speed of 17,500 miles an hour all the way to the landing. The runway at the shuttle landing facility at the Kennedy Space Center. And as it comes in, it's a process of steep banks in a very nose-high attitude that shuttles endure in order to slow it down from its orbital speed, 17,500 miles an hour, ultimately to 0. Fair amount of stress put on a vehicle in the course of that, as you might suspect, as it goes to that tremendous braking procedure. Now, we're talking about something that is moving at a speed Mach 25 times the speed of sound, 6 or 7 times faster than a rifle bullet. And that particular structure endures a tremendous amount of stress. Let's get Kyle Herring back on the line. Kyle Herring is Public Affairs Officer for NASA in Houston. Kyle, what can you tell us?
Nothing new, Miles, that I can report to you at this point. Still maintaining the same posture that we were in just moments ago. So there's really nothing new at this point that I can pass on to you.
All right. Give us a sense, Kyle, with your familiarity of this, as a shuttle comes in for re-entry, the sorts of stresses. As we look at this tape one more time from our affiliate WFAA, streaking across Dallas, you see what looks like a streaking comet, a meteor. And then all of a sudden, right at that point, I don't know if you saw it, right as it hit that, went behind that pole, multiple targets there, multiple streaks. Give us a sense of the kind of stress it would be enduring at that point, Kyle, going about 14,000 miles an hour or so.
Well, just based on my experience with a shuttle reentry, you're usually somewhere around 250, 300,000 feet in altitude at that point. So you're back in the Earth's atmosphere. That reentry into the atmosphere really occurs about 400,000 feet, and that's typically out over the Pacific Ocean. Then the shuttle, basically, it's high-speed reentry. At that point, you're probably going somewhere around 6 times, 7 times the speed of sound, maybe. And there's a series of high-speed bank turns that are made by the computers to slow the vehicle down. Basically put the underside of the orbiter into the direction of travel to slow it down.
Kyle, watch this tape with me. WFAA gave this to us. And look, right at that point, significant difference right there. Don't you agree?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's definitely something that occurred that we obviously at this point don't know what that is that caused this.
And then we're talking about stuff that we have here exclusively as we watch this. Very distinct. And do you recall seeing the mirror reentry, Kyle? It's very reminiscent of that.
Yes, it's very similar to what would occur with a targeted reentry of something that was like a progress vehicle that we send away from the station to burn up in the atmosphere. Mirrors reentry, Skylabs, and anything like that. Yes.
All right, let's talk for a moment about the contingencies which the crew trains for ad nauseum in Houston, which is bailout. What would be a scenario if something was going wrong at this point? What are the options for the crew for getting out if they need to?
Well, I'm afraid, Miles, that there is not really an option at this altitude. The bailout procedures that are in place for a shuttle, either during after a engine problem on launch or on reentry, are bailout procedures that would take place or be in effect below about 20 to 30,000 feet or so. So much lower than what you're seeing here.
And you're saying we're talking 200,000 feet at least there, about 6 times the speed of sound. But what we're also talking about here, Kyle, and when you look at all the forces and stresses on a space shuttle from launch all the way to landing, you know, we talk about max Q on liftoff, when the maximum dynamic pressure on the shuttle. When does it encounter the most stress? Launch, landing? Is this the period right here that we're seeing this tape?
Well, launch is probably among the most stressful during that max Q period, because that's when there's the most aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. In that altitude range on the way uphill, typically there's not a max Q, if you will, on the way down. There are stresses on the order of about maybe 2 Gs or so when you're making the big wide sweeping turn approaching the runway. But at this point, there aren't any stresses in terms of G-forces that you're really feeling, because you're still pretty high up in the upper reaches of the atmosphere. So it's not very thick, if you will, at that altitude.
All right, we should tell you, Kyle, that while you were talking, we're receiving some calls from viewers. Palestine, Texas is the date line. We're about 100 miles south of Dallas, I'm told, and there are reports there of a loud impact. Let's leave that at that for just a moment. Kyle, if you could stand by. Phil Chen, just could you describe, you're right there at the shuttle landing facility, describe the scene for me, please? I guess we've lost Phil Chen. I should point out the crew. The commander, Rick Husband, the pilot, Willie McCool, Mission Specialist 1, David Brown, Mission Specialist 2, Kalpana Chawla, Michael Anderson, Mission Specialist 3, Laurel B. Clark, Mission Specialist 4, and the payload specialist, the first Israeli ever to fly in space on this 16-day mission, Ilan Ramon, at the tail end of what was a relatively flawless mission, scientific mission, 16 days in orbit. What we're seeing here is very ominous indeed. These are pictures which tell the story. That is clearly the shuttle breaking up as it passes south of Texas, Dallas, Texas, near Palestine, as it was coming in. Communication was lost about 15 minutes prior to its anticipated landing at the Kennedy Space Center at 9:16 a.m. Eastern local time. Kyle Herring, search and rescue forces in motion yet? Can you confirm that? We've lost Kyle Herring. We can only presume that those same calls that we are getting here are being received with the authorities. And we're joined by a veteran space shuttle astronaut, a man who spent several months on the space station Mir, a man who has experience before and after the Challenger disaster with NASA and the shuttle. Norm Thagard, good to have you with us.
Thanks, Miles. Good to talk with you.
Norm, can you see these pictures? Are you watching CNN?
Well, I could bring it up, but I'm in fact, upstairs where I don't have a TV. If we get a break, I can go to the TV.
Well, Norm, as you well know, because you were with me that night, it's practically a carbon copy of the picture we saw from the South Pacific when the space shuttle Mir came down. Multiple targets, multiple trails behind those targets. Where does that leave the experts now, the engineers? What do they do?
It almost certainly, I would think, Miles, means that the shuttle broke up. It is an electronically controlled vehicle, and if it, for some reason, loses control at those speeds, it's going to be a bad situation.
Let's back up and talk about what could cause a space shuttle to break up at this juncture in its flight. We've been talking a little bit about how it's hydraulically controlled. We know what hydraulics are, obviously, but the shuttle doesn't have any operative engines as it comes in. So they fire up what are called auxiliary power units, run on hydrazine, which power those hydraulics. And those are kind of, well, those machines are something you have to really be careful about, right, Norm?
They run at very high speeds, I think something like 80,000 RPM, and it is possible for, I guess, one to fly apart. However, there are 3 of them, and you can certainly operate with the loss of one. And some of the rockets are used right down to almost the last, just as the shuttle starts to go subsonic. So some of the steering rockets or attitude rockets continue to fire even down close to ground.
Okay, so those steering rockets, how much would they be? They would be used at this juncture then? We're talking about the rockets that are typically used on orbit to maneuver the shuttle. They would be used in the higher altitudes where there's less air passing over the aerodynamic surfaces of the shuttle, correct?
That's correct, and as the shuttle gets lower and lower, I think various of those rockets start to be deselected, and then finally, before the shuttle or right around the time it goes subsonic, none of the rockets are being used anymore.
I see. Let's go through what they call in NASA and what they will undoubtedly begin even as we speak, as they preserve their data. That rather ominous statement coming out of Mission Control, which you will recall, of course, from the Challenger days. The fault tree, where they try to figure out what are they going to be looking at, try to help us prioritize how they would try to sift through this, what's happened here.
I would assume that they all had data up until some moment, and there are various systems in which the failure could have occurred. It could have been in the control system. It could have been a failure in the hydraulics, as you mentioned. So they'll have the experts in the various areas looking at their data to see if they can figure out what happened when.
Norm, you were involved in Challenger and the investigation, were you not?
I played some role in that. I was not on the board that looked at it, but I think most of us in the astronaut office wound up playing some role, and among other things, I was the casualty assistance officer for the Scobie family.
I see. Give me, as we harken back to that as the template for what goes on now, first of all, the first concern is the crew, clearly. Search and rescue possibilities, chances of survivability. Let's run through that. Norm? Have we lost Norm? Norm Thagard? All right, we've lost Norm Thagard. I apologize for that. We'll try to get him back. All right, it'd be nice if we could, if I could prevail upon the control room to bring up some of the pictures of the crew at some point at least on the computer. And we're working on that right now, and we'll get that for you in just a minute. 7-person crew led by Rick Husband on his second flight. Willie McCool, his first, David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, Michael Anderson, Laurel Clark, and Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli to fly in space. And what we've been seeing, courtesy of WFAA, our affiliate in Dallas, is the unmistakable signs of a vehicle breaking up at an altitude of about 200,000 feet. Let's listen to James Hartsfield.
You've been watching CNN. This is Nancy Rubin back at WJXT in Jacksonville. And right now, by telephone, we are talking with Channel 4 senior producer Michelle Levin, who is at the Cape. Michelle, what can you tell me? What have you seen this morning?
Well, actually, Nancy, we haven't seen much. We were standing at the landing pad when the clock actually struck 0 for the shuttle to land, and nothing happened. And we stood around and we waited, and then we noticed some people saying that it looked like there was something wrong. There was, I don't want to say that there was an air of panic in the air, but there was a major cause for concern. The next thing I knew, the VIPs were being shuttled away from the scene, and then they took the media also on a bus and brought us back here to the media center. In fact, right now, they have just brought us over to a television set to watch CNN's coverage of what's happening. That's how we're getting the information right now.
Have they made any general public announcements there, Michelle?
They have made absolutely no announcement whatsoever. There's just a massive media at this point huddled around the television set. People are very concerned. They're gasping at this point. People are covering their mouths with their hands. It's just a palatable feeling in here of concern.
We have been looking at pictures taken over Dallas, Texas, of the shuttle apparently leaving several trails in the sky. You have seen the same video, and there you're seeing it again. Michelle, people obviously very distressed.
It is. I'm just now looking at these pictures for the first time, and I'm telling you, I mean, it's just striking. I mean, everyone around here is in awe. Their mouths are gaping open. They're shooting the television sets with their video cameras, and they're taking pictures with their still cameras. We noticed that there was an Israeli film crew here before. Not obviously as much media that was here when the shuttle launched, but you know, it's just, I mean, I don't want to say panic, but these people are very, very concerned, and I can say personally as well. It's just, I mean, we would never in a million years expect anything like this to happen.
Like a horrible dream. Everybody since 17 years ago, every time a shuttle goes up, comes down, we are standing by to make sure everything goes well. So this is like a terrible, terrible nightmare. Michelle, have they been moving people out of the area?
Nancy, it's really hard to tell at this point. They just put us in a shuttle bus and they drove us back here to the media center. The feeling that people are having right now, it's eerily reminiscent to what happened in 1986. And I mean, I see people shaking, and they're in shock at this point, watching the television reports of what's going on.
Michelle Levin, Channel 4 senior producer there at the Cape. Keep us posted if there are any announcements or anything more you can tell us. We'll be back with you. Right now, we return you to CNN.
We will then report to NASA. It should be avoided. Debris could be potentially hazardous due to toxic substances that are used as propellants on the space shuttle. Flight controllers here are securing all information and notes and data pertinent to the scheduled descent and landing of the shuttle today as part of contingency procedures. Search and rescue teams in the Dallas-Fort Worth area have been alerted.
We are listening to James Hartsfield, Public Affairs Officer for NASA in Houston, and if you're just joining us...
Any debris that is located in the north central Texas vicinity that may be related to the space shuttle contingency should be reported to local law enforcement authorities and should be avoided as it may be hazardous due to toxic substances that are used as propellants for the space shuttle.
James Hartsfield in Houston, offering up a word of warning to those who might encounter debris from the Space Shuttle Columbia. And if you are just joining us, the picture you are seeing right now tells the story. 100 miles south of Dallas, Texas, at an altitude of 200,000 feet, the Space Shuttle Columbia, on its 28th mission, broke up in flight 6 times the speed of sound. Take a look at the crew just briefly, if you could. There's the commander, Rick Husband, Kaplana Chawla, pilot Willie McCool, Michael Anderson, Ilan Ramon of Israel, Laurel Clark, and finally, David Brown. 7 crew members on board the Space Shuttle Columbia. Let's go to a witness from Palestine, Texas. Bob Moulter, what did you hear? What did you see?
Well, approximately 8:09 this morning, the entire house started to shake. And living in close proximity to a railroad track, we thought, and with chemicals traveling, I thought it might have been an explosion. So I walked outside and immediately saw this spiral, long spiral in the air, and it was headed in a southeast direction from where we're at. And the rumbling continued. It was very intense for approximately 2 minutes, and then just stopped. And about that point, the trail disappeared down towards the sunrise.
Bob Moulter, I'm sorry, I've got a lot of things going on here, but you didn't see, you just heard things. Is that accurate to say?
No, we saw the spirals in the sky.
Spirals, okay.
There were spirals like a high-flying jet, except it wasn't in a straight line.
Right, and did you see multiple targets, if you will, pieces?
Yes, it was like a wide band
Yeah.
that was moving, and I would say that, and of course it was difficult by looking up, but I would say within the spiral it was a wide wave as
Right.
it was moving. It was not in a straight line.
Right. Now, did you have any sense of what was happening at that point?
None whatsoever.
Yeah.
In fact, I called my wife at work and asked her, did you hear and feel that? And she said, yes. I said, did you see it in the sky? She said, no. And she said, turn on the TV. So I turned on the local station. There was nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
So I immediately switched over to CNN, and within 1 minute, of course, you came up with the breaking news, and I realized what it was.
Now, exactly did you hear, Mr. Moulter?
It would be a sound that would be very similar to a tornado, if you've ever experienced that. It's a very loud, intense roar, and it stays at a certain pitch. There was no variance in it whatsoever. And as I say, it was very loud, and it diminished as the trail continued further southeast. But it was loud enough, and it was low enough, because as I say, this trail was extremely wide, that it shook the building completely, the house. And I would say that it shook the house for a good minute.
And how close do you think it landed to where you are?
It's difficult for me to say. As I say, it was headed southeast towards the horizon, and then I lost it into the sun.
Yeah. All right, Bob Moulter, thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. Norm Thagard back with us, veteran shuttle astronaut, veteran of a long stay aboard the space station Mir. Norm, when last we spoke and we lost you, we were talking about using, Challenger as a template here as to what happens in the immediate aftermath of something like this. What's going on right now?
I'm sure there's some disbelief, but the pictures and all the circumstances tell you that you know what happened. And so everyone now is being professional at NASA. They'll be looking at their systems, all of the flight controllers, and they'll try and come up with the cause and go from there.
I imagine professionalism is put to the test in so many ways in a juncture like this.
Yeah, well, I think all the folks at NASA are professional no matter what, but you feel numb. I know I did, and I know I do now.
Yeah. It's easy to, for the layperson, to think about space shuttle missions as being routine. But anybody who knows a little something about this would tell you just the opposite, wouldn't they?
They would tell you that because rockets are rockets. Anybody that sits on top of a rocket knows there's a risk involved. And even on entry, although we don't think of that as being nearly as dangerous as ascent, it still has to go perfectly because you start out at 17,500 miles an hour and you pick up a little speed until you start slowing down in the atmosphere. So it has to work well.
Well, you mentioned that point because we've had conversations before where you've told me really the only part of the mission you sweat is the first 8.5 minutes, the rise to orbit. And after that, things, relatively speaking, are and given where you are relatively safe. The prospect of something happening on descent, on re-entry, how much did that weigh on your mind when you flew?
Not very much. Certainly you are mindful that the shuttle's got to be in the right attitude and the systems have to be working, but there's so much redundancy. And since you are not in a situation where you have very powerful rockets that can malfunction in a second and kill you. That's not the situation with entry.
Yeah. Norm, stay on the line, please, if you will. And by the way, are you near CNN? Are you seeing these pictures yet? Norm, are you still there?
I'm here, Miles. I'm watching it on TV.
Okay. What does that tell you when you see that?
It's breaking up.
Okay. Let's go to Jerry Lininger on the line. Jerry, I don't know if you're home in northern Michigan, but that's where Jerry's home is. Jerry is a shuttle veteran, also a Mir veteran, retired astronaut as well. Jerry, what are your thoughts as you look at this scene and what might be going on right now for NASA, for the professionals, for search and rescue?
Well, it's a horrible thing, and I'm sure they're just trying to put the parts together and try to reconstruct things so it never happens again. You got to get to the root of what happened there.
Yeah. We were just talking to Norm about this concept that the most dangerous period of time is the first 8.5 minutes of the mission, the point where the rockets are firing and all the things are exploding behind you. How many scenarios do the crews and their simulations run through on re-entry?
Yeah, just, I don't want to say infinite, but I mean you train and you train and you train. But I can tell you re-entry, the normal re-entry kind of sounds like a locomotive train coming up behind you. Very dynamic. You're inside a fireball. Plasma collapsing around you. It's like the worst turbulence you've ever been on in an airplane. So it is very dynamic, and if you lose your orientation in space and the tiles aren't pointing in the right direction, you get what you're seeing here today.
Mm-hmm. Jerry, let's listen to James Hartsfield for a minute out of Mission Control.
Pertinent to the descent of the Space Shuttle Columbia this morning from orbit. The last communications were received from the Space Shuttle Columbia at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time, as it was an altitude of about 200,000 feet above north central Texas, en route to a planned landing at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 8:16 a.m. Central Time. Search and rescue teams in the Dallas-Fort Worth area have been alerted to the Space Shuttle contingency. Any debris that may be located in the Dallas-Fort Worth vicinity should be avoided and may be hazardous due to the toxic nature of propellants used on board the shuttle, and should be reported to local law enforcement authorities. To repeat, any debris that is located in the Dallas-Fort Worth area should be avoided, as it may be hazardous due to toxic substances used as propellant on board the space shuttle, and should be reported to local law enforcement authorities.
All right, with that...
This is Mission Control, Houston.
With that word of caveat from James Hartsfield, Mission Control, Houston. Jerry Lininger, what goes through... on the one hand, you're a technical person, you're an engineer, and I know that, well, you're a medical doctor as well, but you go through sort of the technicalities of this, but the other side of you is sort of, it takes your breath away, doesn't it? Jerry, you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
What are your thoughts?
Well, it's just a horrible thing. Nothing worse.
Yeah. I'm going to leave it at that for just a moment. Stay with us if you can. Ricky Lufkin is on the line with us. He's from about 100 miles south of Dallas, where we believe the debris of the Space Shuttle Columbia, oldest orbiter in NASA's fleet, the one that flew first in April of 1981 and flew its last mission, this time the 28th mission. Clearly, from this videotape from WFAA, breaking up into several pieces over southern Texas. Do we have Mr. Lufkin?
Hello?
I'm sorry, Ricky Calvert. Ricky Calvert, are you there?
Yes.
What did you see? What did you hear, sir?
Well, it was about 10 till 8 this morning, Central Time, our time. And my wife and I heard a rumble kind of building, and it eventually got to where our house was shaking. I got up and went to our back door to see if I could see anything. I didn't see anything. It lasted for maybe a minute and a half, and it slowly tapered off. So that's when I went into the living room and turned the TV on to see if I could find anything, to see if maybe they were reporting anything on the local news.
How'd you describe what you saw then?
No, I didn't.
Just all what you heard then?
Yeah, just what I heard.
Okay, and it was very distinct kind of rumble to it?
Oh, yeah. if you live, I mean, it's just like somebody else was saying. I don't know if they were talking about the way this sounded or not, but if you live close to a railroad track, I mean, extremely close, like your back door, that's what it sounded like, and that's what it felt like. My entire house was shaking, and it's not a small house.
Wow. Okay.
So,
all right.
I tried to call in as soon as I could. It took about an hour for me to find a number, but...
All right. Well, we appreciate your call and your insights for us. Let's get CNN's Gene Meserve with us. She covers Homeland Security for us. The sad truth is that in this day and age, and particularly with an Israeli on board, one of the things that is considered is the possibility of terrorism. Gene, that seems remote right now, but what exactly are your sources telling you?
Well, I've had a conversation with an administration official who says based on the information we have right now, it is, quote, highly unlikely that this was related to terrorism. This administration official noting, amongst other things, that the shuttle was, at the time of this apparent breakup, at a very, very high altitude, mentioned perhaps because there have been various things written and said about the possible vulnerability of aircraft to weaponry like shoulder-fired missiles, which might be in the hands of terrorists. The multi-agency investigation, of course, will be conducted, and its findings will be pored over by officials involved in Homeland Security and terrorism. But reiterating once again, this official saying it is premature for anyone to jump to any sort of conclusion that this might have been a terrorist event. Miles?
Gene Meserve, thank you very much. And we should point out, and Gene, you can amplify on this if you want. I mean, for example, if you're running through these scenarios, and as long as we're in this area, let's run through them. You know, a surface-to-air missile, Stinger-type thing, would have a maximum range of maybe 10 or 15,000 feet. The space shuttle is traveling extremely fast, 6 times the speed of sound, at about 200,000 feet. And it's hard to imagine anything that would be of a terrorist nature that could be involved, correct?
Exactly the point, that this spacecraft was just at too high an altitude for anything of that sort apparently to have been a factor in what's happened here.
All right. Gene Meserve, thank you very much. Norm Thagard, are you still with us? All right, we're going to cue him up, and just want to recap for those of you who might just now be tuning in. You are looking at what is the final moments of the Space Shuttle Columbia on its 28th flight. First flew April of 1981. There you saw a very specific moment there where some added smoke came out of the trail there, that single trail. And then subsequent to that, as you look in here, you'll see it develops into multiple, let me try to clear that out for a second. It develops into multiple streams, multiple trails, like a series of comets. You see them breaking up there? And you see those points there. Clearly, there was something that happened. It was almost like a puff of smoke that I saw. If we could we roll that back one more time? And I'll try to identify that point for you where we saw kind of a burst of smoke which was left behind as prior to that. And I think it was probably, well, you can see here quite clearly there's some pieces there. I think this might be after oh, there it is, right there. You see that smoke? See that there was a flash and then a puff of smoke. That was clearly some kind of explosion. Probably a secondary explosion, because what you saw first were those initial pieces that came off for a brief period of time, maybe 2-3 seconds, then a burst, then the smoke that went behind it, and then shortly thereafter, as you see, multiple pieces being tracked there very clearly in this shot. And as I say, it reminds me so much of seeing the Space Shuttle Mir as it came down to Earth, coming down in multiple pieces, streaking down that way. Even to a layperson, this is quite clearly a breakup of the vehicle. Norm Thagard, your thoughts? Is Norm there? Okay. Who do we have?
Jerry's here.
I'm sorry?
Jerry Linenger.
Jerry. Are you able to see CNN yet?
Yes, I am. I've been watching.
All right.
I think you're exactly right in what you're analyzing. I would say it's mostly secondary things, the puff of smoke and that. You've got a lot of materials. Mm-hmm. You're coming through a lot of friction, a lot of heat, and if things are not protected by the tiles, they're going to heat up, and any chemicals on board or leftover rocket fuel, anything of that nature is going to ignite.
Okay, I wasn't able to hear a lot of what you said there. They were talking to me, Jerry. I hope you understand. But
no problem.
There's that flash. You want to offer any sort of supposition there?
Yeah, I would say just what you said. It's very dynamic, and when you're coming in, you're heating everything up thousands of degrees. And so I think those are secondary explosions. Obviously, the primary event already took place. That's just debris coming in, and it's going to burn up, and, you know, that's what you're seeing there.
All right, there's that shot, that unmistakable shot that we're telling you about here. We've gotten some still pictures in. We're going to try to get those on the air to you. One of our viewers sent them to us. But let's recap once again, if we could. The Space Shuttle Columbia was supposed to land at the Kennedy Space Center 9:16 a.m. Eastern Time, 45 minutes ago. That has not happened. What has happened is what you see here, right around the 9 o'clock Eastern hour, as it was streaking across southern Texas, well, not southern Texas, central Texas, 100 miles south of Dallas. It broke up at a speed of about 6 times the speed of sound, at an altitude of about 200,000 feet, broke up into numerous pieces. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 significant streaks there. As you look down there, you can see those streaks. It's quite obvious what we're talking about there. And at this juncture, we've received several phone calls from people in the area of Palestine, Texas. They have seen and heard what has got to be a horrifying sight and sound. The sound of pieces of the Space Shuttle Columbia plummeting to Earth at speeds that would be akin to a bullet shot out of a rifle. The crew on board had spent 16 days in orbit. It was a scientific mission, which was perhaps most notable for the fact that it carried an Israeli astronaut, the first Israeli ever to fly in space, Ilan Ramon. And the mission appeared to go well. There was one thing that engineers were looking at launch. I'm going to try to get you some tape of it. There was a piece of debris which came off the shuttle. I'm going to bring in a model here. There was a piece of debris. This fuel tank here, this orange fuel tank, is covered with, it's insulating foam. It's kind of a rigid insulating foam. And the reason it's got that foam, as I turn to this camera, I'm going to hold it up a little higher for you here. The reason it's got that foam is inside here is the coldest substance on Earth, liquid hydrogen. Ice forms at the top here, and that insulation is there to try to prevent as much of that as possible. The problem is, as the shuttle rises to orbit, that ice breaks off. It can strike pieces of the shuttle as it goes, causing some damage to what is the fragile outer skin of the shuttle. Space Shuttle Columbia is covered by more than 20,000 fragile ceramic tiles. Those tiles are critical because they are what carry the heat load as a space shuttle comes in. We're talking in excess of 2,000 degrees. And it is, after all, an aluminum airframe underneath all those tiles. There was a piece of debris which struck the shuttle as it came off. Was it a piece of foam? Was it a piece of ice? Engineers were looking at it. They determined, looking very closely at these high-speed, very close cameras that they have, that this was not a significant issue. It was not anything that caused any sort of problem for the tiles. Or what is right along here is a substance called carbon-carbon. Let me see if I can tilt that for you. There you go. Right on the leading edge of the wing. These are some of the hottest places on the space shuttle. And this is made of what's called carbon-carbon. It's a substance which is able to withstand tremendous amounts of heat, is very hard, and given where it is and what it does, it has to maintain that airfoil, because the shuttle is, after all, a glider as it comes in for landing. It is a very, very important piece of the pie here, and if something fell on that and caused some damage, who knows what the implications of that might be. I'm not sure who we have left on the beeper line right now All right, we understand that President Bush is being briefed at Camp David as we speak. We have had Jerry Lineker and Norm Thagard online. I just don't know which one is available to us right now. Who is available to us, please? I have nobody right now, I guess. We have some new pictures coming in. I don't know where they come from. All right, let's take a look at this launch that I was just telling you about with the piece of debris. If we could run that through the telestrator, that'd be very helpful. I see you have it circled there. All right, now take a look inside that red circle there. Got this very, very slow. Look at that piece right there. What was that? We don't know. The engineers looked very closely at that and looked at it. Maybe that, I'm actually not sure I'm seeing it just now. Dave Santucci might have to help me, our producer, and help me identify it. He took him a long time looking at it to get a sense of what we're talking about. But there was something that fell off. The question was, what did it do? I talked to some people at Kennedy Space Center. They said this is not something of grave concern to us because we don't think it caused any damage. And they have much better cameras than what you're seeing here that can really, really home in on this and give you a sense of what's going on. They told us that it was nothing to worry about. And the only reason they were investigating it is, and this was the words of the engineer I spoke with, was that we had nothing else to work on because everything else was running so flawlessly. Jerry Linenger, back on the line with us. Jerry Linenger, shuttle veteran, veteran of Mir. Debris falling off that external tank. And I don't want to get too far down this road of speculation here, but that is something that is treated with great seriousness, isn't it? Huh? I guess we don't have Jerry. If you could help me out and tell me who we have on the line. All right. I will continue on with my soliloquy as we look at these pictures coming from WFAA of multiple targets streaking across central Texas. Palestine, Texas is the place. And it occurred about 15 minutes before the anticipated landing of the Space Shuttle Columbia. And that should give you a sense of the speed. 15 minutes prior to landing, it's over Texas. This is a fast-moving vehicle, and still at a very high altitude, some 200,000 feet. Commercial airliner, 35,000, 40,000 maximum, so 5 times higher than you would ever fly in a commercial airliner, and many, many times faster, 6 or 7 times faster. All right, Jerry Linenger is back with us. Jerry, I was talking a little bit about this piece of debris, which they were looking very closely at on ascent. That's a serious concern, isn't it?
Yes, Miles. There's, you got a tremendous speeds and vibration, and obviously launch is something I think everyone knows how dynamic that is. But usually it's a large hunk of ice that can fall off, and you're worried about it hitting part of the orbiter itself, possibly one of the tiles or some of the insulation material. And then during re-entry, you've got some major heat buildup, and so you need those tiles.
And these tiles, there have been several cases. You go back to some of the early shuttle missions before they had wrung out all the details on how to adhere these tiles. I remember it was STS-3 or 4, third or fourth shuttle mission. Multiple tiles fell off because basically what happened was moisture got in, it froze on orbit, popped those tiles off. And I do recall on one mission where they actually trained a spy satellite on the shuttle, Columbia, to see if those tiles were critical tiles. Some tiles are more important than other tiles, aren't they?
They are over, components that you absolutely need, say control, actuators, things like that. So yes, some are more important than others, but you'd rather have the 100% there during re-entry. And again, if they looked at it hard, they probably had some very good filming during the launch to make sure that it wasn't a problem, and we would have heard about it probably in more detail, but of course they're going to be looking at everything.
All right, and I don't want to spend too much time going down what is an area of speculation at any case at this point anyway, but I wanted to point that out to our viewers to give you some context to the kinds of things that will be discussed as this investigation begins. Jerry, I hope you're still watching CNN. I'm going to show you some still photos that one of our viewers sent us. Take a look at this first shot. This comes from Adam. I don't have Adam's last name, but Adam, I thank you for it. If we can put the SP-103 on the air, please, and I'll show you what comes from Texas. And if you look, can we put that through the telestrator as well, so I can point out where things are? Trying to get that worked out as soon as we get that. But is what you can see, if you can see my pointer there, okay, right here in the upper center of your screen, that is the shuttle, Columbia, streaking across the sky. I've been exhorting viewers all morning to go out and take a peek. You'll notice one tail, okay? Now, this is clearly in the order of them taking. This is very distinct. And this, I'm presuming, is the next photo. And what you see very, very clearly here is piece number 1, piece number 2. All right, that's picture number 2. Now, as we continue on, you see it's harder to make this out, but what we're seeing here is it looks like multiple pieces. This could be out of order. That might have occurred before the previous one, but you'll see what amount to a bunch of little dots there. Those are significant pieces that we're seeing that are superheated. Let's listen to James Hartsfield in Houston for a minute, shall we?
No communications or tracking data was received from Columbia since that time. Search and rescue forces have been alerted in the north central Texas vicinity and eastern Texas. Any persons in those areas reporting debris should avoid any debris that may be associated with the space shuttle's contingency, as it may be hazardous and toxic due to the toxic nature of propellants that are used on board the shuttle. Any such debris that is located should also be reported as quickly as possible to local law enforcement agencies. Again, a space shuttle contingency has been declared in mission control. Flight controllers here are securing all information and data pertinent to today's descent by the Space Shuttle Columbia.
James Hartsfield.
The last communications from which were received at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time.
James
This is
Hartsfield,
Mission Control, Houston.
who is sitting in one of those consoles there in Mission Control. You can't see him right now, but what you're seeing is a group of people who are got to be a fair amount of shock, astonishment, and deep sadness in that room right now. But as is their job, they must now continue the process and begin what is the early stages of an investigation into what went wrong. Let's look one more time. I wanted to show you that last picture we received from our viewer, just to give you a sense. I've been showing you progression shots. If we go back to SP103, please. I can show you, it's zoomed in, and you can see down here, let's give you a sense of, there's a spot there, spot there, spot there, 3, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 distinct targets there, if you will. That's a bit of a euphemism. In any case, that is the final remnants of the Space Shuttle Columbia. Let's remind you of the crew and tell you who was there. The commander, Rick Husband. He was flying his second shuttle mission, his first as a commander, colonel in the United States Air Force. You know, this is the stuff of boyhood dreams. Rick Husband always wanted to do what he was doing at that moment we just told you about. Born in July of 1957. Willie McCool, shuttle pilot, selected by NASA in 1996, gone through the training, and this was his first mission, commander in the United States Navy. Kaplana Chawla, this was her second mission. STS-87 was her first back in 1997. She was born in India and is a U.S. citizen. Like to do aerobatics and tailwheel airplanes, among other things. PhD. David Brown, up next. David Brown, born in 1956 in April. Also his first flight, a captain in the United States Navy. He was a mission specialist, which means he wasn't in the front two seats flying, but has, to his credit, 2,700 flight hours, 1,700 in high-performance military aircraft, and his parents reside in Virginia. Michael Anderson, on his second flight, STS-89 was his first back in January of 98. He visited the Mir space station at that time, and he selected by NASA in 1994, mission specialist, born December of 59, a lieutenant colonel in the United States Air Force. Laura Clark, also a mission specialist. This was a busy scientific mission. They used a thing called the double space hab module couple of school bus size, about the size of a school bus, scientific lab. She was very involved in this as a medical doctor and a commander of the United States Navy, hailed from Iowa, was flying her first flight. Fair amount of rookies on this particular one. And then the one that captured a lot of our attention, and liftoff in particular, especially because of the concerns for security, Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force, who had a very, very decorated career as an F-16 fighter, including a raid in the mid-'80s on an Iraqi nuclear reactor, which was taken out by the Israeli Air Force. That was never publicly, officially confirmed, but we got that from sources that he was one of the people who took out that nuclear facility in Iraq. He became the first Israeli to fly in space, 3,000 hours of flight time in A-4s and F-16s and the like. There you see the full crew in their suits, and I'll just point out something about these suits. They're called launch and re-entry suits, pumpkin suits they call them. I guess it's obvious why they call them that. They are full pressure suits. They put those helmets on when they come in, and those pressure suits are designed to allow them to withstand a sudden decompression, loss of oxygen or pressure inside the crew module, which is kind of almost a self-contained module inside the space shuttle. All right. We have another witness. I'm just going to finish my thought here. It is perhaps not widely known that there's no way for the crew to eject from a space shuttle. First couple of missions, there were ejection seats for the pilot and co-pilot. They could have punched out, literally exploding right through the kind of the roof, if need be. But it was determined not practical to come up with an ejection system that worked for 7 people. And thus, a lot of it had to do with weight and money, quite frankly. There was never an ejection system that was designed or built into the space shuttle. Crew trained for some evacuation bailout procedures, but as we heard from Kyle Herring of NASA just a little while ago, 200,000 feet, Mach 6, there was nothing any crew member could do in that situation in order to get away from the vehicle. Now, we have a witness from near Susie Vagu, is that correct? Vagu? Susie is on the line. She saw and heard something. She's joining us from Central Texas. Susie, go ahead.
Yes, hi. I'm in Huntington, Texas,
All right.
Angelina County.
All right. Well, tell me what you saw and what you heard.
Approximately 9 o'clock this morning, we heard a tremendous rumbling sound, and the dogs immediately. We have a horse ranch and raise horses, and the dogs went nuts. One of my guys was in the barn, and one of our horses literally jumped at him. We had a tremendous fog, and one of the guys that worked for me just came up to me and informed me that he feels that there's some rubber burning in our pasture, and he just went to go check. Listening to the scanner, we understand that all in Moffett and San Augustine County, Nacogdoches, and Angelina County, that there's debris. Also on the scanner, probably at about 9:15 right before CNN was announcing what in fact it was, the scanners were saying for the sheriff to go ahead and that it could have been the space shuttle. If you found anything, it was federal, to seal it off, not let anybody touch it, don't contaminate it, don't get near it.
Well, those are words to the wise, aren't they? What else have you heard on those scanners? Any sort of indications of people actually encountering debris?
Well, we're hearing that there's a whole bunch of debris in Moffett County, also in Jasper. We've heard. Actually, let me put the guy that works for me on the phone, and he just heard a whole bunch of stuff.
Hello.
Hello, Benjamin Laster. Go ahead. I believe we have another witness on the line. I'm sorry to the previous person. I wasn't able to hear the last part of that. Benjamin Laster, what did you see and hear?
Well, the barn and stuff, we was feeding the horses and stuff in the barn, and the barn started shaking all of a sudden and stuff like that, and I'm riding through the pasture, fixing to go back out there, and I smell some rubber, what smells like rubber burning, but I'm fixing to go find out and just see if there's anything laying around and stuff, because they're saying not touch nothing or stuff like that, so I don't know if I'm going to have anything or not. But here's my boss. You can talk to her.
Yeah, I'm sorry to do that. He was, you know, up here and telling me all kinds of stuff. Hello?
Who did we just hear from, please?
Lynn, what's your last name? That's what I thought. Lynn Hearn.
Okay, I apologize. I was a little confused. I didn't know you handed the phone over. Somebody was yakking at me in my ear. I apologize for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so he smells burning rubber. He hasn't gone out to investigate just
He's
yet.
going out right now. I had him stand by in case he knew of something.
Yeah, okay. And now you're not a member of the authorities. You're a scanner listener, correct?
Correct. Okay. We were woken up by this rumble.
Right.
Today we were trying to sleep in on Saturday, and we heard this, sounded like a train going through our property. We have 240 acres, and it sounded like it was in, you know, the driveway.
Yeah, yeah. What's next in that part of the world? Do you have any sense
We're
of
in
any...
East Texas. We're kind of in between Houston and Dallas.
What I'm trying to get a sense of what's going on right now. You're getting a sense that there's any sort of search or rescue effort underway at the moment?
Yes, there's a tremendous effort underway. All the counties on the scanner, you can hear them. They're finding debris from all over the place.
I wonder if you could put your phone up to one of those scanners for us and keep us. Is there a way you could do that for us? We could hear it.
I'm trying to get here.
Yeah. Are they talking about it right now?
Now they're not. It's not. Earlier there was somebody that had reported in Zavala that there was something huge. Couldn't tell because of the tremendous fog. The fog has now lifted, so any debris should be quite visible.
You said it was foggy at the time then, huh?
Yes, tremendous fog. The haze was reported at one time that there was probably not even a half a mile visibility. On our property, I couldn't see very far.
Have you heard anything on those scanners that gives you any sense that anybody was injured on the ground?
I did not hear of any injuries. I only heard of a bunch of debris being found in different places. One gentleman supposedly pulled off of Highway 69 near Zavala, near the lake, the fishing lake down in Zavala, because he had seen debris falling.
I see. Okay. Well, would you do us a favor? Keep an open line to us, and if you would listen to those scanners for us, and if you hear anything, or if you can put a tape recorder on it so we can hear what's going on, we'd appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, stay on the line. All right, who else do we have with us? No response. I will assume that means nobody. So let's take a... I don't know who this is. Who is this, please?
This is Benjamin Laster.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Good to have you with us. I'm sorry I'm not getting a lot of guidance out here as to who's on the line, so I apologize. Benjamin, you are from Central Texas as well?
Yes, I'm in between 7 Points and Kemp, Texas. And my wife and I, my wife had said the shuttle would be coming over. And so my wife and I and my child went outside, along with my dad, and we seen the shuttle coming over. And as we seen it coming over, we seen a lot of light, and it looks like debris and stuff was coming off of the shuttle. But they said, "Look at this stuff coming off the shuttle." And I said, "That's probably the shields on the shuttle that keep it from when it enters, not to get too hot."
Yeah.
And so as we kept looking, we seen it out the back door, and we come to the front door, and we seen large masses of pieces coming off of the shuttle. And as it was coming by, we also noticed, because it seemed awful close, a plane pretty close to it. But we didn't see any kind of impact.
All right, Benjamin, I'm sorry. Can I interrupt you? Because I'm having a hard time hearing you. They keep talking to me. Did you say there's a plane nearby?
It was a plane nearby the shuttle as it was going.
No, I'm not talking to the producer in the control room. Please be quiet in the control room for 1 minute. I want to talk to Benjamin. Benjamin, you said a plane was nearby?
It seemed like a plane was nearby. It sure did. As it was going by, I said, "Ooh, that's awful close." That's what we said. You know, that plane being that close.
What sort of plane, Benjamin?
It looked like a commercial jet. I mean, it was...
Oh, all right. So this could have just been a coincidence, seeing it. Or would you normally see a commercial jet in that area at where you saw it?
I guess you would, but not that close to the shuttle. I mean...
Well, when you say how close to the shuttle, how close do you mean?
Well, I mean, looking from where I was looking, it seemed like they were awful close, and I mean, it just seemed like they was awful close, like it could have been even a close call. But you know, we didn't notice anything from there. But then after we was on the front porch, the house kind of shook, and we noticed a sonic boom. that kind of shook the house. At least we thought it was a sonic boom, but you know, I don't know. And then we've seen a big continuous puff of vapor or smoke stream come out, and then we noticed a big chunk go over, and that's what we saw.
All right, Benjamin Lester joining us from that part of Central Texas. And we should caution our viewers, and this is no reflection on Mr. Lester or anybody else we're going to be hearing from, but frequently we get witness accounts at this juncture of any incident, plane crash, whatever it may be, that do not bear themselves out. The fact that an airplane was nearby, I should tell you that the space shuttle was at an altitude of 200,000 feet. So even if there was a commercial airliner or any sort of airplane in that area, it would have been significantly lower. So we'll just leave that at that. Thank you, Benjamin. Let's go to CNN's Suzanne Malveaux at the White House. And apparently the president has been at Camp David. They've set up a bit of a task force within the government to try to go through all this and get a sense of what happened. And he will be on his way to the White House right around the noon hour to, get a full... his hands on the reins here in order to get a sense of what's going on and how to proceed as the investigation begins very early. Now, Gene Meserve told us, and it's very, I want to caution that we mention terrorism in this day and age always when things like this happen, because the sad fact is that is a part of our life right now. But the initial indication that we have from Gene Meserve, who covers Homeland Security for us, and from just plain common sense, is that a shuttle streaking along as it is right now, 6 times the speed of sound, 200,000 feet, is not in a place where it could become a target of terrorism. Let's go to Suzanne Malveaux at the White House now. Suzanne, tell us about what the president is doing right now.
Well, the president is heading back to the White House. As you know, he was to spend the weekend at Camp David. He was notified of the situation earlier this morning. We are told that they are trying to get as much information as possible, but they realized how serious it was, and it was the best decision that the president come back here to the White House to monitor situations here. As you can imagine, it is a very serious tone here at the White House. We have seen administration officials, we've seen staffers rushing back here once they heard the news. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of activity here later in the day. We have not been told yet whether or not there's going to be any type of formal briefing, but as you can imagine, there are certainly signs of people who are very concerned here at the White House. They are taking it very seriously, and as I indicated before, the president is heading back here to the White House later this afternoon. Miles?
Suzanne Malveaux at the White House, please keep us posted on all of this. We got some still photographs which we'd like to share with you. We've been showing you that video, but in some cases still photographs tell a story in a different way for us. And these come from a viewer who emailed them to us here. If you take a look at this first shot, I'll highlight it if, assuming it is through the telestrator now, and I'm hoping that's the case. You see the shuttle right there. What's significant about this is that is exactly what you would expect to see. Like a bright dot, and then one, the term contrail doesn't really apply because that's kind of streaking plasma, superheated, ionized air. I don't want to get too technical with you, but that's basically what we're talking about at that altitude. Now, I believe this next one is the next one in the series, although I'm not positive. What you see there is a very bright flash right at the center there. Clearly something very, as NASA's term would be, extremely dynamic occurred at that point. What you also see are a series of little dots all around. I don't want to cover it over, so I'll take it out. But you see those little dots? That is debris. And clearly that is, there's no mistaking what that is. That is in-flight breakup, straight and forward. And finally, although I'm not sure this is the correct order, what you see are 2 very significant targets right there. 2 big pieces, separated, breakup, 200,000 feet, 6 times the speed of sound. The crew, 7 people. 7 people who all dreamed of flying to space and dreamed of doing what they're doing. The crew led by Commander Rick Husband and supported by his pilot, William Willie McCool. And as we look at more pictures, this is the WFAA tape, which shows you what I just showed you in still form. All right. We have, we're getting all kinds of, let's listen to James Hartsfield in Houston for a minute, if we could.
Mission control as a result of the loss of communication with the Space Shuttle Columbia this morning at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time as Columbia was descending toward a landing in Florida. At the time, Columbia was at an altitude of approximately 200,000 feet above north central Texas. No communications or tracking from Columbia has been received by Mission Control since that time. Search and rescue authorities in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and in portions of East Texas and other pertinent areas have been alerted to the Space Shuttle contingency. Any debris that is found that may be related to the Space Shuttle's contingency should be avoided and may be hazardous due to the toxic nature of propellants that are used on board the Space Shuttle. The locations of any possible debris should be reported immediately to local law enforcement authorities. In Mission Control, flight controllers continue through contingency procedures designed to secure all information, data, and notes pertinent to today's descent of the Space Shuttle Columbia. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Call any of those people. All right, that was James Hartsfield in Houston giving us an update. Public Affairs Officer for NASA sitting in the control room. You see screen left, screen right. You see tape of the final minutes of the Space Shuttle Columbia on its 28th flight. Coming down, the 113th shuttle mission. Greg Soule is on the line, and he is in the I know who he is. He's the Public Information Officer. That's okay. Thank you, Control. I appreciate your help. Greg Soule, Public Information Officer, who's joining us from Nacogdoches County in Texas. Greg, what can you tell us?
Well, we have several pieces of debris that have been reported as coming down within the city of Nacogdoches. Each and every one that we have reported to us, we're sending officers out to stand by with. We're holding these areas secure until we receive further instructions from the federal government.
How many sites are you aware of?
I don't have an exact number. All I know is there are several at this point.
And do you have any sense of how, I mean, at 200,000 feet traveling that fast, I imagine the debris field could stretch for many, many miles. Do you have any sense of it?
I have no idea where else. All I know is we have some within the city of Nacogdoches, and again, we're asking the public if they find it to call us and stay away from it.
And do you have any reports, Mr. Soule, of any injuries on the ground?
No, not from here at this time, no.
Okay. Is this a fairly thinly settled area?
Well, we're a university town of approximately 30,000 people. It's a small town, but then it's not a large town. And the areas that we're finding these, of course, are in town, but they're like we're finding some in the middle of the road and things like that. But we have not had any reports of any damage or any injuries as of yet.
Okay. And did you see or hear anything personally?
No, sir. Did not.
Okay. And have you heard first-person accounts from people there?
No.
Okay. And give us a sense of how much assistance you're receiving from outside right now.
Well, at this point, we're just beginning to gear up. We're fixing to activate our emergency operations center with the city, and that's all that's forthcoming right now. Like I say, there's several of us doing 3 jobs until we get everyone in.
Have you had any contact with federal authorities?
I have not personally. I know we've been in contact with the FBI, yes.
Okay, the FBI. All right. Greg Soule with the Nacogdoches County authorities there, Public Information Officer, on the line with us, giving a sense of what is happening on the ground there in central Texas, which is, the shuttle was about 200,000 feet above central Texas when it broke up. We can only imagine the debris field is going to be rather spread out and extensive, and we caution those of you who listen to us and can hear us now, by all means please do not touch anything you suspect to be debris from the space shuttle. It could be very hazardous. There's a toxic brew of chemicals inside these shuttles, nitrogen tetroxide, hydrazine, which can cause you all kinds of health problems, short-term and long-term. It can burn you, it can give you cancer. All of the thrusters on the space shuttle, you see these little black dots down here in the end, these are where the thrusters are powered in this combination of hydrogen and nitrogen tetroxide, and it is nasty stuff. And a space shuttle is just a witch's brew of those kinds of things, and you would be putting yourself in great peril if you were to pick up or handle any piece of the shuttle. It's federal property. You also might find yourself answering to authorities. So please let it be. Pick up the phone. Let's listen to James Hartsfield one more time in Houston, please.
Through contingency plans designed to secure all information and data pertinent to today's descent by the Space Shuttle Columbia. Communications with the Space Shuttle Columbia were lost at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time this morning at an altitude of about 200,000 feet above north central Texas, as Columbia was en route to a landing planned at 8:16 a.m. Central Time at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. At the time communication was lost, Columbia was traveling approximately 12,500 miles per hour. Search and rescue teams in the Dallas-Fort Worth vicinity and in portions of East Texas and other pertinent areas have been alerted to the Space Shuttle contingency.
All right, we're listening to James Hartsfield.
Debris that may be related to the Space Shuttle contingency that is located should be avoided and may be hazardous due to the toxic nature of propellants.
All right, he's restating what I just told you. Let's bring him down if we could. James Hartsfield is Public Affairs Officer for NASA. He's sitting in a console there at Mission Control, giving us the latest on what we know. The shuttle was traveling at 12,500 miles an hour. It's hard to even imagine that kind of speed. We're talking about something that exceeds the speed of a bullet when you're seeing what you're seeing now at an altitude of 200,000 feet. Tremendous pressure and forces on the craft at that moment. Now, granted, the air is thin there, and the idea is to ease the shuttle in, slow down as you come in, and ease that, gradually apply the brakes, if you will, but a tremendous amount of pressure. Now, the Space Shuttle fleet was designed to fly 100 missions each. Each airframe was certified to fly 100 missions. And to date, the entire fleet has flown 113 missions. This was Columbia's 28th flight. And thus, it is well below what would have been its useful capacity, at least as an airframe. The target in all of this, the landing site, if you want to just take a look at it, we could just give you a sense of where they head to. 15 minutes from where it broke up, the Space Shuttle deorbit burn begins over the Indian Ocean, and the brakes just keep coming as they come down for the world's most harrowing glider ride is really a good way to describe it. As we zoom in on the Kennedy Space Center, and what you see here is those are the launch pads. That's where Columbia left from 16 days ago. That's the big vehicle assembly building. That's where we view the launches, right in that spot right there. There's about, just to give you a scale, there's 3 miles in between those two sites. That's as close as anybody gets to a space shuttle launch, except for the crash team. And the crash team sits about a mile away right there. Zooming in here, you see the vehicle assembly building, and down the runway. This is runway 33, which is where the space shuttle was headed. It's a northwest to southeast runway, 15,000 feet in length. Not too terribly much longer than what you'd find at a big international airport, but much wider, 300 feet wide. Space Shuttle Columbia never made it to its intended destination today. Let's get CNN's Patty Davis on with us. Patty, what can you tell us?
Well, Miles, the FAA is saying that it had not had any contact with the shuttle. That shuttle, of course, at about 200,000 feet when it appears to have broken up. The FAA air traffic control would have come into play at about 60,000 feet, and I'm told it would have directed the aircraft in just like any other aircraft that it was bringing in. But it just did not get to that point. Now, the NTSB would most likely play a role in this accident investigation. In the shuttle Challenger accident, it had a technical advisor role, most likely would have that same type of role in this instance. Now, one safety expert, a former NTSB official, telling me what probably you'll need to look at here, since terrorism seems unlikely here, is an aging aircraft issue. Now, I know, Miles, you said these shuttles meant to fly about 100 missions, but this particular shuttle, some 22 years old, and this former NTSB official saying that certainly the age here could have played a role. Now, as far as terrorism is concerned, Now, for commercial aircraft, one of the things that officials have been worried about recently is surface-to-air missiles. We're told that, however, that the highest, even the most sophisticated of those surface-to-air missiles could only reach about 60,000 feet in the air. So not particularly a factor, not likely to be a factor in this case. One safety expert saying perhaps that the only way terrorism could have played a role here, something had been placed on board perhaps. Miles?
All right, let's listen in James Hartsfield one more time. Let's see if he has any news for us. James Hartsfield, Public Affairs Officer in Houston. Let's listen.
At approximately 8 a.m. Central Time as it flew at an altitude of 200,000 feet and a speed of approximately 12,500 miles per hour toward a planned landing at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Touchdown for Columbia was scheduled for 8:16 a.m. Central Time in Florida.
All right. He appears to be
search and rescue teams in the
recapping what we know. So we'll bring James down. And we have with us on the line, as we let's show that videotape if we can again. It's stunning videotape captured by our affiliate WFAA out of Dallas. Specifically, the man with the camera hoisted on his shoulder was John Prague. John, are you with us?
Yes.
John, I don't know how much experience you have with space and shuttles, but did you have the sense as you watched this that something was amiss?
Well, I'd seen the shuttle once on reentry. I was in West Texas, and I heard it, sonic boom, and I saw it pass over with the one contrail. So, yes, when I saw all these contrails with reflective material in the early morning sky, it did seem unusual, but I have limited experience seeing the shuttle on reentry. So,
yeah.
Appear, and even our anchor made mention of it. We did a live shot at a little after 8 o'clock when it came over Dallas-Fort Worth.
And we're talking about 8 o'clock Central Time here, just to clarify for our viewers out there who are in various time zones. John, what did you hear as you were shooting that? Do you recall?
I didn't hear anything.
You were pretty far away, of course.
Yes. We were listening to NASA. They were giving us updates on where the shuttle was, so we could get an idea when it would come over Dallas-Fort Worth. We heard it that it was coming over Northern California, then Arizona, and then El Paso. And at that point, I started watching for it, of course. And suddenly it appeared, and so I turned my camera on and started to roll video, and we shot it live as it came over Dallas-Fort Worth.
And at what point then did you have some realization that something went wrong?
When I came back into the station, they were saying it was overdue, and that's when we started to re-roll the tape, and then information started coming out of NASA. But it wasn't until I actually got back in the newsroom that people were saying, well, it's overdue.
John Prague, videographer, WFAA, our affiliate in Texas. John Prague, we thank you for your efforts in giving us this insight in the immediate aftermath of the demise of the Space Shuttle Columbia, breaking up into several pieces there. Let's recap for those who are just joining us. As John mentioned, the Space Shuttle Columbia was at the tail end of a 16-day science mission, 7-person crew. They were headed back home, and somewhere over central Texas, 100 miles south of Dallas or thereabouts, this is what happened here. If you take a look here, you'll see what starts out normally quickly becomes multiple trails there. Multiple trails. That's something that is very telling, and no mistaking that is an in-flight breakup. The question as to why is another matter entirely, which we couldn't get into without getting very deep into the world of speculation. But that shot tells you what happened. Why it happened will be the subject of discussion for months and perhaps years to come. But here we go. Let's take a look at the shot now. I want to call your attention. Watch that fireball. That's normal. One streak, very hot, coming from orbit, 2,000 plus degrees, dissipating heat. Boom. Look at that piece come off, and then shortly thereafter, flash. See that flash right in there? And then a piece of smoke came off, a puff of smoke. Something happened there. So something happened first, then second. And then, as it went along, further breakup, sort of a 3-step process. A small piece, a flash, and then very shortly thereafter, multiple pieces of the Space Shuttle Columbia. At that point, traveling 12,500 miles an hour. Just to give you a sense of it, they travel around the planet at about 17,500 miles an hour. So having lost 5,000 miles an hour of speed already, still traveling the speed of a bullet. Let's take a look at the crew and tell you who was on board for this 16-day science mission. The commander, Rick Husband. If we can get some pictures up of them, that would be appreciated. Do we have the pictures? There we go. There's the crew. If you put that in Telestrator, I'll tell people who's who. Commander is Rick Husband, and I don't have it in the Telestrator, so I can just tell you. Oh, yeah, there's Rick Husband, and he is a colonel in the United States Air Force. And he was born July 12th, 1957, from Amarillo, Texas. Truly the pride of Amarillo, Texas. On his second mission, his first mission, he flew as a shuttle pilot, STS-96, aboard Discovery in May of 1999. They went to the International Space Station. Unusual, quite frankly, for these days for pilots to rise to the level of commander on their second flight, but Rick Husband was an unusually good guy and a sharp guy at that. Also on board, and this is Ilan Ramon, colonel in the Israeli Air Force. This was the first Israeli ever to fly in space, the son of a Holocaust survivor who spoke to us, and we're trying to get some of these interviews together that we shot with them beforehand. We're hopeful that we'll have them for you shortly so you can hear from them in their own words, but spoke to us at length about what this meant to his country and how his country, having endured the Holocaust, could not have fathomed an Israeli traveling in space, looking down upon the Middle East and the rest of the world. Also on this flight, Michael Anderson, lieutenant, colonel in the United States Air Force, Plattsburgh, New York, his home. He was flying on his second mission. He flew in January of '98 on STS-89. Space Shuttle Endeavour flew to Mir. Although he is a person who sort of sat in the back of the shuttle and did mission specialist duties, has a lot of experience with flight in KC-135s and certainly with T-38s. Also on this particular mission, Laurel Clark, medical doctor, as you can see plainly there. Laurel hails from Racine, Wisconsin. Came to NASA in 1996, her first mission. Along with them, the pilot person sits in the right-hand seat, right beside Rick Husband. William Willie McCool, Navy commander, born September of 1961, came from San Diego. Reported to NASA in '96. This was his first flight. A man who was familiar with carrier landings, worked out of Whidbey Island, and flying the EA-6B Prowler, which you might be familiar with. Also on the Space Shuttle Columbia. David Brown, captain in the United States Navy, out of Arlington, Virginia. Pilot himself, although he wasn't sitting in the front seats of the controls of the shuttle. He's a mission specialist, 2,700 hours in high-performance military aircraft. His first flight as well. Kalpana Chawla, born in Kamarl, India, is an astronaut with some experience in 1996, STS-87, U.S. microgravity payload scientific mission. She operated the robotic arm on that particular mission. PhD, and for fun, she used to fly aerobatic airplanes, tailwheel aerobatic airplanes. That was her passion in addition to space flight. There's the crew, and I was commenting about the suits that they're wearing there, those orange suits, those so-called pumpkin suits, launch and re-entry suits, they call them. Those suits were not worn in the years immediately after the first few missions up to Challenger. The crew went up in essentially a flight suit, just a jumpsuit, not a pressure suit. They wore helmets, but they didn't have the pressure suit. One of the reforms that came out of the Challenger accident was that these suits would be worn by the crew members as they rose to space and as they came back home. The idea being that if there was some sort of rapid decompression, loss of cabin atmosphere inside the flight deck and the mid deck, that the crew could survive. But as we pointed out not too long ago, as we pointed out not too long ago, this is not a situation where the crew would even have the option of bailing out. That altitude, that speed, it's not a goal. Let's listen to James Hartsfield one more time. Houston.
Continue through Space Shuttle contingency procedures designed to secure all information, notes, and data pertinent to today's descent by the Space Shuttle Columbia. Communications were lost with the Space Shuttle Columbia at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time, as Columbia was above north-central Texas at an altitude of 200,000 feet, traveling approximately 12,500 miles per hour. Search and rescue forces in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and in other portions along Columbia's planned route have been alerted to the Space Shuttle program contingency. Any debris that may be
All right, we're going to bring James Hartsfield down because it's a bit repetitive. If you've been watching, you know what he's going to say, which is don't touch any debris that you might see if you happen to be in that part of the world. Stay away from it. It could hurt you, could potentially kill you, and it's against the law to touch it, so don't do it. Let's go now to Jerusalem and Kelly Wallace. Kelly, Ilan Ramon, in many ways, the pride of Israel.
Miles, exactly, the pride of Israel, and so as you might imagine, tremendous sadness, shock, and emotion throughout the country right now. A colleague of mine was talking to a top representative at Israel's space agency, and his quote is, "We are in shock." We know that Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, we are told, was watching events unfold on television like most of us were. His spokesman saying the Prime Minister watching those events. No formal official reaction, though, coming from the Israeli government until there is a formal announcement from NASA and from the American government. But we can tell you that when Colonel Ilan Ramon took off on the space shuttle, there was tremendous excitement in Israel. It was front page news on the Israeli newspapers, on the Israeli television stations. Really a lot of joy. As you know, Miles, a lot of sadness in this country. There has been tremendous violence over the past few months. Lots of concern about that. There were the elections just a few days ago. Not a lot of excitement about that, but this was looked at as tremendous joy and pride. Colonel Ramon, we know, is married, has 4 children. His father, in fact, we understand, was watching some of the events on television at an Israeli television station a short time ago. We believe he has since left and headed to his home. Colonel Ramon has tremendous experience, more than 3,000 flight hours. Also, he took part in a mission back in 1981, a mission destroying the nuclear reactor in Iraq. He also took part in the 1973 Yom Kippur War. So tremendous pride in Colonel Ramon, and right now people are just still, Miles, holding out hope that this will turn out, but right now tremendous sadness throughout Israel.
It's hard to imagine the depth of sadness as we just sort of absorb all of this, Kelly, and it's difficult to even assess it here, but there, I think, in a very profound way, a lot of hopes and dreams were flying with Ilan Ramon.
Exactly. The representative from the space agency, again, talking to my colleague a short time ago, saying really everything is lost. All the work, all the experimentation, a lot of dreams, as you said. And again, the symbol really, this being the first Israeli astronaut in space, and also coming in the context of a very difficult time. This has been more than 2 years of violence in this country, the start of the second Palestinian intifada against Israel. The economy is dismal right now. Lots of concern about the violence, the state of the situation, the future. And again, Miles, just looking at the media attention, looking at television and newspaper coverage of this, it was really looked at by many as one piece of really good news in a sea of a lot of bad news over the past few months, Miles.
It's stunningly tragic. Please, Kelly, stay close. Let us know what you hear from the government, what you hear on the streets. Of course, we're all harkened back to the last time this happened. 17 years ago this past week, we marked the anniversary of the Space Shuttle Challenger and its explosion a little more than a minute after liftoff from the Kennedy Space Center. 7-member crew died there. We marked that anniversary this past week. Tom Mintier, CNN correspondent, was live on the air at that moment, has covered numerous shuttle missions over the years. Tom, what are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts go to the families of the 7 astronauts aboard Columbia, the family, the friends, the loved ones, immediately first. As you're well aware, the most 2 dangerous times are ascent and descent. And I asked them if we had the animation of not only the ascent, but the descent, when at maximum pressure and maximum velocity, the shuttle turns red hot underneath as it re-enters the atmosphere. And what you're seeing now in these pictures, the heat is just absolutely tremendous. And as you pointed out, the multiple targets, by seeing different pieces, it is something we, of course, have seen before, but not in the same dynamics that we saw this morning. But very, very difficult to watch, not once, but a second time for me.
Yeah, take us back to that day and what that was like, and what happened in the immediate aftermath.
Well, the investigation, I was there for the search for the debris, which I'm sure there would have been larger pieces because they weren't as high up in the atmosphere as they were on this one. But the investigation is going to center around this debris field that you talk about being across a very wide area of West Texas. I'm sure that the pieces that they find will not be very large. The initial descriptions that we've been hearing from West Texas are very small pieces of debris. But it's going to be a very slow, long investigation that takes a look at the airframe. As you mentioned, these airframes are certified for 100 missions. And, of course, Columbia nowhere near that. But, again, certification and what occurs in flight or after flight, as we found out with Challenger, are not necessarily what's written in the books.
Well, it's worth pointing out to our viewers, and I know, Tom, you are well aware of this, 20-plus years after Columbia first flew, the first shuttle to fly, this is still an experimental vehicle, an experimental program. This is not an airliner, is it?
No, it's not. And every time these astronauts strap themselves in for a mission, they realize the dangers that they are about to face. They train for it for months, if not years, before they fly, while they're flying, and while they're returning. They know what the dangers are that they're facing in this program.
They do. They do understand it. Tom, if you could stay close, we may want to check in with you in just a moment. I think probably this might be a good time to hear from some of the crew members. We, of course, interviewed them before they left and got a sense of their excitement for their mission, their zest for their job. A lot of them would tell you it really wasn't a job. Let's listen to Michael Anderson.
Well, unfortunately, this mission is so packed with scientific experiments and everything. As a matter of fact, when we return, we'll be the heaviest space shuttle ever to land. So there's not a lot of room to take anything personal or special with you on this flight. So basically, I'm just going to take my notebook with my notes and a couple extra pens and pencils.
All right, Michael Anderson. We spoke to all the crew before they left, and as they always do, we asked them about the risks. We asked them about their philosophy on the risks, and to a person they say it's all worth it. Let's listen to Rick Husband, the commander.
The shuttle is a great vehicle. It is so impressive every time I sit down and study the different systems to see how well thought out this vehicle is and how well it works every time we go and fly. The fleet actually is probably only reached about a quarter of its design life. So on our particular flight, this will be the 28th flight of Columbia, and each of the airframes was designed for 100 flights. So there's still a lot of life left in the shuttle fleet, and it is, I would say, a tribute to the people who work on the shuttle in the inspections that they do, in being able to find some very minor flaws like what we're talking about here, because they do a fantastic job in doing the inspections and finding these things. And it's just like if you were, it's just kind of like normal upkeep and maintenance like you would have on your car, except that this is a much larger system. And so it is a very impressive, and certainly by myself very much appreciated, that the people are so diligent and do such a great job in keeping track of all those things.
Kind of hard to hear all those words right at this moment, but those words are all still well true. What was not added is that this is stuff that is still on the edge of the envelope, that term that test pilots use, pushing the envelope, the edge of our capabilities as human beings, is manifested in what you see right here in this space shuttle, even 20-plus years after it first flew. But I should point out something that was mentioned a while ago, and I didn't get a chance to mention it, that the concept that a space shuttle is old is a bit of a fallacy. They are certified, as we said, for 100 flights. Columbia was on her 28th mission. Every 4th or 5th mission, they go through an overhaul, which is really almost right down to the spars and aluminum, where they truly make the shuttle new. In the case of Columbia, it had, for example, a brand new glass cockpit installed as part of its last overhaul. So it is, to call it old is a bit of a myth. These are the most pampered aircraft or spacecraft, whatever you want to call it, in the world. And they're treated as such. When they say 100 missions on that airframe, that's conservative even on its own. So at 28 missions, Columbia was, in fact, sure, the old gray lady, having first flown in April. We're looking at, you obviously can see here, this is Challenger, it's the only model I have handy, but the old gray lady in the sense chronologically, but at 28 missions, Discovery still has a few others, has actually flown more missions. So it's not accurate to draw an assumption here about that necessarily. Now, let's listen to one more member of the crew. And this is the member of the crew who received so much of the attention prior to liftoff because we were so concerned about security, given what's going on in the world and given the fact that he was a citizen of Israel. Ilan Ramon. Let's listen in.
I really feel that we shouldn't talk too much about it. You know that NASA security people, and I know that NASA security people are doing their best for us. And since September 11, unfortunately, it's a kind of a world issue here. And since then, all the shuttle flights are taken care of by NASA security for the best of all of us. And I don't feel that we are any special event for them.
Well, the truth of the matter was, it was a special event. It was treated as such because of exactly who Ilan Ramon is. Let's listen to James Hartsfield one more time. Houston, Public Affairs Officer with NASA, is giving another update.
Search and rescue teams in Dallas-Fort Worth and in portions of East Texas and other appropriate areas along Columbia's planned route have been alerted and are in contact with local law enforcement authorities in those areas. Any debris that is located in an area that may be related to the space shuttle's contingency should be avoided and may be hazardous as a result of toxic propellants used aboard the shuttle. The location of any possible debris should immediately be reported to local authorities who are in contact with NASA's search teams.
All right, once again, that is a bit of a repeat, but for those of you who've been listening, we're sorry for the repetition. We just don't know when he's going to add additional information, and so we're going to listen in and keep you posted as events unfold here. Let's bring everybody up to the date. We're approaching the top of the hour. It's 11 o'clock now, and the shuttle is approaching. We're approaching the point when about 2 hours ago, almost exactly, the Space Shuttle Columbia should have been pretty much on final approach to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida at the conclusion of a 16-day science mission. Instead, communication was lost. Telemetry, which is the radio signals with all the data, all the stuff that fills those computer screens in mission control, was lost. And the shuttle did not turn up at its appointed time, 9:16 a.m. Eastern Time at the Kennedy Space Center. Space shuttles, when they begin their descent, their landing is, you can set your watch to it. And so when that happened, immediately alarm bells went up. Should tell you that NASA has lowered flags near the countdown clock at Kennedy Space Center to half staff. NASA has lowered flags to half staff at the countdown clock. 7-person crew, and what you're seeing are pictures captured. Actually, you're seeing a live picture right now of Mission Control in Houston, but the picture that we've been showing you all morning long is the final moments of the Space Shuttle Columbia as it broke up mid-flight, 200,000 feet, traveling 12,500 miles an hour. Our affiliate WFAA capturing this dramatic videotape, which gives us a sense of what caused, well, we don't know the cause, but we do know it was a breakup. The cause, all right, let's listen. We have been trying to get our affiliates to capture the shuttle as it came across the continental United States this morning. KOAT out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. A little darker there, of course, when it came across, but I think you can see that dot there. Try to help you out and just tell you it's right in that spot right there in case you're having problems. Not quite the shot that we got, obviously, out of the Dallas affiliate, but bear in mind, the breakup occurred over Texas. This is New Mexico, so these would have been, this is exactly what you would expect to see as a space shuttle would streak across the night sky on its way to its landing. I'm sorry, I didn't get that. All right, as we look at that shot, and we will tell you that the president was at Camp David when it happened. He's on his way back, should be there about noontime, and that's where Suzanne Malveaux is. Suzanne, what do you have for us?
Well, earlier today I spoke with White House spokesman Scott McClellan, who said, yes, the president was notified of the situation by his chief of staff, Andy Card. They made the decision that it would be better to monitor the situation here from the White House. As you mentioned, the president is on his way back to the White House. He'll be here shortly after noon. Also spoke with a senior administration official who said that there was no indication that the shuttle had any type of threat that was against it or that was in any type of range of anti-aircraft, anti-missile range, and that there was no indication that this was any type of terrorist situation. Of course, they're still getting lots of information, but initial indications from senior administration officials saying that it does not point in that direction. I should also tell you as well that sources tell us that the president, when he comes back, is expected to make a statement, some sort of briefing, that he is also expected to call Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, as you had mentioned before, one of those on the shuttle, an Israeli citizen, that the president is all likelihood to call him later this afternoon, and that we will hear from Mr. Bush when he returns. Miles.
CNN Suzanne Malveaux, we'll, obviously, the minute the president gets back and makes a statement, we'll be getting back to you, so stay close, please. Let's go to Elizabeth Cohen. Elizabeth Cohen in the newsroom here has had an opportunity to speak with members of one of the crew members' family, and we're just going to leave it at that right now. Elizabeth, what can you tell us?
Miles, I was speaking on the phone just a few moments ago with a brother of one of the astronauts. I'm not going to name the astronaut just to protect the privacy of this family, but he said that in the past 2 hours since the contact was lost, the families have been speaking with each other. The families of the different astronauts have been speaking with each other. They met each other at the launch. There were various activities for the family members. I am sure that they did not expect to get back in contact with one another quite in this way. This gentleman was saying that he expects to be summoned to a memorial service, perhaps in Houston, sponsored, given by NASA. He expects to get that phone call soon. And again, the families turning to each other for support in this difficult time. Miles?
Did they indicate there is a fairly rigorous protocol, if you will, that NASA employs, where they have people assigned to each family member to assist them through all this? Did you get any sense that that was occurring, and were they getting the support they need?
The man who I was speaking to is a brother of one of the astronauts. He said he had had no contact from NASA. Now, perhaps the astronaut's spouse had contact, or parents, or somebody else. Perhaps this person hadn't, but others had. He did indicate, though, that he expected, and that the families expected, that they would be summoned back in.
Elizabeth Cohen, thank you very much. Let us know if you find anything else out as we continue our coverage here.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at a live picture, which tells probably as much as this shot we've been showing you. Kennedy Space Center, that's in front of a place they call the Turn Basin, right beside the countdown clock. In the distance, Launch Pad 39A, where the Space Shuttle Columbia launched 16 days ago. As beautiful afternoon launch, the flag at half-staff, in memory of the 7-person crew of Columbia. And that launch pad, hard to say when that launch pad might be used again. Very premature to even discuss anything along those lines, but there you see it. There you see the flag, and that in many ways sums up what we are talking about here. CNN's Andrea Koppel has been talking to Israeli officials, and we should point out that, in case you're just tuning in, that Ilan Ramon was a member of this crew, the first Israeli astronaut. Andrea, what have you heard?
Well, Miles, I've spoken with the spokesman from the Israeli embassy here in Washington, and he tells me that they have dispatched a small team down to the Kennedy Space Center, where Colonel Ramon's wife, his 4 children, and we believe his parents, who were quite elderly, were awaiting his arrival. The embassy itself obviously had no comment. They're waiting for the government in Jerusalem to take the lead there. But having said that, you know, just looking at this picture, Colonel Ramon was so much more than just a professional and, as you pointed out, the first Israeli to go into space, but he really was somewhat of a, you know, a national hero, the quintessential hero, if you will, for Israel. This is a man that flew in the Yom Kippur War in 1973. He fought in the 1982 war with Lebanon. He was also, believe it or not, one of the pilots that bombed the Iraqi nuclear reactor back in 1981. He is a payload specialist who's been training for this mission since 1997, and in fact, his job on board the space shuttle was supposed to be basically using cameras on board to look at how desert dust and other contaminants that you would find in the atmosphere, Earth's atmosphere, how that's affected by rainfall and temperature. So this was a mission that the entire Israeli public was watching and really had their heart in their hands. And at this moment, you can imagine how many hearts across Israel and certainly in this country as well are breaking right now. Miles.
Andrea Koppel, thank you very much. Certainly that is the case everywhere right now as we pause to think about those family members. Let's take a look at a picture. We've been getting some email images in from our viewers, and this is the first picture we've seen from Nacogdoches County, Texas. And I've been calling it Central Texas. I'm told by some people it's more accurate to call it East Texas, but it's safe to say that there's a big, wide swath of area that has been seen, what you're about to see as I scroll down here, which is a piece of debris on the ground there. If we put it through the telestrator, I can highlight it for you. Hang on, I over-scrolled there. Hopefully get it up to the point where we've got it in a place where you can see it. There you see it right there on the pavement. Looks like it's right near an apartment building. What I want to reiterate is what NASA has been saying all morning long, which is don't touch it. Don't go near it. Call the authorities. Let them know it's there. Try to keep people from touching it if you can. It's apt to contain all kinds of hazardous things. Hydrazine is just on the top of my list right off the bat, which is a very nasty substance which is used to fire the rockets on orbit and also powers the auxiliary power units. Nitrogen tetroxide, which can burn you. That's an oxidizer which mixes, creates those thruster firings on orbit. Don't go near it. It can hurt you. It's also, I should point out, against the law. We've been listening in to members of the crew. I'm hopeful that we have some more of those interviews ready to go. We talked to the crew. Okay, apparently we do not have them quite ready. We're going to try to. All right, we have a reporter from where? All right, we've got somebody at the Kennedy Space Center to check in with us. Grayson Carl. Grayson, I don't know, you're with Central Florida 13.
That's right, Miles.
Grayson, tell us what's been going on there.
With Central Florida News 13, I cover the Kennedy Space Center in this area. It's a very, very surreal feeling out here. You know, we've done this several times before. You stand up, you get ready for the landing. We all look down south, and we look, and nothing came. And we're used to hearing a pair of sonic booms that come in a few minutes before the landing as the shuttle drops back through the sound barrier. And we didn't hear that, and it kind of raised everyone's eyebrows. And then everyone started looking, and the countdown clock that counts down to the landing time started counting back up, which is what it does when after it passes the landing time, and it started hitting 6 and even 7 minutes, and none of us knew quite how to handle it. The family and the visitors and the guests that were all there, I'm not sure if the astronauts' families were out there, they typically are, but all the guests, all the VIPs were ushered into NASA buses and escorted away from the shuttle landing strip. We were escorted away shortly after that. We've headed back to the press site here, which is by the Vehicle Assembly Building in the center of the Kennedy Space Center, and really, they're not telling us much more than what you guys, I'm sure, have been finding out there in Atlanta and all over. They are scheduling some sort of press conference here for apparently 11:30. We're going to try and find out more from them at that time. But really, this whole community is just devastated. This whole area is tied to the Kennedy Space Center. We call this area the Space Coast. We grew up here. There's not a person here who doesn't know somebody who works at the Kennedy Space Center. I'm sure a lot of folks all over can identify with, you know, an Air Force base or something else nearby where it's like that. And that's what it's like here with the Kennedy Space Center. And it's just, the silence here is eerie. You know, I look at the other reporters I work with every day. We don't know what to say to each other. It's a very bizarre feeling. There's been talk about what caused this failure, and I guess the latest we've gotten is from Johnson Space Center. They said something about losing a piece of insulation off the external tank into the heat shield. And Miles, as you know, that can the heat shield is a very unpredictable part of the shuttle, but we really don't know if that's what's caused it. We're waiting till 11:30 to try and find out that information. But the community here is really, I mean, just devastated. Not only were there experiments on board Columbia, there was also some part of the ground-based experiments that were actually being done at a Florida Tech, Florida Institute of Technology in Melbourne, which is just 30 miles down the road. They were doing some of the ground-based things with the European Space Agency, doing the same experiments they were doing up in space down here on Earth at almost the same time. So there are connections to this mission all through this area, the Central Florida area. People commute to the Kennedy Space Center, which is over on the coast. They commute from as far away as Orlando or even further away, and so there are people in neighborhoods all across Central Florida that, you know, the fella down the street or their friend's mom works out here at Kennedy Space Center, and they just don't know how to handle it. It's very eerily quiet out here. Press officers have been driving back and forth in cars trying to gather information for us now. But Miles, really, we're just kind of in a state of absolute disbelief. We know what's supposed to happen, and we knew things were wrong, and just our worst fears have been confirmed.
Grayson, you know, I think many of us got the sense, even those of us who are close to the space program, that the landing was just not as big a concern. And, you know, what we have to recall here is the tremendous heat which a shuttle encounters. And I wonder if in the control room they can get that shot of the launch queued up, because we can talk about what Grayson made just a tangential reference to, which was on ascent during the launch. There was a piece of debris, which was noted by engineers, which fell off the external tank. Now, if we could roll that tape, it's very difficult to make out here, and I'm not sure that I've identified the precise moment, but if you let it roll, and this was something that was well known to engineers, because the first thing they do after a launch is pour over some camera views that you can hardly imagine, close-ups, high-speed photography, which gives them a sense of all kinds of things, and they can find out a lot of things about what happened on ascent and perhaps plan accordingly for re-entry. Now, the concern is that as you look at the shuttle's external tank there, it is covered with foam. The reason it's covered with foam is it contains liquid hydrogen. It's like minus 300 degrees Fahrenheit or something along those lines. The coldest substance on the planet. Ice foam has been noted to fall off, and at those speeds, the ice or foam which could fall off the external tank, which is this kind of brownish color, at those speeds could damage some of these tiles. The shuttle is covered in these ceramic tiles, which are very fragile, about 20,000 of them on the Columbia alone, along with blankets and carbon and all kinds of things to protect what is an aluminum frame as it comes in for re-entry. Aluminum would be soup if it wasn't protected by the thermal system. but it's a very fragile system, and it remains the most labor-intensive aspect of keeping the shuttles aloft and keeping them flying. Now, Grayson, the conversations I had with engineers there was, we've looked at this debris falling off, we focused on where it landed, and we don't think it's a big deal. Did you hear the same things?
That's the same thing I've heard. You know, these flight engineers do this for a living. They do it every day. They find problems, and they have to make that analysis on whether it's safe and what the conditions are, whether they need to make repairs, what can happen. But they...
All right, we just lost our signal, unfortunately, from Grayson. And with that, we're going to turn back to Jerry Lininger. Jerry, are you at home? Jerry?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Jerry in northern Michigan at home, who veteran of the shuttle, veteran of Mir. Jerry, it's been a little while since we talked. I'm curious if anything else has come to mind for you on what might have happened here, what sorts, and I don't want to get way ahead of this, but I mean, let's give the areas of interest that would be some of the prime suspects in this.
I think you've been covering them well, Miles. I think, it's very dynamic, obviously, a lot of friction, a lot of pressure buildup when you're streaking through the atmosphere. Friction's what slows you down. You're inside a big fireball, plasma collapsing around you. So its airframe is the first thing I would worry about. Metal fatigue, things of that nature. I think what you mentioned, if there's a defect in the insulation, a tile at a critical point, if it hits for example, a control mechanism, and you lose control of the vehicle, the top of the vehicle, for example, cannot withstand the type of heat that you take during re-entry. So, all the things you're pointing toward are things that you have to be concerned about.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's a heck of a crew on board as you go through the people. And
let's talk about them a bit.
Well, just, skilled, dedicated, courageous people.
Yeah.
And I guess the other thing, the people on the ground, besides not touching it for their own safety, I'm sure everybody wants to, in Texas and around the world, wants to make sure we figure out what caused it so it never happens again. So.
Yeah. Jerry, you've been inside the space program and know exactly what happens and how NASA prepares for these to aid and assist the families. What is happening right now to help these families out?
There's usually a family escort, and that's many times an astronaut that goes along with the family, especially during the launch time. And at landing, it sort of depends on the family's request and how comfortable they feel. If it's maybe the guy's third or fourth flight, the family feels comfortable in knowing what to do. But on first flights, a lot of times they'll provide an escort to be with family. If they're going to be there at landing, I'm sure there's people there to kind of tell them what happens during landing and to ease their concerns. And now, of course, they're there to try to comfort them.
And it's probably a challenge which, it's got to be an incredibly difficult time for them and for these families to try to sort through all of this. Jerry, this is something that astronauts certainly know about, but I wouldn't say they fear it.
I don't think they fear it. We have confidence. You heard Rick Husband, the commander, talking before he left. He's got confidence in the vehicle. Got confidence in all the great people that make that vehicle go to space. And, it's obviously a tragedy of great, depth here. And, there's a lot of people feeling very badly. I'm sure everybody in the world feels badly.
What does this do to the program, Jerry?
The interesting thing, you flashed up there's a cosmonaut and 2 astronauts on board space station. So you've got a space station up there orbiting that depends upon the shuttle. You have other means. You can use a Soyuz capsule, the Russian capsule, to get there. But, I think exploration and discovery and going out there and pushing the envelope, and that's what the astronauts do every day of their lives up there in space.
Jerry, you mentioned an important point. We have a crew up there, Don Pettit, Ken Bowersox, Russian cosmonaut, whose name is escaping me this moment. I apologize for that. Budarin, I believe. And it is, they, at this point, are sort of not stranded. They have a Soyuz capsule there, which they can take to leave any time. And I guess we should point that out to our viewers. Are you there, Jerry? Okay. All right. let's move on, and we'll think about that point a little bit later. United Space Alliance is the prime contractor for the space shuttle. It's a synthesis of a couple of big aerospace companies, Boeing and Lockheed Martin. USA is the prime contractor, which does the work in getting a space shuttle to orbit and bringing it back and turning it around. A lot of people don't realize that most of the employees at NASA work for contractors, and the NASA civilian force is actually a small part of it. The real work is done, in many respects, by the United Space Alliance. With us on the line now is Jeff Carr, spokesperson for USA. Jeff, are you in Florida?
No, Miles, I'm in Houston near Mission Control.
What can you tell us from your perspective? What have you seen? What have you heard? And do you have any sense of where things are headed right now?
Well, Miles, as frustrating as it may be to your viewers, we really don't know what happened. You've done a great job so far, I think, of laying out the sequence of events, and I was listening to your interview with Jerry Linenger, and I thought he brought some very level perspective to it. But right now, we're working closely with NASA to go back and review all of the data, look for anything that might be a telltale sign of what occurred. Unfortunately, our first indication that anything was wrong with what looked like a picture-perfect reentry this morning came with that loss of communications. And until we do determine what happened, our primary concern is with, of course, the safety and well-being of the crew. And until we know what happened, that's going to continue to be our primary concern.
Jeff, once again, bear with me here, because I don't want to get too far down the road of speculation, but I do want to address this issue because it's out there. This is the piece of debris which fell off on ascent while it was rising to orbit. What can you tell us about what we know about that? As I've been telling our viewers, the sense I got from talking to people at NASA is that they discounted they basically said it wasn't a big deal.
Well, I would take exception with their discounting it, Miles. I think what happened is a lot of very smart people took using good technology, took a good look at the imagery that was available and analyzed that image and basically determined that it was not conclusive.
Jeff, let me interrupt you while you say that. Let's get that image up if we could, that ascent image, the launch image where we see, I believe if you look closely, you can see some debris falling off. Go ahead, Jeff. What was the determination as they looked at it very closely there?
Well, basically, Miles, it was a non-determination. There wasn't any indication, any immediate indication that there was any damage of note. And I think it's really, at this point, much, much too early to begin speculating that there's any linkage between that event and what has occurred this morning. We don't know what the cause is, and it just wouldn't be productive to speculate at this point.
No, and I don't want to do that, and I don't want you to have a sense that that's where I'm headed with this. It's just that this is something that people are aware of, and I wanted to at least get a sense from you as to where it stood and what the feeling was. I mean, the shuttle, in the course of its 113 mission history, has lost tiles before.
That's true, but at this point, we don't even know that there were tiles lost or to what extent they were lost, Miles. And this is one of many, many stones that's going to be overturned. We're going to be looking at every scrap of information and evidence that could help us understand what happened today. That activity is going to be ongoing for days, weeks, maybe months. I don't know. But right now, our primary concern is to determine as best we can what happened and to determine the safety and well-being of the crew. And Miles, before we go too much farther, I really want to say that those of us at United Space Alliance, our hearts go out to the families of the crew members. Their families are our families. We're a very close-knit community, and we want them to know that they're in our thoughts and prayers.
Yeah. And that's worth thinking for a moment about. Tell me this, Jeff. Can you walk me through re-entry and give me just a sense of what the vehicle encounters from the moment it does that deorbit burn all the way down to landing at the Kennedy Space Center?
Well, of course, Miles, the two most intense periods of time during a shuttle mission are the launch and ascent and the entry and landing. The launch and ascent lasts 8.5 minutes. The process of re-entry, an hour. From the time the orbital maneuvering system engines burn to deorbit the vehicle, there's a great deal of energy stored in the vehicle as a result of all the energy it's gained during ascent and that it possesses during the orbit phase. That energy has got to be depleted, and the vehicle basically breaks through the atmosphere by flying wide S-turns and sort of skipping against the atmosphere. It's a brute force operation with a little finesse to manage the loads on the vehicle and the temperatures on the vehicles. And we've never had in the history of the program an issue such as this during entry and landing, but we all know that this is one of the most dynamic phases of any mission.
And the temperatures that a shuttle endures through all this, in excess of 2,000 degrees, correct? Fahrenheit?
I believe that's right.
And so clearly the heat shield is something that is very important and has to be considered. Is there anything else you can tell us about? The term is telemetry. That's basically all those radio signals that feed all those computer screens in Houston. Is there anything in that telemetry that anybody has seen that showed any sorts of hiccups on any other systems that would give anybody any preliminary indications as to what might have been going wrong?
Miles, I was not in the control center this morning, so I can't tell you absolutely that nothing was noticed, but at present there's nothing that's leading us to any conclusions. There are two ways to determine the status of the vehicle during entry and landing, particularly over the continental United States. One of those is the telemetry that's sent from the vehicle to the ground, and the other is ground-based C-band radar tracking information. And unfortunately, we found ourselves in Houston without any indications either way.
Jeff Carr, United Space Alliance spokesperson, joining us from Houston. We appreciate it. We'd like to get back to you whenever you feel it's important. And
Miles, there is one important note
please.
I might add.
Go ahead.
And I very much appreciate your efforts to let folks in East Texas know that any debris that they might encounter out there could be hazardous. There are toxic chemicals aboard the vehicle at that phase of reentry, and as curious as they may be, it's important to their safety to report any debris that they might encounter to the local authorities and stay away from it.
Words to the wise. Please, if you're in earshot and you're in that part of the world, we implore you to listen to that, because that would just compound the tragedy that we're seeing unfold today. Jeff Carr, we'll check in with you in just a bit. Quick recap for you at the bottom of the hour. It's 11:30 Eastern now. 2 hours and 15 minutes ago, we should have seen the shuttle Columbia touch down gracefully for a landing at the 15,000-foot runway at the Kennedy Space Center. Instead, on its 28th flight, the 113th mission in shuttle history, the Space Shuttle Columbia broke up mid-flight over Central and East Texas at an altitude of 200,000 miles plus, in excess of 6 times the speed of sound. The pictures that we've been showing you are dramatically tell the tale from our affiliate WFAA as it broke into numerous large pieces. Those are those bright points followed by distinct trails behind them, sort of like multiple comets or meteorites. Traveling faster than a speeding bullet at that point. A crew of 7 was finishing up a 16-day science mission, which went off pretty much without a hitch. And right now, search and rescue teams are fanning out all across Texas, searching for debris. And as a matter of fact, we have a piece of debris which one of our viewers sent to us from one of the counties there. You'll see it right in the middle. If you see something like this, folks, please don't touch it. Please don't touch it. Just leave it there and try to keep others from touching it. Call the authorities. It's going to be a big debris field over a huge, huge area, multiple pieces, huge area. And in the interest of your own personal safety, you are implored to leave it be. We have with us Suzanne Malveaux, who's at the White House. The president is en route back to the White House. We're expecting, by the way, a news conference from NASA, Kennedy Space Center, and we hope to get that soon. But in the meantime, Suzanne, can you tell us, you've had a chance to talk to some people inside the White House who've had access to the Situation Room and what's going on. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you a senior administration official assures us, and he says, I'm quoting here, there is no reason to believe, no indication that this is terrorism, that they are fully investigating the matter, but a senior administration official reassuring the American people, saying there is no indication that this is terrorism. We did speak with Scott McClelland. He is a White House spokesman. He gave us a TikTok, the details of how this unfolded before the president, that he was notified by Chief of Staff Andy Card immediately after NASA lost contact with the shuttle. Also, Dr. Condi Rice was notified, as well as Vice President Dick Cheney, Secretary of State Colin Powell, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, as well as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Myers. We are told that the president did speak with NASA's Director O'Keefe at 10:30 this morning, that they will continue to remain in contact, but they have had an initial conversation about what is taking place. The decision was made that it would be best that the president return here to the White House to continue to monitor situations. They say that they are still gathering information at this time. We have also learned, as well, is that Governor Ridge, who is now Secretary of Homeland Security, that he has made a number of calls, that he has reached out calling the governor of Texas, Governor Perry, also calling officials from Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, Louisiana, that all regarding possible falling debris, that he wanted to make sure to touch base with all of them to let them know of the dangerous situation. As you know, we've been hearing from NASA officials all morning on that. We have also been told that the White House has been in contact with Israeli officials, not the president, not on that level, but certainly U.S. officials in contact with Israeli officials regarding that the one person who was on the shuttle, an Israeli citizen. All of this unfolding, the president, of course, taking this very seriously, very concerned about it. We are expecting him to arrive back at the White House shortly, where, yes, he will be conferring with his Chief of Staff, Andy Card, Dr. Rice, among others, to monitor this situation. And they're very concerned, and they say that, yes, this is unfolding, but everybody is fully aware of all of the information as it comes in. And again, a senior administration official emphasizing this morning, and I'm quoting here, there is no reason to believe that there is any indication that this is terrorism. Miles.
Suzanne Malveaux, that's worth underscoring. We got to remember the altitude and speed at which the shuttle was traveling at the time of the breakup. 200,000 feet, 6 times the speed of sound. It's pretty hard to conjure up a terrorist or any sort of way of reaching it if terrorism is your thought. But we do have to address that issue in this day and age, so we do. Let's take a quick look at the map. And this is, I've been calling it Central Texas. It's really East Central Texas. As you take a look at the map, this is the area, Palestine, Nacogdoches, St. Augustine. These are the areas where we've been hearing about debris. Now, as the shuttle came in across this way, traveling fast, traveling high, that debris field is apt to be just staggeringly huge. So, and it's also likely that there's an awful lot of small pieces. So we're going to underscore that point one more time. If you see something, don't touch it. Ed Lavandera is right near a piece of debris. He's in Corsicana, Texas, which isn't too far from Dallas. Ed, what are you seeing?
Well, Miles, we are driving along Interstate 45 headed southbound out of Dallas toward the Palestine and Nacogdoches area. And we have come across the first location where we've seen what appears to be some sort of piece of debris that has been smoldering for some time now in a wide open field, brown dirt all over the place. And we see a group of people. We're about the people in this debris is about 300, 400 yards away from the interstate, so it's hard to really make out what exactly is going on over there. But clearly, people walking through this field, and this isn't a field that you would walk through by any means. Protecting that area, a lot of interest, onlookers from the interstate stopping to see what was going on. And Miles, you mentioned just how huge this area is. We've been listening to radio reports throughout the morning as we've been driving. And there are reports coming in from all over East Texas, from Marshall, which is very close to along Interstate 20 near the Louisiana border, all the way down south to Nacogdoches. We're talking several hundred miles in a huge swath of land through East Texas that these reports have been coming in through. So this is the first little piece of debris that we've been able to see. And as we continue to drive toward Palestine, we've had indications that there are more reports and more debris that has been found from Palestine into the Nacogdoches area as well. Miles?
Ed, just can you describe the piece for me? Are you close enough to have a sense of that?
No, it's so hard to see. you can tell that it was a dark piece of debris, and unfortunately, that's why I was describing the dirt. It's very dark dirt, soil in this area. So all you could see was something kind of sitting on top of the soil there, some piece of debris, and it's hard to describe what it might have been. But it was distinguished because you could see the smoke coming from the debris as well, and you could also see a group of about 6 or 7 people in the distance, almost guarding the area.
Ed Lavandera, who is on the road in the midst of that debris field. We conducted some extensive interviews with the 7-person crew of Columbia before they left, and I'd like to, hopeful that we can share some of that throughout the course of this. And I believe we have some more of that ready. I don't know who we have ready in the queue and ready to go. Maybe you can give me a sense of that in the control room. All right, Willie McCool. Willie McCool was the pilot, first-time flyer, United States Navy, and a commander in the Navy, used to carrier landings and flying the EA-6B. Here's what he had to say before he left.
For me, it doesn't really affect me because I'm just so focused on the mission and the training. And gosh, I got a Navy background. I've been flying off carriers and doing night landings and dealt with pitching decks in bad weather. So you just kind of get immuneness in a sense to the environment around you, and you deal with it. And that's pretty much my attitude with regard to the 9/11 events. And I guess I have more concern maybe for my family. I just want to do everything I can to put them at ease. And I know that NASA has done a wonderful job in coping with the necessity for new security measures, and I think they've done a good job in doing that and have given comfort to me and my crewmates, and in particular our families along those lines.
Tremendous concerns about security before this mission launched because of one occupant in particular. I mean, every shuttle mission since 9/11 has had added security, just like everything else we've encountered in our lives since 9/11. But in this mission in particular, one occupant put the security measures really over the top, unprecedented in the history of NASA's shuttle missions, 113 of them since it began in April of '81. The reason, one occupant, citizen of Israel, the first Israel ever to fly in space, Colonel Ilan Ramon. And really, I don't think people here in the United States are as aware that he was a true hero of the state of Israel. Let's go to Heidi Collins, who has more on that.
Thanks, Miles. Going to try to help you out a little bit here. We want to tell you about Ilan Ramon. As Miles was just saying, he was the first Israeli astronaut, 48 years old, and just as tragically as for the rest of the astronauts who had family, he was a family man, a father, a husband, and 4 children. And the Israeli embassy has now sent a small team to Florida to be with Ramon's wife and her children, and also his parents are there as well. As you can imagine, the feelings that they must have, along with the other families standing by at Kennedy Space Center awaiting the arrival and the landing of the shuttle Columbia. We are going to go now to Kelly Wallace, who is standing by in Israel to tell us a little bit more about the background of Ilan Ramon. Kelly?
Well, Heidi, as you can imagine, tremendous sadness going through the entire country of Israel as these events are unfolding. We do have some reaction from Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, his office issuing a statement a short time ago. The statement saying, quote, "The government of Israel and the people of Israel pray together with the whole world for the safety of the astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia." The statement going on to say the state of Israel and its citizens stand at this difficult hour with the families of the astronauts, Colonel Ramon's family, the American people, and the U.S. government. As you said, Heidi, a small team from the U.S. Embassy in Washington going to Florida because that is where Colonel Ramon's wife and his 4 children are. They were there, of course, awaiting the return of the Space Shuttle Columbia. We know that Colonel Ramon's father, though, here in Israel, in fact, he was watching or was at an Israeli television station. We understand he was there to watch the events unfold, to watch the return of the space shuttle, and then, of course, he watched the events on television. We believe Colonel Ramon's father has since left that station to return to his family. Now, Colonel Ramon, really the pride of Israel, an Air Force colonel with more than 3,000 flight hours. He has a distinguished career. He served in the 1973 Yom Kippur War. He also was part of the mission back in 1981, a mission to bomb a nuclear reactor in Iraq. We have colleagues going around Israel talking to people here. As you can imagine, tremendous shock on the people, from the people of Israel on this night.
We're a very depressed country at the moment with the impending war in Iraq, the Intifada, the political problems that we have. I think this is going to hit Israelis quite hard because it's very personal.
Yeah.
The wife has been interviewed. We know that the kids are known in their classes and in schools. It's very personal. It's a very personal loss for everybody. I'm very upset.
A very personal loss, Heidi, indeed, because, you know, when Colonel Ramon took off on the Space Shuttle Columbia, it was front page news in every Israeli newspaper, live coverage on every Israeli television station. This, after all, the first Israeli astronaut in space. But also put this in context. This is a country experiencing a great deal of violence. More than 2 years now of this second intifada against Israel, more than 80 suicide bombings, tremendous violence. The economy really in a devastating situation right now. So lots of bad news. A lot of people looked at Colonel Ramon and his mission as some good news, really in a sea of very difficult times. Back to you, Heidi.
That's right, Kelly, and obviously Colonel Ramon, lots and lots of experience to finally get to this day, which is seen amongst the flying world as quite an honor to become an astronaut. It takes very, very hard work and a lot of hours. He was an F-16 pilot, more than 1,000 hours in that plane that we are familiar with, of course, in this country. He also took place in the 1981 bombing of a nuclear reactor in Iraq. So once again, payload specialist on this mission, 48 years old. Father of 4, and obviously a devoted husband. I want to go ahead and go now to another reporter that we have standing by at the Kennedy Space Center, Grayson Calm of Central Florida News, standing by to tell us more about the situation there. Grayson?
Hi, we were expecting a press conference with the media representatives here at the Kennedy Space Center. We've actually been moved from the shuttle landing facility to the central part of the Kennedy Space Center at the media site. We were expecting a press conference at 11:30. That has come and gone. We are told now that NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe is on his way here. As soon as the head of NASA gets here, they say that's when they will hold a press conference and give us any more information than they have been giving us. Even though we are right here with all of the press people who are coordinating all this, we know a little more than you guys have heard there in Atlanta and everywhere else. It has just been a day of trying to piece together information ever since we waited for the shuttle to land and it never came. So right now, you go into the media center and you've got people on 2 different cell phones and a regular phone trying to coordinate this, trying to bring it all together to give us some idea of the latest information of what they have. But right now, it's been very sketchy.
All right, Grayson Calm, thanks so very much for the update from Kennedy Space Center. Too, we want to make sure that we remind you about something that Miles O'Brien has been talking about all morning long. Very, very important for the people in the debris field, which, as we've mentioned, is absolutely huge across Central and East Texas. There are 2 chemicals, 2 main propellants that may cause a serious danger if you get anywhere near them. Let me just tell you what they are: nitrogen tetroxide and monomethyl hydrazine. These are very, very dangerous materials to the touch even. So if you are curious, if you are seeing a piece of debris on your land or on your property, do your very, very best to stay absolutely as far away from it as possible. Report it to authorities and make sure that you do err on the side of caution from this. We're going to send it back over to Miles O'Brien now, who's standing by to tell us what he knows. Miles.
Thanks very much, Heidi. Appreciate that. Probably can't underscore that point enough for you. It would just compound a terrible tragedy if somebody were to be burned or disfigured in some way by hydrazine, which is in particular very, very volatile, ultimately cancer-causing substance. And both that and the nitrogen tetroxide can burn you just to touch it. So don't do it. Just stay away from it and help the authorities in all this by letting them know where it is. We have with us on the phone line Michael Vaughn, and Michael was in charge of this. He's actually with us live. He was in charge of the Situation Room back 17 years ago this past week, when on the day of what should have been the State of the Union, the Challenger exploded a little more than a minute after liftoff. Anybody who was around then remembers that harrowing day, the decision to actually cancel the State of the Union address that night by Ronald Reagan. Michael Vaughn was there. Tell us, if you could give us a sense, sort of paint the scene for us in the Situation Room at times like this.
Well, it comes as a shock to the duty officers, just as it is a shock to people at home. When I was there sitting at my desk watching the Challenger lift off and saw it explode, it was an extraordinary shock. And the first thing I did was ran upstairs and tell people about it, and that's probably what they did today as they heard about it. In 1986, CNN wasn't quite so nimble as it is now, and we actually had to make phone calls to find out what was going on. And we called the Johnson Spacecraft Center and the Kennedy Spacecraft Center. And the emphasis at that time...
You know, I've got to interrupt you just briefly, sure, Michael, because we're not making clear what we're seeing right at the screen. That is file tape from 17 years ago. Yes. That's Challenger. That has nothing to do with today's events. Okay, go ahead.
Today's events, quite similar to then. The first thing the Situation Room does, and its primary duty is the President's Alert Center, is to find out what happened and tell people about it. With us, it was quite easy because they were upstairs. With them, they had to make telephone calls to presidents at Camp David. But since it's a domestic issue, they call both the White House staff as well as their boss, the National Security Advisor, and let them know that something has happened. After that, the emphasis is what happened and are there any survivors. In both cases, it's hard to believe that there were any survivors, but that's what first comes to people's minds.
And give us a sense, I guess what might be different this time around, 17 years after Challenger, what might be different is the specter of terrorism. Certainly terrorism existed back then, but it wasn't on the forefront of our minds as it is today.
Absolutely. In fact, they probably have that right on top of their checklist. Any time anything happens, is there a connection to terrorism? And if so, how can I find out about it? Because people will start asking those questions. Absolutely. And that's what makes everything different today than it was then.
Take us through those hours, though. I'm sure it's all a bit of a blur to you. And the response and the confusion which inevitably follows something like this.
Let me tell you a little bit about what happened in 1986 and then shift it over to today, and because there's quite a few parallels. At that time, shuttle liftoffs were routine. The networks didn't cover them. You didn't see Walter Cronkite anymore at the beach. But CNN was there, and we were in the sit room watching the liftoff and saw the explosion. And the Situation Room is really geared towards international events, but clearly certain domestic things require their attention. So I ran upstairs from my office in the sit room and broke the basic protocol of White House behavior. I opened doors without being asked to enter, or opened doors without an appointment. And I started with John Poindexter, the National Security Advisor, and I just stuck my head and said, the Challengers exploded. We don't know what happened. And I went then next to...
Michael Vaughn, stand by 1 second. We got a dispatch from James Hartsfield in Houston.
Sure.
Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. That statement will be broadcast on NASA television live, again beginning at noon Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. A media statement by NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe. A space shuttle contingency has been declared in mission control. Flight controllers continue to secure information and data and all notes pertinent to Columbia's descent from orbit this morning. Communications with Columbia were lost at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time as Columbia flew above north central Texas at an altitude of approximately 200,000 feet and a speed of 12,500 miles per hour. Mission Control had no further communications or tracking with Columbia following that time. Search and rescue teams in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and in portions of East Texas and along Columbia's planned route toward the Kennedy Space Center have been alerted to the space shuttle contingency and are actively at work. The location of any possible debris should be immediately reported to local authorities who will be in contact with NASA and Air Force search and rescue personnel. Any debris that is located may be hazardous and should be avoided due to the toxic propellants used on board the space shuttle. Again, a press statement and availability by NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe.
All right,
is scheduled.
we've been listening to James Hartsfield, Public Affairs Officer in Houston. He's sitting in one of those consoles there. I don't know if you noticed during that shot, there were a lot of boxes, look like moving boxes. One of the things that is part of the protocol here is to gather your notes, gather all your documents, all your data. All of that is sealed up, put in boxes, and ultimately will be the focus of a commission that will look into exactly what's going on here. But you see the various positions. They're picking up notebooks and documents. Preserving data is the key here. Capturing what's on the screens, printing out notes in order to capture exactly what happened in those final minutes of the Space Shuttle Columbia. 1 p.m. Eastern, Sean O'Keefe, the administrator of NASA, a little more than a year into his job, will address the nation from the Kennedy Space Center. We, of course, will bring that to you live. Okay. I guess, given what we've been reporting to you and showing you all day, what I'm about to tell you is perhaps obvious, but what senior officials are telling us is confirming what we've seen, which is that the shuttle is, quote, gone. Let's leave that at that. Michael Vaughn, we were talking about the confusion and what happens in the hours subsequent to these kinds of things and how the government pulls itself together. Take us inside that once again.
As I was mentioning to you, I simply ran upstairs when the Challenger exploded and threw open the doors and told people, went from Poindexter to Vice President Bush to Don Regan, the Chief of Staff, and then we all ended up in the Oval Office, watching CNN run those pictures of the Challenger explosion over and over again, just as you've done today with this shuttle. Then it was a question of finding out what happened, and it's a matter of getting on the telephone and finding out from NASA what they thought had happened. Did they know anything about survivors? What caused it, all that sort of thing. And there was just an incessant stream of questions from upstairs about all of this, and what we tried to do was gather that information as fast as we could. The same thing happened today. The duty officers probably saw it first on the news, heard about it from NASA, and immediately notified people right up the chain, and immediately started making telephone calls to find out what had happened. In the case with any crisis, a bolt from the blue, the government's the first action you have to take is get everybody up to speed on what happened, so everyone has the same level of information. What happened, where did it occur, that sort of thing, and then go from there. With respect to NASA, it's just a question of getting on the phone. With other kinds of crises, you have to call upon many, many sources of information to get that information.
Michael, if you could tell us then, just recounting, when it became, I think we probably, as you put it, CNN's a bit more nimble now. I think we have a clearer indication earlier on. It was many, many hours, as I recall, after the Challenger explosion before we really had a sense of what happened.
It was. Time is more compressed now. What I did was I invited the administrator of NASA to come over to my office and use it as his command center, because the rest of the government didn't have those facilities as they do now. And he came over and we helped him draft some statements and make telephone calls. And we got Johnson and Kennedy spacecraft centers on a speaker box on the telephone, and they relayed real-time information to us as they acquired it. And then we would pass it upstairs.
Michael Vaughn, formerly in the Situation Room, and who happened to be there on January 28th, 1986, the day the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded some 70 seconds after leaving the launch pad there, killing all 7 crew members in that case. 17 years ago this past week. Let's get Cliff Johnson on the line. Cliff Johnson is an assistant to the governor of Texas, Rick Perry. Cliff, what can you tell us about the effort to preserve the debris field and perhaps more importantly, keep people away from any debris?
Well, we're watching the debris field. Evidently, this went from Navarro County, Corsicana, through Anderson County, Palestine, over to Cherokee County, through Nacogdoches County over to San Augustine County. We have about 20, 25 pieces of debris field. The biggest that I've been reported is anywhere from 3 to 4 foot square. We've had a few calls in on some small fires, nothing that couldn't be controlled. We have some folks reporting the smell of some kind of propellant. And so we're telling everybody to be very, very careful. We're securing all those sites. And we have the local fire department, local DPS, state troopers, the sheriff's office, and the police department. Everybody is securing these sites, and we're building a list of those sites in the Palestine, the county seat of Anderson County, and the Anderson County Sheriff's Office as we speak.
How big a debris field, Cliff, have you been able to sort of pinpoint?
Well, from what we can tell, it runs all the way from the northwest to the southeast through starting in primarily at I-45 at Corsicana and Navarre County, all the way through Anderson County, all the way over to the Louisiana border. We're getting reports that maybe Nacogdoches County and San Augustine County took the brunt of it.
And I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with Texas geography to get a sense of how many miles it is. From I-45 to the border is what?
Well, I would guess as a crow flies, probably anywhere from 120 to 150 miles. We're 60 miles from Nacogdoches, from Palestine, and we're about 60 miles to Corsicana going back to the west. So you're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 120 to 150 miles from Corsicana probably to the Louisiana border.
Okay, huge area. And do we have any reports of injuries on the ground, either from impact or from people who pick something up that is toxic?
None. We have no reports of injuries whatsoever.
All right. Cliff Johnson, let's hope it stays just that way. Cliff Johnson is an assistant to the governor, Rick Perry, in the great state of Texas, where they have a huge, huge debris field. We're talking about an area that spans 120 miles. Let's bring people up to date at the noon hour Eastern time. We should have been, at this point, showing you about a 20 or 30-second clip of the Space Shuttle Columbia landing about 9:15 a.m. Eastern time. That's when it should have touched down gently at the Kennedy Space Center, the 3-mile-long runway there. Instead, we've been showing you this, which is the final moments of the Space Shuttle Columbia. The old gray lady of the shuttle fleet, as some call it, perhaps not indicative of its condition, however, as it broke up over north-central Texas, altitude of 200,000 feet at some 12,500 miles an hour, faster than a speeding bullet, quite literally. Mission Control lost contact with the orbiter about 15 or 16 minutes prior to its anticipated landing. Now, the landing scenario begins literally over the Indian Ocean with a deorbit burn. It's an incredible glider ride, braking glider ride, all the way halfway around the planet to the Kennedy Space Center. Tremendous stresses induced on the orbiter as it bleeds off speed and trades speed for heat, quite frankly. 20,000 tiles are on the outside of a space shuttle in order to protect its aluminum frame from that heat in excess of 2,000 degrees, well beyond the melting point of aluminum. 7-person crew was on board, commanded by Rick Husband, a colonel in the United States Air Force, on his second flight, his first as commander. There's the remainder of the crew. If you put in the telestrator, I'll help people see who's who. And there's Rick Husband there. His pilot was on his first flight, and he was a commander of the United States Navy, William Willie McCool. Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli ever to fly in space. And I'm listening to NASA for just a moment. He's repeating that we're going to get a news conference at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Michael Anderson, mission specialist who was on his second flight. He flew to the space station Mir in 1998. Keplan Chawla, who was born in India and is a naturalized American, and for fun flew gliders, and flew also before in 1997, operating the robot arm of the shuttle for a experimental scientific mission. Laurel Clark, she was on her first flight, selected by NASA in 1996, PhD, hailing from Racine, Wisconsin. And finally, David Brown, who was selected by NASA in the same astronaut class, also on his first flight, captain of the United States Navy. They conducted a successful 16-day science mission and did everything they set out to do, by all accounts. And everything, they had a few problems, but every mission has a few problems. Humidifier kind of acted up. Some of the experiments gave them fits, but essentially had a very successful 16-day science run, covering all manner of life sciences and physical properties and protein crystal growth and everything from that to looking at how dust storms impact global warming was a part of this mission. Let's go back to the White House. Suzanne Malveaux is there. The president is due to arrive any minute now, might be there now. Suzanne, what do you have for us?
We are expecting the president to arrive momentarily at the Southwest Gate by motorcade. As you know, the president returning from his weekend planned at Camp David. He heard the news, we are told, shortly after NASA had lost contact with the shuttle. He was immediately notified by his chief of staff, Andy Card. We're also told that the vice president, as well as Secretary of State Colin Powell, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, was also notified at that time. We were told the president made a call that he has talked to the director of NASA, Sean O'Keefe, at 10:30 this morning, and that U.S. officials have been in contact with Israeli officials about this tragedy. We expect, sources tell us, that the president will be calling Prime Minister Ariel Sharon later in the day. Right now, what is happening is that the aides are behind closed doors. They're debating on just how the president will address the country. We have been told that he will not formally address the nation until after NASA formally gives its presentation, and then the president will speak, we are told. But as you can imagine, Miles, really quite a tragic situation. We saw early this morning people who immediately after they found out back here at the White House, Dr. Rice, as well as other staffers getting the news firsthand, of course, monitoring the situation. This a big tragedy for the country as well as for this administration, already dealing with the situation in Iraq as well as 9/11. Quite a shock to many people here at the White House. Miles?
Sure. All right, Suzanne Malveaux, thank you very much. We will be checking in at the White House frequently all throughout the rest of this afternoon. We're told we're going to hear from the NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe first, and then the President will make some sort of address to the nation. We got to remind you about the debris, and I apologize to those of you who have been watching for some length of time if this is very repetitive and irrelevant if you don't live in this part of the world, but it's worth mentioning repeatedly. If you see what you're seeing right here at this parking lot, that's a shot from one of our viewers. That's a piece of Columbia's debris. Don't touch it. It's the shuttle is just a witch's brew of toxic chemicals. After it lands, the folks who first approached the orbiter are wearing full respirator devices because there's so many gases which come off of it, which might cause you immediate and long-term health effects. We're talking about monomethylhydrazine, nitrogen tetroxide primarily, two very volatile chemicals. They are, after all, designed to create explosions spontaneously, spontaneous combustion, when the two meet. That's what allows the shuttle to maneuver when it's in orbit and when it's in the higher altitudes. All right, we're going to show you something that's kind of raw video coming in. This is some video which comes to us. It's amateur video of what we've been showing you through the good graces of WFAA all day. There you see it. Well, we'll try to get that together for you. And as soon as we get it queued up, we'll... but I just want to underscore the point. If you see it, please don't touch it. Notify the authorities and let them know where it is. It's important that they get a hold of all this debris because that'll ultimately be a part of the investigation. But really more important, it's in your own best interest not to touch it because it can really cause you some harm. As we try to get that tape together, I want to tell you a little bit about Ilan Ramon. Ilan Ramon, who you see in the far right of this picture here, you see the flag of Israel behind him. First Israeli to fly in space, an absolute hero of the Jewish state, and decorated fighter pilot who actually helped take out Saddam Hussein's nuclear facility in the mid-'80s in Iraq, among other things. Flew in space, the son of a Holocaust survivor who really saw his mission as a manifestation of things to come, of a better day for the Middle East. It might sound a little bit Pollyanna, but he saw this as a way of bringing some hope to his nation and perhaps to his whole region. One of the experiments which he was charged with was to look at the very building blocks of the universe and how micrometeors might have carried the seeds of life from planet to planet. perhaps seeding the solar system with life, if you will. But what's perhaps most interesting about that experiment is the two principal scientists on it were an Israeli and a Palestinian. And it proved that, at least in this case, the high frontier was one place where people who don't get along can find a way to get along. Let's listen to what Ilan Ramon had to say to us before he left.
You're flying some special things with you to space. Can you tell me a little bit about those?
Yes, I fly with me, first of all, I fly with me the Israeli emblem, which I asked for from the President of Israel. And he sent me an Israeli flag. Actually, it's an Israeli emblem. I also fly a very special drawing of Peter Ginz, who was a boy, 13, 14 year old boy in Theresienstadt, one of the camps. And he and a group of other kids there were writing their own paper in the camp. And they were transferring this paper from one to another to read it. And Peter was a very, very talented guy, a boy actually. He was interested in science and in writing and in painting. And he drew at that time, as he visioned, Earth would look like from the moon. And I'm taking his drawing made it after the war, and they are now in the Museum of Yad Vashem in Jerusalem. And they were and gave me this picture, this drawing, and I will take it with me.
Ilan Ramon, a member of the crew of the Space Shuttle Columbia, lost above Texas today, right about 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Let's continue our discussion of Ilan Ramon, who is a bona fide hero of the state of Israel. For that, we turn to Kelly Wallace, who joins us from Jerusalem. Kelly?
Miles, as we've been saying throughout the day, tremendous sadness throughout this country, throughout the government, also every day Israelis reacting. Also, Colonel Ramon's family speaking out. His sister-in-law doing an interview with Israeli television a short time ago. She said, quote, "I know that he would want to be remembered as the first Israeli astronaut. He was elated with joy." Also, Colonel Ramon's brother did an interview. He said that he had spoken to Colonel Ramon's wife. They talked about how this was a big tragedy. He also said how everyone was so euphoric, how this was really a dream come true, and obviously now the entire family dealing with the unthinkable. The Prime Minister himself, Ariel Sharon, his office, has issued a statement. The Prime Minister has been watching events, we are told, on television from his farm in southern Israel. In that statement, the Prime Minister's office saying, quote, "The government of Israel and the people of Israel pray together with the whole world for the safety of the astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia." The statement going on to say the state of Israel and its citizens stand at this difficult hour with the families of the astronauts, Colonel Ramon's family, the American people, and the U.S. government, with a joint prayer to God, the Creator, that the astronauts will return safely to their homes. Now, we do know that the U.S. Embassy in Washington, or rather the Israeli Embassy in Washington, has dispatched a team to Florida to be with Colonel Ramon's wife and his 4 children who were there to watch the return of the space shuttle. We also know that the Israeli ambassador to the United States, Danny Ayalon, spoke earlier in the day with the director of NASA, Sean O'Keefe, and a spokesman in Washington for the Israeli embassy, saying this is a tragedy both for the Israeli people and the American people. Throughout the day, our colleagues have been talking to people on the streets of Israel. You can imagine tremendous sadness. One woman telling my colleague, quote, "He was the first astronaut to observe Shabbat in space. It was a beautiful experience for Jewish people, something the Jewish people could be very proud of." We've been talking throughout the day about the context, this coming really as the Israeli people have been dealing with more than 2 years of violence in this second Palestinian intifada against Israel. And Miles, I can tell you I was here when Colonel Ramon took off on the space shuttle, and we watched the coverage. Front page news in every newspaper, live coverage on every Israeli television station, a sense of joy, a sense of happiness, and many reporters. Miles, let me toss back to you now for the latest.
Kelly Wallace, thank you very much. And really, the kind of attention and excitement that about the mission, which I guess we've lost Kelly. Can we continue the discussion with her, with Kelly? All right, we'll check in with Kelly in just a moment. But the point I was going to try to make is that for many of us here in the United States, for many people who don't follow the space program closely, the whole event of a space shuttle mission, this after all was the 113th mission, become on the order of routine or seemingly routine. We can tell you it wasn't. It wasn't, and anybody who knows anything or took the time to learn about it would tell you that this was an experimental vehicle right on the edge of human capability. We have another view of this, and we've been showing you that view from our affiliate WFAA, which clearly shows an in-flight breakup. There's no doubt about that. The cause is another matter entirely. This is amateur video, which was shot out of Lafayette, Louisiana, from Rob Perillo. Rob is on the line with us. Rob, what did you see and hear?
Well, Miles, I'm a meteorologist. I work for the CBS affiliate in Lafayette, Louisiana. I always tell our viewers, go out, take a look at the shuttle when it comes in. When it doesn't fly space station missions, and normally we can see the shuttle coming across southern Louisiana, and there what you see is a little bit of a different angle of the video that you saw out of WFAA a little bit earlier this morning. I went out to view this shuttle and took off a telescopic lens and went straight out of the video recorder, and you can see again, looks like some of the debris there taking a little bit of a right-hand turn, some of it continuing on. Basically, and after that, we normally would hear the sonic boom, and instead of one singular sonic boom, I heard probably on the order of 5 or 6 smaller sonic booms that were stretched out over about a 10-second time frame.
Well, Rob, that clearly, if you're a shuttle watcher and you look at that, which once again I've been hearkening back to the Mir re-entry, which we brought you a year and a half or so ago. The fact that you saw 5 pieces and heard 5 sonic booms, did you realize immediately there was trouble?
Yeah, I knew immediately, and it's a good thing that you guys probably didn't take the audio part of that tape. I had the NASA website on my broadband computer here, and I ran into the house and heard nothing but silence for the next 10 minutes, and I knew right then and there something was wrong.
Like shooting it down.
Rob Perillo, can you just give me a sense of your thoughts as you witnessed this?
Well, I had the same feeling. I remember the Challenger accident. I was working at an aviation company at the time, and the utter shock of and unbelievability of the initial moment. I had gotten my wife up and my daughter, my 9-year-old, to go outside and take a look at this, and the astonishment that you feel right offhand is indescribable, and you know immediately that when you see multiple pieces of debris flying that it's not a good situation. We knew what we were looking at as the system was coming in. It looked good. We normally see it when it's between Dallas and San Antonio. That's where I picked it up. And then where you see that debris was more than likely very close to the Texas-Louisiana border.
Mr. Perillo, thank you for sharing that tape with us. We do appreciate it, because what that shows us is the time immediately after the WFAA tape, the shuttle moving from west to east, Mach 16 or so. Obviously, they're very quickly thereafter, but it definitely shows that distinct pattern. Multiple targets is the technical term, big pieces, multiple sonic booms, quite clear. We're talking about an in-flight breakup. Where are we headed now? All right, here we go. This is a live picture from our affiliate KDFW out of Dallas-Fort Worth. You're looking at a piece of debris. Space Shuttle Columbia. We're told the debris field extends 120 miles or so. When you're traveling that fast, that high, that's to be expected. Of course, some pieces lighter than others. Some pieces have aerodynamic qualities. They'll flutter down. Others will travel down very quickly. It's impossible to make out what that is, except to tell you it's because it is dark. It is probably something to do with the the underbelly, the portions of the shuttle that has those dark tiles. There are 20,000 tiles in all on a space shuttle. I've actually scaled back the number a little bit, but tens of thousands anyhow. The black ones on the bottom are designed to handle more significant heat loads. The whiter tiles, which are more on the top and sides where the heat is not as much of an issue, are designed to handle to shed less heat, put it that way. Live pictures, KDFW, and I don't know exactly where that is, but I'll just tell you that it's obviously in that swath of Texas from I-45 all the way to the Louisiana border. Let's send it over to Heidi Collins. Heidi?
Thanks, Miles. We are going to be seeing many more pictures like that because that debris field is so very large. We want to take a minute now, though, to talk more about the astronauts. Of course, we are all mourning the loss of each and every one of those 7 astronauts today. 6 Americans on board, 1 non-American. That non-American is Israeli Air Force Colonel Ilan Ramon. He was a payload specialist, 48 years old, married and father of 4. We've been talking about him a lot today because of the special attention that went to him for being the very first Israeli astronaut. And as Kelly Wallace has been reporting, certainly during a time of unrest and tragedy in that country already, he was a symbol of hope and had hoped very much to bring that to his family and his countrymen in Israel. Let's go ahead to Judy Woodruff now. She's standing by in Washington, D.C. to tell us even more about Colonel Ramon. Judy?
Thank you, Heidi. We are in Washington, as you said, and with me now is the Israeli ambassador to the United States, Daniel Ayalon. Mr. Ambassador, how did you find out about this morning?
Well, first of all, I heard it from the news, and then Sean O'Keefe, Mr. Sean O'Keefe, the administrator of NASA, was kind enough to call and give me an update. And this is a big tragedy for the United States, for Israel, and mainly for the families. And this is where we are headed now, to be with the family and to help in any way we can.
You're flying in a few minutes, or a few minutes from now, to where? Where will you go?
We're going to go to the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral in Florida. This is where the family is being flown to. They were waiting for the landing in Houston.
They were in Houston waiting.
They were in Houston waiting. So right now they're being flown by NASA. We will go there, we will meet with them, and we will try to give them as much comfort as possible.
You told me a moment ago that you had just met Mr. Ramon, 2 weeks ago, just 2 weeks ago, before the shuttle flight took off.
Yes, this was on the day of the launch. This was a very special day for Israel, for Israeli-U.S. relations. And I think from a very human perspective, the special story of Ilan Ramon, who is the son of a survivor, who took with him to space, as he mentioned here before, a drawing of Peter Gintz, a 14-year-old Jewish boy who perished in the Holocaust. And before his death, he was drawing the Earth as he imagined from space. This picture, this drawing, went with Ilan on board and stayed with him till the end.
What did it mean for the people of Israel, of your country, to have an astronaut going into space on a shuttle for the first time from Israel?
Well, there was very special significance. First of all, we are very proud of our technological advance and prowess, so this was also a testament to Israel's position in high tech and excellence and progress. And of course, every endeavor that we do with the United States, we're very much proud of. So it was also a testament to the strength of the relationship between the U.S. and America, and Israel. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and we have a special bond. And we took it into another dimension up in space. And of course, the special story of Ilan Ramon. And just think that in 2 generations, when we were at the lowest ebb, on verge of demise in the Holocaust, and in 2 generations, we were soaring up to excellence and to the state of the art. So this was very, very significant.
Tell us a little bit more about Colonel Ramon. As you said, as I understand, both his parents were survivors of the concentration. His mother was a survivor of the concentration camp. He had fought in 2 wars for Israel.
Yes, he was a
fighter pilot.
Right.
And went on 7 or 8 years ago to say, I may have a career as an astronaut.
Yes, he did. That was his I guess, calling. And of course, in our context with the United States, with the administration, and we thought of new areas of cooperation The natural one was to look up into space. We have been cooperating in so many areas here on Earth, so there was only to look up to extend the cooperation and friendship between our two countries. That was a natural thing to do. And Ilan Ramon was the natural Israeli astronaut to send. He was the prepared mentally and, of course, professionally. He was the best we could offer.
What about his family? He had 4 children, yes, a wife. They've been living with him in the United States. They obviously have extended family in Israel. This has to be unimaginable.
Yes, it is. His father came specially. The training was, Judy, for more than 2 years. So he came here with the family, and they were very well integrated into the Houston community. They went, his kids, he has 4 kids, as you mentioned, they went to school there in Houston, and his wife was very much a member of the community there. They really enjoyed, I talked to his wife, they really enjoyed life in Houston, and being with the astronauts, being with the Americans, it was a very special experience for them.
And now, Ambassador Ayalon, you're headed to Cape Canaveral for what is going to be a very difficult, very, very difficult time with them. We do so appreciate your coming in. Ambassador Daniel Ayalon from Israel to the United States, about to fly, as he said, to Cape Canaveral to join the family of astronaut Ilan Ramon, the Israeli astronaut on board the shuttle Columbia. Once again, we're waiting for a press conference, at NASA press conference. That's at 1 o'clock Eastern. As we leave you, the flag at the White House at half-staff. Miles, back to you.
Need a name. Name? Look. I think that picture tells us a lot right there. Looking at the White House flag at half-staff as the nation begins a period of mourning and assessment and discussion in the wake of a terrible tragedy as good people lose their lives doing what they love and pushing the boundaries of space exploration. Let's bring in the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Dan Gilman. Ambassador Gilman, on behalf of the people of America, we offer our condolences to the people of Israel on this moment.
I can't hear him.
Apparently he cannot hear us, so we'll... can you hear us now, Mr. Ambassador? No, nope. He's unable to hear us. Let me show you something that is rather dramatic. One of our engineers here, who is a pilot as well as I am, we talk about these kinds of things a lot, pulled up the weather radar for the Shreveport, Louisiana area, and that is the wreckage of the shuttle Columbia coming through, reacting to the radar, which detects heat and motion, and that green area is just kind of the ground clutter from Shreveport. But what you're seeing, that red scar there, is the final remnants of the space shuttle Columbia before it fell to Earth. There's Alexandria, Monroe, Shreveport, Tyler, Texas, right in the border. We've been told the debris field extends right to the border of Louisiana. I suspect there's some places in Louisiana right now where there are pieces of debris. We haven't heard from as many people from there, but the word to them is the same as the word to the people of Texas, which is stay away from it. Call the authorities, but stay away from it. Let's go now back to the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Dan Gilman. Mr. Ambassador, good to have you with us. And what I said before was on behalf of the people of America, we'd like to extend our condolences to the people of Israel. And just wanted to get your thoughts right now of Ilan Ramon and what he signified to your country.
Well, thank you. And I would like to express also the condolences of the Israeli people, although I'm still clinging to some sliver of hope that maybe our prayers will come true. Our prayers and thoughts and hearts are with the American people and with Ilan Ramon's family on this very, very difficult day. This is a very special day for us. This was meant to be a very special day for us because this cooperation really demonstrated the true bond between Israel and the United States. Two brave and free countries, two great democracies sharing together in this quest to explore and to excel. And Ilan Ramon to us was not just a pilot or an astronaut, he was a symbol. He was a symbol of excellence and freedom at a time when Israel is undergoing one of the most difficult periods in his life. And I can tell you that he became a national hero just by going into space with his American colleagues. I spoke to the Prime Minister last night, and he was really anxiously awaiting Ilan Ramon's return. I spoke to many friends in Israel today, and the devastation and the horror and the grief are just unimaginable, because it was a ray of hope, and it was a ray of something good happening in the midst of two very, very difficult years in which Israel is facing terrorism and some of the most ugly and vicious and brutal manifestations of human behavior ever before witnessed. And the fact that Ilan Ramon, the son of Holocaust survivors, actually went up there with his American colleagues, forging this bond and really saying to everybody that at the end of the day, good prevails over evil, and that we shall all prevail over the evil surrounding us, brought us a lot of hope and a lot of elation. And because of that, the feelings today are of such devastation and such real sadness.
It's hard to imagine how profound the sadness must be, given especially. Can you still hear me, Mr. Ambassador? I'm afraid we've lost communication with him once again. We'll leave it at that. All right. We've been hearing all morning from a lot of people across a wide swath of central, northern, eastern part of Texas who have seen things and have actually found some wreckage, which we invite you to stay away from. Linda Steen or Steed? Linda Steed is on the line with us now. Linda, what did you see and hear this morning?
Well, we got up to watch the shuttle come over, and about 2 minutes after 8, we saw it on the western horizon. And when it got nearer, we could see flecks or pieces of something coming off of it, because we thought it was just the afterburners or something. But when it got directly overhead, you could see more things coming off the back of it, but we still didn't realize what was happening. And then we heard the racket, the sound, after it passed by us. Just reverberated and reverberated for several minutes, like an earthquake or something. But that's basically it. I guess we saw it as it was breaking up, though we didn't realize it at the time.
Linda, describe that racket a little better for us, if you could. What did it sound like?
Well, it started out like a heavy thunder and a rolling thunder sound, and then the dogs started barking and the chickens started crowing and everything. Just a real weird sound, and then got shook the earth. That was kind of it, kind of like a really heavy thunder.
Did you see anything out your window then, or did you just hear it? I mean, you were watching it.
I was standing outside. Yes, I was standing outside. We saw it.
Describe it then. Describe exactly what it looked like.
Well, coming toward us, we could see the sun glinting off of it, and we could see like shiny pieces in behind it that we thought was, like I said, afterburner. But all the time it came directly overhead, we could still see these pieces from behind. But there was a main part of it that seemed to be intact as it came overhead.
Yeah. Linda Steed, have you heard about reports, or have you seen any of the debris?
Not personally, but 5 miles west of where I live right here, there are some pieces down in a church parking lot and behind the church in the woods. And there's some down in town. My son called me a while ago, and he saw a piece that was right downtown Nacogdoches, right behind one of the banks.
You're looking at live pictures from KDFW from their helicopter. This is a piece of the Space Shuttle Columbia, which lies in a median of a highway there.
That would be Highway 7 out near the airport, kind of west of town.
I see. So that's not far from where you are, Linda?
It's not too terribly far from where I am. No, I'm west of town, and it's west of town, just further south than I am.
hard to pick up what that is, but
They said it was about a 10-foot piece is what I heard.
it's a big piece, that is for sure.
Yes.
And difficult to figure out what part of the shuttle that is. In any case,
Sir, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Something cut in on my phone, but that's okay.
That's okay. I got to ask your thoughts, not just as a person who happened to have this happen on their back door. What are your thoughts as an American at this moment?
Oh, I'm devastated. Devastated. It's unbelievable. Just makes you so sad.
Yeah. Linda Steed, joining us from Nacogdoches County, Texas, where significant pieces of debris, the Space Shuttle Columbia, have fallen as it disintegrated at an altitude of 200,000 feet, some 12,500 miles an hour, much faster than a speeding bullet. And I'll call your attention, well, they've got a wider shot now, but there was a triangle of crime scene tape there, that yellow tape that you see. That's what we're encouraging you all to do if you find a piece like that. Get the authorities out there, cordon it off, don't go near it. It could be very problematic and could cause you some harm because of all of the witch's brew of rocket fuel which is on board any space shuttle. CNN's Alec Fraser is a veteran of the U.S. Navy captain, has a lot of experience in defense matters, intelligence matters, through his tour of duty. He joins us now with some insights on a couple of aspects of this which we have to at least touch the base on, and that is terrorism. Alec?
I think there are a couple of things that people ought to know, because anytime an incident like this happens, there's a concern that there was a terrorist threat and that somebody actually shot it down by a missile. There are two reasons that this could not happen by a missile intercept. Number one is the altitude. Most missiles cannot fly above 100,000 feet, mainly because there's not enough air for the tail fins to be able to guide the missile. And number two is the shuttle was running at a Mach 6 rate, and Mach 3 is as fast as most intercepts can be done.
Alec, we probably should do our mathematics. 12,500 miles an hour, I believe, equates to faster than even Mach 6, but the point is moot because it's way too fast. Right of your screen, by the way, I want to point out is the President's motorcade on its way from Camp David. And I believe they're driving in because of the bad weather there in Washington. I'm not positive of that, but that would probably explain why he's not in a helicopter. Alec, continue in your point there.
Well, for those two reasons, this type of intercept could never happen. There are reports that people saw commercial aircraft in the area of the space shuttle, but you've got to remember there's an altitude difference there of 170,000 feet, and any type of intercept or any type of problem of a mid-air collision is just simply not possible.
Yeah. So we sort of have to touch the base. We have to bring it up just to knock it down, if nothing else, in this day and age, don't we?
That's right. And anything that's going that fast and that high is impossible to be considered as a terrorist missile attack. And remember those concerns that we've had of airplanes, commercial airliners being shot down by shoulder-fired infrared heat-seeking missiles. Those only go to 2 or 3 miles high, and we're talking about 200,000 feet here, so those are not a threat. So you'll be working with a radar-guided missile, a very complex, highly technical system that could intercept something that high or that fast. And again, 100,000 feet or Mach 3 is about as much as anybody can do.
Okay, faster than anything out there. And we should underscore that point, but as we say, given the environment in which we live, we've got to at least express that to make people realize that it isn't possible and is not a likely scenario. And that might be something that is going through people's minds, right, Alec?
Right, and it's just not possible.
All right. We would like to underscore a couple of points for you. First of all, we are expecting about 23 minutes from now a briefing from the NASA Administrator, Sean O'Keefe, who, a little more than a year into his job, has quite a job ahead of him. He will be addressing reporters at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and we will, of course, bring that to you live. It's very likely that there's not a lot that he can offer all of us in the way of technical information to give us a sense of what happened, except to tell you what you can clearly see on your screen right there, that the shuttle disintegrated. Columbia, the oldest shuttle in the orbiter fleet of 4, disintegrated over Texas. As we just told you, 12,500 miles an hour. I don't know what that equates to Mach, but it's real fast. And 200,000 feet above the ground. disintegrated into those multiple fireballs, 5, 6, maybe more of them, big ones, and rained down debris over an area extending beyond 120 miles from Interstate 45 in Texas all the way to the border. We suspect as well as parts of Louisiana, although we haven't heard from people in Louisiana. There's a piece of debris there, Anderson County, Texas. Stay away from it because of the toxic brew which is on board a shuttle. Could cause you great harm. It's also would be a violation of federal law to touch it. Been hoping to get some more interviews with the crew. We talked to the crew before they left, and I'm wondering if we have another one of those in the gate, ready to go. All right, we're going to try to get that together. We're hoping to. Mike Brooks, our law enforcement expert, has been on the phone with the FBI, and in this situation, even though we just talked about how remote the chance of terrorism is, the FBI is involved, isn't it, Mike?
Yes, they are, Miles. I just got off the phone with the Dallas office of the FBI, with their spokesperson, Special Agent Laurie Bailey. And Special Agent Bailey told me that they have set up a command post, and they are treating this right now as a military aircraft down. And their main responsibility right now, the FBI is assisting in containing any debris fields at all. They have mobilized right now over 30 agents and support staff. Along with their evidence response team, which is a team of highly trained professionals that will go out and contain the evidence and process it and work together with the military to try to, again, piece everything back together again. But there have been different reports around the state, around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, that there have been number of debris fields, debris that has been raining down over that particular area. They right now also are fielding calls from local law enforcement and from citizens. And I want to again stress, and the FBI wants to again stress, that if you do find something, call your local law enforcement, call your local fire department, but don't go near it, don't touch it. As Miles was saying, the toxic witch's brew, if you will, that's contained in a shuttle, and just leave it where it lies and call the local authorities. Miles?
Mike Brooks, and let's just underscore the point one more time. The FBI is involved, but we need to state this as clearly as we can for viewers. Terrorism is not really on the radar screen here.
Not at all. Right now, they're not even talking about anything at all about terrorism. When I was talking with the FBI, they don't think that the terrorism plays any role in this whatsoever. All
right, the best we can hope right now is that the FBI and all the local authorities there are able to marshal their resources, and it's got to be extensive given the debris field. Keep people away from these pieces.
Very much so. And in the Dallas office of the FBI, they have smaller offices outside in Texarkana and other small towns in and around Texas. They call resident agencies. And they're also getting those people in their office to work and coordinate with the local law enforcement on trying to locate any debris that's found in some of the even remote locations in and around the state of Texas. Miles?
All right, Mr. Brooks, Mike Brooks, please stay in close contact, stay in touch with your sources for us, and keep us posted on what they know there, if you would. This past week was a difficult week for NASA before this happened. January 27th, the anniversary of the Apollo 1 fire. You'll recall that fire on the launch pad in 1967. Killed 3 astronauts, Gus Grissom, Ed White, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting the 3rd astronaut right now. You'll forgive me. In any case, it was also the anniversary of the Space Shuttle Challenger's explosion on January 28th. And it was on that occasion that Rick Husband, the commander of the Space Shuttle Columbia, radioed down some words to Mission Control marking that moment.
Well, things are going really great, Miles. We're having a great time up here. We had a great ride to orbit, and all the activation of the experiments in the Space Hab went extremely well. And we're really, we've got our space legs and up and running.
Okay, that was not at all what I told you it was. That was a little piece of an interview I did with the crew on the Saturday after they launched. Rick Husband talking about their time in space, and it might be worth at some point replaying a healthier chunk of that. We have isolated the moment where Mission Control first became aware that there was a problem. So the last message, well, all right, we're going to try to get all this stuff together, and we will go to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
Thanks, Miles. Let me just say very quickly at the outset here how glad we are as your colleague that you're on the job this morning with your extensive experience and background in this area on this terribly tragic day. With me, Miles, in the studio here in Washington is Patty Davis, who covers aviation, has been talking to people at the Federal Aviation Administration, National Transportation Safety Board. Patty, what are they saying at this point?
Judy, the FAA says that it has been in contact with NASA on this shuttle accident. The FAA and the NTSB say that investigators are on standby, ready to go to the crash site. If there is, it can be a crash site. It looks like it's a very widely spread out site. If they're requested to go by NASA, now the National Transportation Safety Board, which is the agency that investigates air crashes, played a broad role, a spokesperson said, in the Shuttle Challenger explosion. In the 1980s, the NTSB reconstructed parts of the shuttle for NASA and did a lot of the metallurgical work, looking at the composition of the metal debris from that accident. Now, aviation safety experts say what will be of critical importance in this accident, all the telemetry from the shuttle transmitted to mission control. The debris field expected, as I said, to be very, very wide, since it broke up at some 200,000 feet in the air. And the FAA says that it did not have any contact with the shuttle at all. It was still very high in the air. Air traffic control would have made contact with the shuttle when it reached about 60,000 feet. A spokeswoman telling me that at that point, air traffic control would have brought it into the airfield just like anything.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rob Sweeting, along with Mary Bair. You're watching CNN's live coverage of the Shuttle Columbia, the accident over Texas, where the shuttle is broken up and, as one administration official put it, the shuttle is gone.
A devastating day for the nation as we watch this terrible coverage, and we're shocked to hear about this at 9 a.m. as the shuttle disintegrated over Texas. We have Channel 4 producer Michelle Levin, who was at Kennedy Space Center this morning to see the shuttle arrive and land, and she's joining us now live on the phone. And Michelle, just must be just a terrible reaction from Kennedy Space Center.
Mary, I can't begin to tell you what the mood is like here. It's incredibly somber. I mean, I still, hours after this happened, see people gathered around television sets. Their mouths are gaping open, their hands clutching their heads in just utter disbelief. At this point right now, we're standing by for a news conference from NASA. It's supposed to come up here at about 1 o'clock, and it's just people wandering around aimlessly. I mean, I hear people talking to their families, just trying to get some consolation. It's really, it's unbelievable.
Michelle, let's make everything clear for our viewers, and that is you were not down there necessarily for an assignment. You were just down there to watch the shuttle land, just to experience it, correct?
Right, absolutely. We understood that it was supposed to be a really spectacular day, and you know, what better way to go and enjoy the day than to see the shuttle land. It's something I had always wanted to do.
Michelle,
Sure, go ahead, Rob.
Let me interrupt and just ask you, at what point, because I mean, the shuttle was scheduled to land at 9:16, and there are reports that this accident happened at 9 o'clock Eastern time. At what point, of course, you're waiting for it to land, and it's almost 9:16. At what point did you realize something was wrong?
Well, Rob, it was actually, it was bizarre. I mean, we were standing there next to the landing pad, and we were counting down with the clock, and it was really this sort of air of excitement. We were all really anxious to see something happen. And then the clock started ticking down, and we weren't seeing anything happen. And I actually took a photograph of the clock as it had 1 second left, anticipating what was going to happen next, never really imagining that nothing would happen next. I heard some people discussing some kind of problem. It didn't seem that unusual at first when the clock actually started ticking up instead of down. And then people started becoming concerned. I heard somebody say, there's a problem. So we ran over to one of the speakers that Mission Control in Houston was being broadcast over, and they said that they had lost communication with the shuttle. And it just was a dead silence. Then I noticed, I guess several hundred yards away were the VIPs. I'm assuming that they're the families and the friends of the people on board the mission and dignitaries who were just sort of shuffled off onto a bus and taken away. And then very shortly after, they did the same with the media. And at that point, we still hadn't realized that you know, this was more than just an anomaly, that there was something wrong.
Right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No official word, though, from NASA to the crowds of people for quite some time?
No, it actually took a very long time. We were getting the crux of our information from television. I mean, we were shuffled back into the media center and we were watching CNN. I actually called the television station from the media bus to try to, Channel 4. I called the Channel 4 from the media bus to try to figure out what was going on, and I heard, and I was the one that broke the news to the people on the bus, saying that there were chunks of the shuttle falling down in Texas. Unbelievable.
Michelle Levin, thanks so much for sharing your experience with us. Michelle Levin, a Channel 4 producer who is at Kennedy Space Center waiting for the shuttle's arrival. At 1 o'clock, we are waiting for a news conference from the NASA Administrator, Sean O'Keefe, the head of NASA, to make a statement. A news conference coming up very shortly, in just about 10 minutes. We're expecting that.
Pretty devastating news for Sean O'Keefe. He's only been on the job for about a year, and to have something like this happen. And like I said, you're looking at a live coverage of CNN's coverage of the Shuttle Columbia, the loss of the Shuttle Columbia over eastern Texas today. We're going to return you now to CNN's coverage of this event.
I think we're being attacked. It's pretty clear there's some connection here.
Yes, clearly. I mean, traveling west to east, that all fits with what we're seeing. And at that altitude, on a clear morning, a big, wide swath of the ground would have the opportunity to see this, even if debris didn't actually rain down in that particular area. You'd be able to see it for many, many miles at that altitude. I recall after the Challenger incident, I was in Tampa, Florida. Now, the Challenger blew up right about in the same altitude, 150, 200,000 feet. We could see the cloud, the remnants of the Challenger, from Tampa, 150 miles away. So that gives you a sense of the clear view vision that people might have, and that would jive with all those reports that we're seeing. We have with us from Dallas, Kay Bailey Hutchinson, Senator from Texas. Senator Hutchinson, good to have you with us.
Thank you, Miles. Thank you.
Tell us have you had any direct contact with the search and rescue effort at all? Tell us what you know about efforts to preserve the debris and keep people away from it.
Well, I've talked to the Deputy Administrator at NASA just to, first of all, offer my office if they needed to get here quickly, because I'm sure they are going to have search and rescue teams all over North and East Texas. They know that they have debris found in Nacogdoches and certainly near Dallas. So I've talked to them, and they are just devastated by this, of course, and we want to be helpful in every way that we can to try to get to the bottom of this. I am on the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee in the Senate. I'm sure that we will have hearings to talk about what went wrong and just try to learn from this tragic accident so that we will know what to expect in the future and try to make safety a first priority.
Senator, inevitably, in the wake of all this, there will be discussion about the merits of putting people in harm's way in this manner, of taking the risk. Is it worth it?
Well, I think clearly anytime we are pushing the envelope in research and technology, there are going to be tragedies. We have had the terrible Challenger tragedy before this. I would never want America to walk away from being in the forefront of the research. It has been wonderful for our country, but I do think we have to appreciate the test pilots who are willing to become astronauts, because they are taking a huge risk, and they know they are, and they're willing to do it to keep America in the forefront of the space research, which has been so valuable to our country.
So I guess then, you know, this could be one of those forks in the road when it comes to your role and Congress's role. One fork says let's end manned spaceflight. The other fork would be maybe it's time to start thinking about a new generation of vehicles which can carry humans to the final frontier.
Well, I think the new generation, the new mission of NASA is the way to go. I would never step back from America's preeminence in space. I think the next missions are going to be medically related, and Certainly, we want to know what is out there. Just look at what the satellite technology has brought to our country in security. It's making all the difference in our war, the predators, and the ability to communicate through satellites. All of this happened because we have been willing to push that envelope and be first in space and make sure that we learn the technology that keeps us in the forefront. So walking away from space research would never be an option. What we have to do is make sure that we have a clear mission, that we fully fund NASA so that we have safety as a priority, and we need to appreciate these wonderful test pilots who are doing so much for our country. Their mission is every bit as important as our national security and national defense.
Well, that's an amen moment. We'll leave it at that. Senator Kay
thank you.
Bailey Hutchinson of Texas, we wish you well in the near term, helping out with this search and rescue operation, and also in the long term as you deal with the investigation and the discussion which will follow in the months to come. Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson from Dallas. We have been getting some emails all morning from people who saw various things, some of them with still photographs. Let's bring in one of those witnesses. Waylon Wagner from Henderson, Texas is with us now. Mr. Wagner, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, if we could bring up your still image, which is on the computer in the control room there. We can take a look at the still image you captured. Tell me what you saw, heard, how you came to be outside with a camera.
Well, it was about 8 o'clock this morning, and I went outside on my patio just to have my coffee, like I normally do. And our house faces basically the south. And I was looking out toward kind of the northwest, and it was coming over our tree line, and it was just a very thin vapor line at that time. And I thought, wow, you know, what a beautiful meteor, you know, and we did not...
Mr. You did not know that it was the shuttle necessarily? You just
no, sir. Okay. We had gone out to eat last night, and we didn't know anything about the shuttle re-entering today.
I see. Okay, go ahead.
So I was standing there, you know, and it just got bigger, and you could see more smoke coming off of it. And about that time, I hollered at my wife, and I said, come out here and look at this meteor, you know. And she ran out there, and she said, let me go get my camera. So she run back in and got her camera and took these pictures. Now, these pictures here are, you know, it might have been a minute or so after that, and these were more in the southeast when these pictures were taken. And then she's actually got some pictures of them, of the vapor trail as they went in behind the trees.
Do you, did you hear anything, or was it so far away that you couldn't?
Do what?
Did you hear anything unusual, or was it so far away you couldn't hear anything unusual?
No. At this time, after we'd taken the pictures and everything, we hurried back into the house, and we had the Weather Channel on. And we thought, well, if it's a meteor, maybe they'll show something. And then the newscaster that was on had come on and read us the deal about the shuttle. Well, then we went immediately to your station, and then we saw it. And then just maybe a minute or a minute and a half, the house started rumbling.
Really?
And we're going, oh, no.
Wow.
You know, and...
so the rumble sort of occurred sometime thereafter?
Yes, sir. We had already come back in the house and was watching the TV, and then we realized what it was the shuttle had re-entered and everything. And we stepped outside again and just listened to it. It was kind of like a big thundering noise like a thundercloud would cause in the distance, and it just kept on and on and on. And we just kind of sat back down here at the TV and looked at each other, you know, and just all that.
So it might have just taken that much time for the sound to reach you, in other words.
Well, yeah, it was probably at least a minute, you know, minute to a minute and a half, and then we started hearing the sound of it.
All right. We're going to leave it at that. Waylon Wagner, Henderson, Texas, thank you for sending that image, which shows, to my way of counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 distinct big pieces of the Space Shuttle Columbia at that moment in time over Henderson, Texas. CNN's Robert Novak sat down with the new NASA Administrator, Sean O'Keefe, just last week, had a lengthy interview with him, talked a lot about where he was headed. And one of the things that was Uppermost on Sean O'Keefe's mind has been the announcement just now, a little more than a week old, of a new educator mission specialist program. Really sort of the fulfillment of the Teacher in Space mission of Krista McAuliffe, Space Shuttle Challenger, 17 years ago. NASA finally getting to the stage where it was ready to begin thinking about flying teachers once again. Barbara Morgan, Krista McAuliffe's understudy, was due to fly at the end of this year, November. And additional teachers were encouraged to apply to fly in subsequent missions, about one a year for the foreseeable future. It was a time when, at least last week, when Bob Novak sat down with Sean O'Keefe, there was a lot of talk about bringing civilians into space. What else did he have to say, Bob?
Miles, I had mentioned to Administrator O'Keefe that the astronauts used to be household words, and people really didn't know the astronauts now, and I wondered if the lack of public interest and support in the space program was a problem of not knowing the astronauts and whether they should get to know them better. He mentioned then Barbara Morgan, and he also went on to say this, and this has a poignant sound now as we listen to it. Let's listen to what the Administrator O'Keefe said.
We also need to get to know a lot more about, again, guys like Ken Bowersox or Rick Husband, the guy who is the commander of the current expedition that's underway right now. Those are the kinds of folks that we, I think, ought to admire, look up to, and realize the extraordinary capabilities they have and the sacrifice that they make each and every day on our behalf as explorers. It really is an extraordinary group of people.
Of course, we now get to know these people much better with this tragedy, Miles. And the Administrator O'Keefe, who was not a space expert at all, he was brought in there because he's a great numbers cruncher. He's a good management man, former Secretary of the Navy. He was deputy man at the Office of Management and Budget, trying to make do with kind of short rations for NASA, trying to increase public support. Now he's got even a bigger task, and that is to explain to Congress and indeed to the nation what happened today. And there will undoubtedly be people who, naysayers will say manned space is too risky, but as Senator Hutchinson said, and I know that Sean O'Keefe will say that it is essential that we continue the manned space program.
CNN's Bob Novak, who had the last lengthy interview with Sean O'Keefe before we hear from him today. 1 p.m. Eastern, that's right about now, is when we expect to hear from him. We will bring it to you the moment it begins, but let's take an opportunity to recap. As we take a look at pictures captured by our affiliate WFAA, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. local time, what you're seeing are the final moments of the Space Shuttle Columbia as it broke up into several pieces, at least 5 big ones that we are able to count, disintegrated at an altitude of 200,000 feet, traveling 12,500 miles an hour, some 15 or 16 minutes prior to its anticipated landing at the Kennedy Space Center. Crew of 7 aboard had conducted a 16-day science mission, traveled 6.5 million miles in the course of that, and had, by most accounts, a relatively flawless mission. The crew, led by Commander Rick Husband, featured Mark Brown, Laurel Clark, Kaplana Chawla, Willie McCool, the pilot, Mike Anderson, and Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli to fly in space, featured a 16-day science mission where they conducted in excess of 80 separate experiments on themselves, on rodents, on all kinds of things, physical sciences, trying to learn more about how microgravity affects human beings as well as other phenomena. By all accounts, it was a successful scientific run, and then inexplicably, at 9 a.m. Eastern, just about that time that tape was shot, we lost communication. Now, let me just tell you how a shuttle, oh, this is a little different than I'm sorry, this anticipated something else. They were coming in this way, across Texas, right about this point is where the breakup occurred. Should have continued down right along the rim of the Gulf Coast there, through the Panhandle of Florida and down into the Orlando area, and make a steep right turn to runway 33 at the Kennedy Space Center. That was the altitude and speed at the time of the breakup. Tremendous forces on a shuttle. The whole process of a deorbit burn begins in the Indian Ocean when they fire rockets which slow the shuttle down just enough for it to begin falling out of orbit. The shuttle essentially is in a constant free fall around the planet at 17,500 miles an hour, sort of the perfect balance between its speed and the forces of gravity. Slows it down just enough to begin that precipitous drop. It begins a series of broad S-turns to dissipate heat, or to trade, I should say, speed for heat. It's covered with thermal insulating tiles, which are designed to protect the aluminum frame of the shuttle from that tremendous heat, which can exceed 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Those tiles are a very fragile thing, which have caused a lot of maintenance headaches over the years for NASA as it tries to keep the space shuttle fleet flying now into its 22nd year. All right, we have CNN's Gary Tuckman on the scene at the Kennedy Space Center, right near where that press conference with the NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe is set to begin. Gary, I know you're just kind of hitting the ground running there, but if you can give me a sense of what the scene is like.
Miles, as you might expect, it's a very difficult, sad, and confusing time for the employees and visitors here at the Kennedy Space Center. I just spent some time about 30 minutes ago at the Visitor Center where tourists come, and Saturday is a very busy tourist day here at the Space Center. And there's a huge flagpole with the American flag flying at half staff at the Visitor Center. And I saw a family, a husband, wife, and their 2 children stepping out of their car to go on the tour of the Kennedy Space Center. And there were a lot of people running around in the flag at half staff, and the woman looked at me and saw I was with CNN and said, "What's going on here?" She had no idea what had happened. I quietly informed her what had happened, and she burst into tears. And that gives you an idea of what people are going through here. There are flags at half staff throughout the complex. There's a sign, and you've probably seen this, Miles, when you've been at the Cape, when you drive in, and it tells you how many days it is until the next launch, how many days it is until the next landing. And it says 0 days until the next space shuttle landing. And it is a very eerie case of deja vu for a lot of us. I was here in 1986. At that point, I know you, Miles, worked in Tampa for a local station. I worked in West Palm Beach, and I was here that day after the Challenger exploded. And it's the very same terrifying, terrible feeling here of deja vu almost 2 decades later. Exact same week of the year, first day of February today, January 28th, 17 years ago. But it's a very sad day here at the Kennedy Space Center. Miles?
Gary Tuckman, thank you very much. As we look at this picture, which I believe came down a little while ago, the flag at half staff there beside the countdown clock at the Kennedy Space Center. In the distance, you see Launch Pad 39A, which is exactly the point at which Columbia left the planet 16 days ago. About 3 miles from where that flag lies, sort of to the back of the camera, is the shuttle landing facility where it should have arrived 9:16 a.m. this morning. But as we have been telling you, that did not happen. It disintegrated shortly after losing communication with mission control over the state of Texas, somewhat ironically. Disintegrated into several pieces at high altitude and high speed, raining down debris over a huge, huge swath of Texas and into Louisiana. And there you see half-staff at the White House, live pictures there. This one from the North Lawn, as we see the nation in the earliest stages of beginning to mourn a brave crew of people who understood these risks and yet willingly, gladly embraced them. Let's send it over to Heidi Collins. We'll get another update for you. We want to let you know that the minute Sean O'Keefe begins talking, we'll bring it to you.
Yes, we will, Miles. We want to let everybody know. We're going to recap the details now of the tragic ending of the Space Shuttle Columbia mission, and what a tragedy it is. Here's what we know. NASA lost communication with Columbia just moments before it was scheduled to touch down in Florida at 9:16 Eastern this morning. Officials say they were given no indication of trouble. Meanwhile, television images captured the craft separating into pieces as it streaked across the Texas sky. An investigation began almost immediately to find out what happened. An official in Washington says an act of terrorism was considered highly unlikely. Spectators who went to Kennedy Space Center to see the shuttle landing were left waiting.
We're shocked. We're at a loss for words. We don't know what to think. We feel so sad and sorry for the families of people that have been lost. Just hope they're with God.
Search and rescue teams fanned out across south central Texas looking for debris from the spacecraft. Officials warn people to stay away from anything that might look like a piece of potentially hazardous wreckage. Among the 7 Columbia crew members, Commander Rick Husband was at the helm along with pilot William McCool. Colonel Ilan Ramon, Israel's first man in space. Also payload commander Michael Anderson, mission specialists David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, and Dr. Laurel Clark. Miles, we're going to send it back over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Heidi Collins, for offering a good recap for those of you who might just be joining us about what has turned out to be a tragic day, February 1st, 2003, the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia. We are expecting a news conference from the NASA administrator, Sean O'Keefe, to talk about the picture you see on your screen right now, which is that stream of multiple fireballs, a couple explosions there. You see the puffs of smoke coming out of it as Columbia streaked across Texas about 9 a.m. Eastern this morning, losing communication with Mission Control right about the same time, doing exactly what you're seeing here, which is breaking up, in-flight breakup. And that is all we can tell you about what happened, because we don't have a lot of information in the early stages of things like this, of course. And of most current concern right now to officials is to secure the debris, which has rained down on a huge, huge swath of the United States from Texas into Louisiana, hundreds of miles of debris. And that debris, with its toxic brew associated with it, is to be avoided at all costs. Please let authorities know if you know of some, but please, by all means, don't touch it. You could hurt yourself badly, and we don't want that to happen on top of everything else that has happened today. Let's bring in Barbara Starr, our Pentagon correspondent, to see what, if anything, the Pentagon is aware of on this story. Barbara?
Miles, we can tell you now that U.S. military forces from Fort Hood, Texas, are moving into position. Fort Hood, Texas, just announcing that it has launched helicopters, 4 helicopters now in the air, participating in what they are calling a search and rescue mission, but of course it is really search and recovery of the debris and the crew of Columbia. They tell us that this task force will be comprised of helicopters from several military elements at Fort Hood, Texas. As we said, 4 helicopters now in the air. They will also be accompanied by military police from the 89th Military Police Brigade at Fort Hood. We are told as they locate debris, military police will now move in and secure those debris sites. Fort Hood is also telling us this will be a 24/7 operation, that they will use their Black Hawk helicopters during the daylight hours to search for
We are live from Channel 4 here. This is Mary Bear along with Rob Sweeting, and we are having some problems getting our CNN coverage at the moment. But right now we're looking at the pictures that have so far just devastated the country and the world at this point, watching as the Space Shuttle crew.
And you're looking at that crew right now. It's a 7-member crew. 3 of them have been in space before, but at least 4 of them, this was their very first time in space, including an Israeli astronaut, the first Israeli to go into space. And it's just a devastating loss for a country that was so united and so euphoric over the fact that he was actually going in space, the very first Israeli to travel in space. And that is Ilan Ramon. He's a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. He's a payload specialist. He took part in so many of Israel's military involvement. He was quite a pilot for the Israeli military.
And we're told that he had 4 children and a wife. They say he was fulfilling everyone's dream to be the first Israeli in space. That was said just before liftoff last month. He gave his compatriots something to cheer about when he blasted off last month. The evident tragedy just minutes before landing today brought this familiar sense of dread for the people there. We're looking at a map now of where the debris has been found. This, of course, happened just at 9 o'clock this morning, our time. Nacogdoches is an area where there has been a number of pieces of debris that have been found scattered all over, and they're not sure, where it is, and they have dispatched helicopters now to try to find recover any
what you're looking at now is what a lot of people over Texas saw, and that is, first there was just a bright light, and then you see a lot of other little specks flying, and that is where I think people began to realize that something was terribly wrong, and this is where the shuttle actually began to break up, and you see small pieces. Some pieces very small, some pieces as large as 3 feet wide have been found in Nacogdoches and the surrounding county in eastern Texas. We understand that some of the debris could be spread over a 120-mile area as far away as Louisiana because of the altitude of the shuttle as it was coming in.
And we understand that the families, especially the family of the Israeli astronaut, were in Houston and were planning to fly, and of course, to Kennedy Space Center to see the arrival, but they were at Houston at Mission Control, and there's been a team dispatched to counsel the families who are dealing with this immense tragedy.
No, it's Michelle Levitt, one of our producers. She was down there just to see the landing. She told us there are some family members of the astronauts already at the Kennedy Space Center, just waiting for the return. And a lot of people down at Kennedy Space Center who were waiting for this shuttle to land didn't really understand anything that was going on until, I would say, an hour or so after it was scheduled to land. NASA lowered the flag to a half-staff.
January 16th is when Columbia lifted off, and a piece of insulating foam on its external fuel tank came off at the time. It was believed to have hit the left wing of the shuttle, but the lead flight director in Mission Control assured reporters that engineers had concluded any damage to that wing was considered minor, and it posed no safety hazard. Still, though, there's no indication what caused this today as of yet, and at this point, maybe that could be considered an issue. It is something that people are focusing on, and something that will not be forgotten right now.
Like many things, I'm sure that's going to be just one of the things that they will be investigating and looking into. The Columbia had been in space for 16 days so far. They were conducting a number of experiments. As a matter of fact, they conducted more than 80 experiments. This crew you see there on your screen, all types of experiments, mostly dealing with cell regeneration and those kinds of things.
We had mentioned quite a diverse crew, all of them, of course, very excited to be up. And as you said, 3 of them had had flight experience, space experience, that is, before. 4 of them considered rookies, but of course that is a rookie in the loosest sense of the term, because these people are highly trained, and we had seen some excerpts from them talking to reporters before their launch, and saying how trained they were also, and counseled heavily for their families to deal with the fear that goes along with such an amazing experience.
Now, we talk about the Israeli astronaut on board, but one of the experienced astronauts on board was actually Kalpana Chawla. Now, she was Indian-born. She was Indian-born, and the people, and she's a naturalized American citizen, and she was one of the veterans. This was like her second visit in space, and her hometown was so excited and just waiting for her return. And of course, at this point, they're all just devastated because the word has, the news has actually reached there.
We're going to continue following this, of course, through the day, through the night. Please stay with us, but right now we're going to go back to CNN coverage.
Look out, actually, the back window, you could see it too, and it's sort of a collapsing, kind of a Northern Lights look, everything very fluid. plasma moving around, and it is just, you know, orange, red, big fireball all around you. So, you know, obviously when things did not go well, and once one piece comes off and you lose control, there's a lot of dynamic pressure, a lot of heat. And that's what you saw in all the films that you're looking at, with the different segments coming off, heating up, and multiple explosions, if you will. That's just debris going through a heat tunnel.
Now, and the way that the orbiter's airframe is protected, it is, after all, made of aluminum, which would certainly melt in that if it encountered that level of heat. The way it is done is with lots of blankets, thermal blankets, but more importantly, especially on the bottom side, those black tiles, which are designed, they're ceramic, they're designed to absorb and shed the heat and protect the shuttle. It's kind of a fragile system in a sense, isn't it?
It is, Miles. If you ever felt one of those tiles, you know, it's an amazing thing. It kind of feels like a piece of styrofoam. It is that light, but you put a blowtorch on one end and you put your hand on the other side and you don't feel the heat. So, you know, the engineers came up with an incredible product there. And again, we don't know exactly what happened. All I can tell you, though, is the belly of the shuttle is well protected. But if you get in the wrong orientation at any moment during that re-entry, you are not protected on all sides. And so, you know, once you start coming apart, there's nothing you can do.
So what a possibility then to look at would be if somehow the shuttle was not in the perfect ideal orientation for some reason. That obviously would be high on the list of things that investigators would probe.
I'm sure they'll look very closely at that. They'll also look at some better film. Hopefully we had some telescopes pointing that way. Usually you follow the shuttle in, you might be able to see that initial moment where things you know, came apart. I think software, some of the control systems, guidance and control systems may have failed and get you in slightly the wrong orientation. The other thing you mentioned during liftoff, a piece of debris possibly hitting the shuttle. If you have a spot that's exposed to that extreme heat and it melts through the shell and then hits a control surface, you can get in trouble very quickly. All those things will be looked at very hard, I'm sure. Try to put the debris field together, try to look for clues and evidence to make sure it never happens again. And I guarantee the astronauts on board want us to keep pressing this thing and to keep going back to space and to make the improvements and not make their sacrifice something that's in vain. So I'm sure they want us to put the pieces together, figure out what went wrong, and press on.
Let's, we should remind our viewers that we're 20 minutes past the time appointed for Sean O'Keefe to speak. We do expect a statement from the NASA administrator from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where he was to welcome back the crew any minute now. We will bring it to you the moment it begins. Looking over my shoulder, still not there yet. Jerry, as we get into this scenario of something falling off during ascent, we want to be careful because it is so early, and I hate to get too far down the road of speculation, but it is common knowledge that there was a piece that fell off that external tank, struck some portion of the... let's go. I'll tell you what, we're going to go to the press conference right now. Let's go to the Kennedy Space Center live now via NASA TV.
About STS-107, we will have no questions today, just a few brief remarks.
As indicated earlier, we'll make a statement today, and then at this point, and a little later this afternoon at about 3 o'clock Eastern Time, there'll be a full technical briefing conducted from the Johnson Space Center. So at this point, we're just going to give you the circumstances as we understand them leading up to this particular tragedy today. This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation. Immediately upon indication of a loss of communications on STS-107, at a little after 9 a.m. this morning, we began our contingency plan to preserve all the information relative to the flight activities. I immediately advised the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Tom Ridge, at the point after landing was due to have occurred at 9:16. Spoke to them very briefly thereafter, to advise that we had lost contact with the Shuttle Orbiter Columbia and STS-107 crew. They offered, the President specifically offered, full and immediate support to determine what the appropriate steps were thereafter to be taken. We then spent the next hour and a half working through the detail and information of what we have received, and Bill Reedy will walk you through the specifics of those operational and technical issues here in just a moment. Thereafter, we have met with the family members of the astronauts who were here at Kennedy Space Center and are soon to be departing back to Johnston, to Houston. The President has called and spoken to them to express our deepest national regrets. We have assured them that we will begin the process immediately to recover their loved ones and understand the cause of this tragedy. At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground. We've assembled a mishap investigation team that immediately was assembled upon the point of past the stage in which the orbiter was to have landed here at Kennedy Space Center a little after 9:30, and that team in turn is coordinating on a regular basis on all the facts that are pertaining to this from the Johnson Space Center, and a rapid response team from here at the Kennedy Space Center, as well as participants from the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. In addition to these internal efforts, we have also appointed a mishap investigation board, an external group of people who are independent from NASA, who will immediately be charged with the opportunity to look at all the information that was immediately locked down right after our absence of communications. Each of these individuals are safety and mission assurance related officials in other federal departments of the federal government, from the Air Force, from the Navy, from the Department of Transportation, and across the federal expanse. The investigation team will also be chaired by an individual contacted to serve who is external to the federal agencies, and will have the opportunity to coordinate all the information again from an external view. So we'll be conducting both the internal activity as well as an external review immediately to ascertain the causes and circumstances under which this tragedy occurred. We pulled together all the federal agencies and local governments as well. In discussion several times this morning with Secretary Tom Ridge, the effort is heavily underway to coordinate an understanding of exactly where the orbiter path had taken it from West Texas towards the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, and to make sure that the material on the ground is secured so that the investigation can begin promptly. We would urge anyone who believes they have discovered or found any material to stay away from it and to please contact local officials. The local first responder groups for emergency services and so forth have been authorized and directed by Secretary Tom Ridge to assist in all manner. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is coordinating that effort on the part of the Department of Homeland Security. So here this morning with the families of the astronauts and their friends. It started out as a pretty happy morning, awaiting the landing of STS-107. And we had highly anticipated their return because we couldn't wait to congratulate them for their extraordinary performance and their excellent efforts on the science mission on this very important flight. They dedicated their lives to pushing the scientific challenges for all of us here on Earth. And they dedicated themselves to that objective and did it with a happy heart, willingly, and with great enthusiasm. The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy. We ask the members of the media to honor that too. To please respect their privacy and please understand the tragedy that they are going through at this time. We will help the media assure that be the case as well. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know than the families of these crew members. And an extraordinary, extraordinary group of astronauts who gave their lives and did it in a way that they knew exactly the risk, but never, ever, do we ever want to see a circumstance where something like this could ever happen. And we diligently dedicate ourselves every single day to assuring these things don't occur. And when they do, we have to act responsibly, accountably, and that's exactly what we will do. To give you more of the operational detail of what has occurred here since 9 a.m. this morning, the Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, a former astronaut, retired captain of the United States Navy, former test flight pilot, Bill Reedy, who has commanded 2 separate missions previously and as an astronaut, and is now, again, our Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, has worked with me all morning along with all of us here at Kennedy Space Center to work through the details of the events as we know them and to present to you the facts that we understand them. Again, the technical details that are being worked very diligently now will be covered again at 3 p.m. this afternoon out of the Johnson Space Center. With that, let me turn it over to Captain Bill Reedy.
It's a truly difficult day for all of us. Many of us were standing alongside the runway waiting to celebrate their triumphant return after a 16-day science mission. I think you could tell from the downlink that they loved what they were doing and they thought what they were doing was extremely important, pushing back those boundaries in science. At 9 o'clock, we heard that they had lost data from the spacecraft, and it appears that that was at about 200,000 feet, about Mach 18. The loss of data was somewhere over north central Texas, and at the planned landing time of 9:16, we initiated our contingency action plan called the Rescue Coordination Center and initiated a search and rescue effort. Sadly, I think from the video that's available, it does not appear that there were any survivors. We have currently impounded all the data, including all the pre-flight certification of flight readiness for STS-107. And at this point, I'd have to say it's too early to speculate about the exact cause. Obviously, we're looking at all the data that we have available. Those people that have videos, those people that have still pictures, we'll urge you to contact NASA so that we can coordinate those things that might be available. And to reiterate what the administrator said, those people that may find debris, do not touch it, do not move it. Contact your local authorities, have them impound it and secure the area so that our technical specialists will be able to piece together the puzzle so that we can resolve what happened. Our immediate focus is on the crew families, and we spent some time with them. The president called. I'd have to say the families are bearing up with an incredible amount of dignity considering their loss. We all grieve for them. We all pray with them for the crew. But one thing came across loud and clear when visiting with them is they knew that the crew was absolutely dedicated to the mission that they were performing. And I think you could see that in the video downlink. They believed in what they were doing. And in the conversations with the crew and their families, they said that we must find what happened and fix it and move on. And we can't let their sacrifice be in vain. Today was a very stark reminder that this is a very risky endeavor, pushing back the frontiers in outer space, and after 113 flights, unfortunately, people have a tendency to look at it as something that is more or less routine. Well, I can assure you it is not. Each and every time I flew, each and every time my colleagues flew, we treated that with the respect that it deserved from a professional standpoint. And I have to say that as the one responsible for shuttle and station within the NASA, that I know that the people of NASA did everything possible preparing for this flight to make it as perfect as possible. My promise to the crew and to the crew families is that the investigation that we have just launched will find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Again, we know you all have questions, and we will have a news briefing at 3 o'clock, and we'll give you that opportunity at that time. Thank you.
We just heard finally there from Lisa Malone, Public Affairs Officer with the Kennedy Space Center at NASA. She was preceded by Bill Reedy, the Associated Administrator for Human Spaceflight, who was himself preceded by the Administrator of NASA, Sean O'Keefe, telling us where the investigation is headed and offering some reminders of the risks involved in all of this. An independent investigative team is already being assembled, which will look at this entire thing outside the federal government with some impartiality and come to some conclusions as to what might have caused Columbia to break up in flight over Texas, hurtling along at Mach 18, we now know, 200,000 feet. Bill Reedy saying, I can assure you we will find the cause, fix it, and we will move on. It was almost 3 years from the Challenger explosion to the return to flight, Space Shuttle Discovery. Just to put that in perspective for you, 2 years and a healthy dose of a third before NASA flew again. And these kinds of things, depending on what it is determined it is, do take that long before NASA and the country, for that matter, can feel comfortable with moving ahead with piloted space flight. The 113th mission of the Space Shuttle fleet, and the second now to end in catastrophe, this time at the end of the mission, not immediately after launch. We are going to hear additional technical information, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and I don't know who exactly is going to be participating in that news conference, but we will, of course, bring you that. That's coming up an hour and a half from now. We've had an opportunity to isolate for you the precise moment when Mission Control first had a sense that there was a problem. The communication loss, the loss of data, so-called telemetry on those computer screens. If we have that ready to go, let's listen in to that moment, and you can see how the conversation played out.
Columbia continuing toward Florida, now approaching the New Mexico-Texas border. Altitude 40 miles. Speed 13,200 miles per hour. Range to touchdown 1,400 miles. The shuttle in the left bank with wings angled about 57 degrees to horizontal.
You're listening, by the way, to James Hartsfield, Public Affairs Officer.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
That's it. Roger, and then mid-communication, nothing. Let's wait another moment here. Tire pressure will obviously be something we'll be looking at. Space shuttle tires are under tremendous high pressure. They're filled with nitrogen and inert gas. That might be one area where they will be exploring. As we've been telling you, one of the keys for those people at Mission Control and all of this is preservation of the data. The moment something like this happens, they're supposed to capture what exists on their screens, gather any notes, anything on paper, put it all together, box it up, and put it in a place where it can be ultimately viewed by those who will be leading this investigation. That process still continues at Mission Control in Houston. Matter of fact, we have a live picture there of Mission Control. You can see that they're still at their consoles there, long now after the loss of the space shuttle Columbia. Jerry Lininger, I hope you had an opportunity to hear Sean O'Keefe and Bill Reedy. Did you not?
Yes, I did. And, you know, Bill's a good guy, and I'm sure everyone's doing everything they can.
Yeah, that point about finding it, fixing it, and moving on. Can you, in this dark moment, can you offer some assurance that that is, in fact, going to happen?
Well, I think based on the people that I worked with at NASA and the whole organization, the professionalism that they show, you know, we got other people who are going to follow in their footsteps, and you don't want to repeat a day like today. And so I have 100% assurance in my heart that people are going to look at it as hard as they can and really try to get to the root of what caused this tragedy today.
Tire pressure indications. What are we, if should we do anything? Should we make anything of that, do you think?
You know, I think any abnormality that was, as you mentioned earlier, you know, the tile or an object hitting possibly the orbiter during launch, they're going to look through every part of that mission, any indication that there was some kind of problem. Tire pressure sounds like a minor thing, but perhaps not. I mean, the tires are protected, obviously, during re-entry. And if the tire pressure is increasing, you know, heat expands things. And so if that was the case, possibly there was a problem in that critical area. You know, well, you look at all the data, you look at anything slightly off, and you try to make sense of it.
If those tires were heated up, they exploded, certainly that would take the doors off and expose the underbody of the shuttle, which, of course, it would be extremely vulnerable at that point. Hydraulic lines going through there, that sort of thing.
That's correct, Miles. So again, if when you're trying to piece this thing together, you'll look at any abnormality, try to put the whole picture together, look at the debris. Unfortunately, the debris, of course, is going to have re-entered itself, so you're going to have a lot of molten metal, and it's going to be very hard to put those pieces back together. But you try to piece it together, and then you try to come up with what caused the problem. And as Bill Reedy just said, you fix it and you press on.
Let's talk for a moment, go back to the beginning of the mission, and this piece that apparently fell off, the external tank, whether it was a piece of ice or a piece of foam, maybe a little bit of both. I don't know if we still have that tape in the gate ready for air, but we can talk about it nonetheless. What happened was there was a piece that fell and struck the left wing. Without getting too far down the road here as well, that obviously is an area that will be looked at. They knew about it shortly after launch, looked at that, and determined after some excruciating analysis that there wasn't a great deal of concern, as best I could discern. I know you weren't plugged into the engineering analysis of that, but this is, in general, a big area of concern at NASA.
Sure. You know, if you've been to the pad, I know, Miles, but a lot of people don't appreciate the fact just the sound wave bouncing off the ground and back up can shake the shuttle and damage things. And so there's a flush of water, literally a flood of water that goes on underneath the launch pad, not to dissipate the heat, but to absorb some of the sound, because all that sound waves come back, could shake the shuttle. Ice forming on the external tank has been a problem in the past. That breaks loose during the flight, during liftoff. So all those things are looked at very carefully. The good news on that, I guess, is that they have some cameras positioned down there, very good cameras that are looking very closely. And again, the analysis 16 days ago was that it looks like it didn't do anything that's of concern. Bottom of the shuttle, you can't afford to lose a tile or two. It depends on the area, but you can get back in even with some tiles off if it's not in a critical area. So, you know, you look at it, but I'm sure they're going to re-examine that and look even harder now at that whole situation.
All right. Jerry, I would appreciate it if you could sit still for us for just a little bit, stay close. We're joined here in Atlanta by Randy Avera, who was an engineer with the shuttle program in the dark days of the Challenger era. Mr. Avera, good to have you with us.
Good to be here, Miles.
Take us back to those days, the investigation, the way the investigation was conducted, and try to relate that to what's happening right now.
Well, we were always working very hard to provide the most perfect orbiter and space shuttle vehicle for launch. A tremendous amount of test and checkout is involved, and of course training and crew readiness. And on the day of the crash, as today, everyone was very disappointed, very shocked and grieved. And you have to pick up your spirits and do the work. As John Young, one of the astronauts, the commander of the first mission, has always said, just do your job. And it's time now for NASA and the American people and people around the world that support space exploration to do our jobs. There's going to be a lot of forensic science that's going to be required to do a thorough investigation of this particular accident. And the Space Shuttle Orbiter is a very complex design of electrical, software, mechanical systems and structures and flight dynamics that are similar to the X-15 experimental aircraft that flew during the 1960s.
Of course, one key difference with the X-15 is the X-15's body itself was designed to sort of shed its heat. The shuttle has those tiles, and that's a little different system, isn't it?
It's a quite complex and integrated system. There are about 5 different types of insulators, high temperature, medium temperature, and low temperature capabilities of insulation. A breach of any of those insulators can cause immediate damage to the substrate or structure below that, and that would directly affect the margins of safety of the structure and the flight loads that are applied and what the stresses on the vehicle are. But it's important to realize that NASA has already executed a plan to look at the evidence, document the facts, bring in the laboratories and scientific equipment to do a thorough analysis to know exactly what the facts are. Speculation is the first step in being inaccurate. And we learned back in the very first days of the Challenger crash investigation that what we thought had happened with the main engines of the shuttle, the cryogenic hydrogen-oxygen engines in the rear of the orbiter, in fact, were not the problem. And we also had wrong impressions about the fate of the crew as far as the crew module flight dynamics in a ballistic trajectory and whether or not the crew was alive or had an opportunity.
You're looking at live coverage of CNN. We have crews on the way to Cape Canaveral, and actually we have some crews there now. Sam Kavars is there right now. And Sam, can you hear us?
I can hear you just fine, Rob.
Sam, I know you've been there for shuttle liftoffs, and I understand that you've seen them arrive back into Florida as well. Tell us a little bit about your experience and what the people are saying there now. Are you able to talk to witnesses?
Mary, right now we're still just at the gate where the entrance to the Kennedy Space Center is, where the media is being assembled to be taken inside. Much of the speculation, of course, here is around the landing gear pressure. There are a lot of experts who have been already shipped in here by the various networks to talk about exactly what's going on. This is the 115th, of course, trip for the STS-107, the Columbia. And if anything, we continue to learn, and everybody continues to say here and as we venture inside, is that it's anything but routine, even though it becomes somewhat routine on a regular basis.
Are we expecting to find out more? I realize that the investigation is very early, Sam, but are we expecting to find out more of what could possibly have gone wrong?
Well, I think, Rob, that you heard Sean O'Keefe, the NASA administrator, for the shuttle program, make the statements about that they're concerned for the families and the families of the crew, the friends of the crew, and the people here, particularly on the Space Coast, who are involved in the shuttle program, because this is a community that is very, very close to the shuttle program, to the space program in the United States. They consider everybody here family members, and you can tell in just talking to some of the people who work here just in the administration building how much it affects them. So they're concerned about that, and they have then in turn already begun to appoint a commission to look into it, much like they did for the Challenger disaster back in 1986.
You mentioned that they were going to take the members of the media inside the Kennedy Space Center. Where are you going, and are you going there for a news conference?
We're going to go into what's commonly known as the Hill. I'm sure you've been there, Rob, which just kind of overlooks the launch site as well, and there's the countdown clock is behind you, but that's where any official announcements will come from the NASA administrators, if there is anything else that's going on today. And also there's an opportunity, of course, for us to perhaps talk to some of the workers, some of the people who are in there, some of the people who have been part of this program for quite a while. The Mishap Investigation Board is going to be appointed. It's going to be an independent board from NASA, people who have not been involved, but people who are knowledgeable and been involved in the space program. The chairman of that board will also be an independent person, not somebody with the federal government or with NASA as well. STS-107, of course, had 7 astronauts on board, including the first Israeli astronaut, Ilan Ramon. And administrators and NASA officials are asking and appealing for pictures and video that anybody might have taken, particularly over the West Texas area, and of course telling people to not touch any of the debris on the ground. But pictures and video, they say, that taken by civilians could be critical in their investigation in trying to find out exactly what happened to the shuttle Columbia.
Sam, I know that you've been a fan of NASA's operations over the years, and it's been 18 years since the Shuttle Challenger exploded, and I understand that you actually saw that after it had happened. And what are your feelings today as we deal with this disaster?
Well, I think, Mary, the key thing is to echo what the NASA administrator said, and that is that it is anything but routine. Even though here in the United States it's the most complex computer, it's certainly an old computer, the original shuttle. It is a complex endeavor that the United States only can do and has been doing in such what we would consider routine fashion, that everybody kind of, well, whatever. I was here in Central Florida for that Braves fantasy camp the last couple of days, and mentioned to people that the shuttle was coming back this morning, and the path would take it over Central Florida, and we would hear the twin sonic booms that are associated with the shuttle coming in. A lot of times it comes in from the east. This time it was coming in from the west, and it was an opportunity for us to kind of experience that while we're standing out on the baseball field. When it didn't happen at 9:16 as it was scheduled to happen, there was at least I had an uneasy feeling, and about 20 minutes later somebody whispered to me that in fact there had been a mishap with the shuttle at that point, and they were investigating, and I got in the car and drove right over here. I have seen the shuttle go off here at Cape Canaveral. I have I was standing on 95 watching the Challenger go up and saw that explode. It's just an absolute heart-wrenching, sinking feeling. But to know that those people's sacrifice is not in vain, I think, is the important thing that NASA is going to continue to try to hammer home, that they will get this fixed and they'll move on.
Sam Kovaris, thanks so much for lending your insight to us live from Kennedy Space Center.
And of course we have crews, in addition to Sam down there in Cape Canaveral, we also have crews in Houston, Texas, and in Dallas, and we're going to have live reports from some of those places beginning tonight at 6 o'clock with an hour-long edition of Eyewitness News at 6. We're going to return you now to CNN's live coverage of the Columbia disaster.
Louisiana, and below 3,000 feet, no planes allowed in that area. FAA trying to keep planes out of the way of anybody who may be involved in a recovery effort there for debris, trying to protect that debris and let those teams do their work and not have anybody get in the way. Also, we're told that Homeland Security Chief Tom Ridge has designated the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, as the lead agency to coordinate response and recovery of debris. Now, Ridge has called officials in Arizona and New Mexico, warning them about possible debris and trying to make sure that they preserve that debris so that this investigation can take place and they can piece together just what happened here.
Patty, it's our understanding that Tom Ridge has been contacting the governors. You mentioned Arizona, New Mexico. He's obviously also been in contact in Texas, where it's assumed the flight broke up. Oklahoma, as well as Louisiana, where you mentioned there's an effort now to restrict the airspace. We've also seen news reports of people in Arkansas who saw an explosion and presumably may see debris. So we are talking potentially 4 or 5 states involved.
We're talking
here.
A huge debris field. This shuttle appears to have broken up at about 200,000 feet in the air. Now, if you consider how far up a normal commercial aircraft normally flies, 35 to 40,000 feet, would have a wide debris field. Imagine how wide at 200,000 feet in the air these pieces would be flying. So it definitely will be a multi-state effort.
No question about it. Patty Davis, who covers aviation for us, and Patty mentioned Tom Ridge, the new director, new secretary of the new department, first secretary of the new Department of Homeland Security. Of course, so much of his attention has been focused on keeping the country safe in the aftermath of 9/11. Now, of course, he's dealing with a very different kind of tragedy, but one that will require all of his attention as well. You can imagine this happening on a Saturday morning here in Washington. This is a city tourists always flock to. One of the most, if not the most popular museum in Washington is the Air and Space Museum, part of the Smithsonian Institution. There with us on the scene is our own Bob Frank. And Bob, and I assume you've been talking to tourists and others who have to be as deeply affected by this as we are.
If not more, these were people who were coming to the Air and Space Museum. This is one of the most popular exhibits, of course. It is the Columbia Shuttle exhibit. You can see in back of me the NASA feed. You can see the replica of the shuttle in back of me, and you can see pockets of people. As the briefing was going on, there was this somber, very sad look, and of course we still have other people here who have been coming here to visit almost like they're coming to a shrine, and among them have been people from Israel. Your name, sir?
Ziv. Z-I-V. Ziv.
And tell me how you must feel.
That's a great loss. It's a tragedy. As an Israeli, I mourn and grieve with the families and the friends of the crew that was lost. Of course, with the Israeli and American people. It's a bad day, but I hope in the future it'll have a more successful ending than this one.
Your country was celebrating because of the inclusion of this astronaut.
That is true. Everybody was very excited back at home, and this was a very bad ending for what could have been a great day.
And among those who are here are many young people. One of the ambitions always has been to be an astronaut. How do you feel?
I think that it's a terrible loss, and I just pray for the astronauts' families that they should just, it's just a loss. And I just pray that they just be happy for him. Just be happy.
And here's your mom. How did you tell him this morning?
Well, actually, we heard about it. We were at Arlington Cemetery here, and we watched it on the news, and then we were headed over here anyway. So, like you said, it's a terrible tragedy. You know, so many few people take for granted. We just all of a sudden think, oh, another shuttle's gone up in the air, or something that we just take for granted anymore, and it's not something to take for granted at all.
Had your son ever expressed the desire to be an astronaut? It's almost every child's dream.
Well, they all say that at some time, but unfortunately, we had a great loss today. But we need to learn from this and move forward.
Thank you very much. What you're hearing, of course, is very typical of the reaction you will get here. A reaction that you will get around the country, reaction around the world. Here in Washington, of course, Judy, people have a place to come to express that reaction, what amounts to, as I said, a bit of a shrine to the tragedy that occurred earlier this morning. Judy?
All right, Bob Franken at the Air and Space Museum here in Washington. And Bob, we have just learned that President Bush will address the nation from the White House, from the Cabinet Room, in just a few minutes. It's about 3 minutes before 2 Eastern Time. We're told the President will speak to the nation at 2 o'clock. Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Suzanne Malveaux, who's been at her post all morning. Suzanne, I know they've been making plans, but just now they've made the big announcement.
Well, absolutely. We saw a couple of hours ago President Bush, who arrived back here at the White House, returning from Camp David, cutting that trip short. We saw him enter the residence and then on to the Oval Office with his Chief of Staff, Andy Card. We were told that he was notified of this tragedy shortly after it happened, and at 10:30 he spoke with the director of NASA about the details of all of this. He came back to the White House to better monitor the situation. Judy, as you know, the White House, the flag here lowered at half-staff just a few hours ago, very symbolic of the tragedy here, recognizing that tragedy. As you may recall, this is really a time for comfort, to comfort the nation, as well as to inform, to mourn the lost. When it was January 28th, 1986, when President Ronald Reagan had this very sad duty. He went just hours after the Challenger had exploded, and he said, I want to read this line to you. This is the last line that he delivered in his speech to the nation, saying, "We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God." Clearly, this is a very important moment for the president, a need to confront, to comfort the nation, and also to talk about the sense of bravery, the sense of dedication that these people had aboard the shuttle. We have also learned that the president has spoken with Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. As you know, one of those aboard the shuttle was an Israeli citizen, giving his condolences, passing that along to Israel as well. Judy?
Suzanne, you're absolutely right. This is one of the most important jobs, functions that a president can perform. Not only is the president the leader of the country, the one who is making decisions day in and day out, but the president must be the consoler-in-chief at a time like this, a time of great loss, of great tragedy. And you do remind us of the role that President Reagan played. In 1986, the nation shocked, because at that time it was the first space accident in something like 20 years. America was completely rocked back on its heels by the idea that there would be astronauts lost in space. And I remember, because I was covering the Challenger explosion then. I was working for the public broadcasting system for PBS, and President Reagan's remarks played an enormous role in holding the country and bringing the country together. And the line that you quoted, slipping the surly bonds of earth, is one that I think all of us remember. I have every reason to believe that President Bush and the people around him remember that and are acutely aware of the important role that the president plays at a time like this. Again, it is just after 2 o'clock Eastern Time. We are expecting any moment to hear from President Bush. He will be addressing the nation from the cabinet room there in the White House. Suzanne, when this happened, the president was at Camp David, planning to spend the weekend there after a very difficult week dealing with Iraq.
Absolutely, Judy. This is really a pivotal weekend for the president. As you know, Secretary of State Colin Powell to go before the United Nations Security Council on Wednesday to present the case against Saddam Hussein, additional evidence. This administration under a great deal of pressure from some U.S. allies who want to see more information, more evidence that would justify the possibility of using military action against Saddam Hussein. Already the president really having quite a full plate this weekend. I should also mention as well, Judy, just kind of a sign of the times, one of the assumptions that so many people made when they first saw that this shuttle was missing, that they had lost contact, was terrorism. That was something that people were thinking about. In 1986, that was not necessarily the first thought on everyone's mind. Clearly, this White House, as well as many people, aware of the possibilities of the danger, but senior administration officials telling us there is no indication that that was the cause of this tragedy today. Judy?
All right, Suzanne, as we said, we are waiting for President Bush to speak to the nation from the White House, from the cabinet room. And again, as we wait for his remarks, my colleague Miles O'Brien, who's been with us all morning. Miles, even at this moment, I have a sense that you know, there was an enormous reluctance in 1986 when the Challenger exploded. For people, nobody even wanted to think about going back into space again at that point. But you do have the sense now that Americans have somehow, as horrible as this is, we have somehow come to the realization that space flight is dangerous. We will lose people from time to time. No one is saying we won't go into space again.
Well, let's remember who was aboard Challenger. Krista McAuliffe, civilian, teacher. That launch, that tragedy was witnessed by school children all across this country. It was devastating for so many people, and particularly for children, and there was a certain poignance to that which made it a little more difficult, I think, for people to handle. The sense of a civilian on board that shuttle not fully appreciating the risks. In this case, a crew completely made up of test pilot types, engineers, career astronauts who fully understand the risk. Perhaps that has something to do with it. Perhaps the fact that school children the world over were not necessarily witnessing what we just saw this morning. Perhaps that changes things. As we look at Mission Control Houston, this is a remarkable scene here. You're seeing the good people of NASA, whose job it is to watch a space shuttle while it is in orbit from those consoles. Every last little technical item on a shuttle has a readout on a screen down here so that they know precisely what is going on at any given moment. Someone asked me earlier, is there a black box on the shuttle? That room is the black box. There is a constant stream of data to that room, giving them a full sense of what's happening to every last piece, every last system of a space shuttle. Right now, that team, which has spent the better part of the morning collecting its data, gathering up its data in order to prepare for an investigation, is now ready for what we are ready for, which is the President of the United States, who has returned to the White House, will be addressing those good folks at NASA who work so hard to make space travel, while risky, a reasonable thing to do, and the rest of the nation. Let's listen to the President.
My fellow Americans, this day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our space shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there is comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth. Yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
After returning from Camp David to the White House. Oh, he's coming back. Let's listen in. All right, we've obviously lost the signal from the president, and we'll try to figure out what that's all about in just a bit. But we know they didn't return safely to Earth, he said, but we know they are home. President Bush touching a chord today of sympathy for the family members who lost their loved ones. In Mission Control, they stood at rapt attention for the president as he addressed the nation and addressed them. They, too, feeling the loss there as we look at the scene there at Mission Control. Judy Woodruff, it's a difficult thing for a president to address a nation at this moment, isn't it?
It certainly is. And Miles, you know, right now, coming in the midst of the crisis the United States faces, the decision the president faces with regard to whether to go to war with Iraq, this was the last thing, I think, on the minds of, in all fairness, of the people who work with the president closely day in and day out. Of course, it was the last thing on all of our minds. Everyone has come to assume once again over the last 17 years that space flight is as safe as it possibly can be. We are reminded again today that it is subject to error, of what kind we don't know. But this is a day when the presidents, I think it's fair to say, earn their pay, because he had to make those calls to the families of the 7 astronauts, which has to be the hardest thing that any president ever has to do. You know, if you read anything of history, you know the presidents who speak to the widows of those lost in combat. It is a job that none of us would covet.
Indeed, indeed. Finding the right words and hearkening back to those words of Ronald Reagan, which are as poignant today as they were in 1986. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning as they prepared for the journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God. George W. Bush using the same sorts of parallels in symbolism and analogy and reference to faith at this terrible moment of tragedy and mourning here in the United States as it becomes evident that the Space Shuttle Columbia and her crew of 7 is now lost. Let's listen in one more time to that moment in Mission Control, that last transmission. Everything seemed to be going routine. You'll hear the voice of James Hartsfield, Public Affairs Officer for NASA in Houston, as well as some air-to-ground communication. At the other end in the shuttle is Rick Husband, the commander of the Space Shuttle. Let's listen in on that.
Toward Florida, now approaching the New Mexico-Texas border. Altitude 40 miles. Speed 13,200 miles per hour. Range to touchdown 1,400 miles. The shuttle in the left bank with wings angled about 57 degrees to horizontal.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
at the White House. A nation begins a period of mourning for the crew of the Space Shuttle Columbia. 7 brave astronauts pushing the envelope, exploring the high frontier, and then inexplicably it all ends in an instant, 200,000 feet above the state of Texas. Before they left, I spoke with the first Israeli astronaut ever to travel to space, Ilan Ramon.
To tell you the truth, it was pretty fast. It was actually today, and it went too fast. It was partly or mostly cloudy, so I couldn't see much of Israel, just the north of Israel, and of course, I was excited.
Ilan Ramon, that was obviously while he was in flight. I apologize for that. That was the Saturday after launch. He was telling me what it was like to try to look down on his home country of Israel. Said he had a little difficulty finding it. Ultimately, he did get a good chance to see it and conducted a series of experiments, among other things, to test the links between dust particles in the air and global warming. Rick Husband was on his second flight, his first as a commander, and he talked a little bit about flying with Ilan Ramon.
Personally, the thing that I have really enjoyed the most about Ilan and his family is just their warmness and the openness that they have in sharing their home. And from my standpoint also, just learning more about Israel, learning more about, I'd say, the Jewish culture. And with myself, being a Christian, I take a specific interest in kind of the biblical or spiritual aspect as well, which has been a very interesting thing for me.
Rick Husband, as he referred to there, a devout Christian, learning a little bit about Judaism through the eyes of Ilan Ramon. Ilan Ramon and his crewmate on this mission, which was oft delayed. Series of problems with the shuttle and scheduling issues. Other missions took priority to the International Space Station. This mission finally taking off some 16 days ago and going up until that point at 9 a.m. Eastern time this morning, up until that point, nearly flawlessly for the 7-person crew as they conducted a series of experiments, some 80 experiments in all, over the course of this 16-day mission. NASA is in the early stages of its investigation already. As you look at this tape from WFAA, shot from Dallas, you can see what happens. What seems like a single streaky meteor quickly becomes 3, 4, 5 meteors as the Space Shuttle Columbia breaks up in midair, traveling 18 times the speed of sound at an altitude of some 40 miles above us. And that picture tells you what happened, but offers up many, many questions to us at this hour as to what could have happened, what might have caused it. A whole series of things will be discussed and looked at. And as one of the people we talked to earlier mentioned, an engineer who was involved in the Challenger investigation, no one in the early stages of Challenger could have anticipated that it came down to a rubber O-ring that was too brittle and thus allowed hot gases to spill from those solid rocket boosters on the side of the space shuttle, spill into the external tank and cause an explosion in there. That's ultimately what happened. At the initial stages after Challenger, they were looking at the main engines and something there. So it took some time for them to come up with that whole scenario. Eventually it was found, eventually it was fixed, and eventually they flew. It took the better part, two years, almost really 3 years, before the return to flight of the Space Shuttle Discovery. And that is probably the kind of time frame that we're going to be talking about here as the NASA and the country endeavors to find out precisely what happened to the Space Shuttle Columbia before any other shuttle leaves the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center. Let's get a recap now from Darren in the newsroom. Darren?
All right, Miles, we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to do that recap, and we're also going to talk to some of the people who saw the shuttle or some of the debris coming down. First, a recap of today's tragic events, beginning with Space Shuttle Columbia making its descent to Earth. It broke up over Texas this morning. It was planned to land at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. When you look at the video, you can see fiery pieces falling from the shuttle. This is very much like the video that Miles was just showing you. As we're also watching from NASA lost contact with the shuttle around 9 a.m. Eastern. The shuttle, as you're watching it, was about 200,000 feet and traveling at speeds of 12,000 miles per hour when contact was lost. Government officials say terrorism is not suspected. The shuttle was simply too far away from Earth for that to take place. Debris from the shuttle rained down over east central Texas, and it goes all the way into Louisiana. Officials are warning that the debris could be hazardous and should be avoided, and they are certainly urging residents who find debris to immediately contact authorities. Do not go near it, do not touch it. Of course, we cannot forget the astronauts who lost their lives. 7 crew members aboard the shuttle were killed. NASA says their families at this point in time are definitely getting support.
I'd have to say the families are bearing up with an incredible amount of dignity considering their loss. We all grieve for them. We all pray with them for the crew. But one thing came across loud and clear when visiting with them is they knew that the crew was absolutely dedicated to the mission that they were performing. And I think you could see that in the video downlink. They believed in what they were doing. And in the conversations with the crew and their families, they said that we must find what happened and fix it and move on. And we can't let their sacrifice be in vain.
7 incredible astronauts on board the shuttle. Let's go ahead and put a face on the crew.
We are continuing to monitor the developments in the space shuttle disaster. Happened this morning, 9 a.m., disintegrated as it came back into re-entering, actually, preparing to land at Kennedy Space Center.
And a number of people had gathered to Kennedy Space Center for that landing. And Todd Cherkowski from our sister station, WKMG, is there now. He joins us now live to tell us a little bit more. Todd?
Hey, Rob. Hi, Mary. The crowd has thinned out quite a bit now. For those of you who have never been at the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex, it's a very large gathering. They have a lot of exhibits and whatnot, but the focal point is the Astronaut Memorial, which is this large wall on a hill that kind of overlooks the rest of the Visitors Complex. There's 17 names on that wall right now. There's going to be 7 more added, unfortunately, because of what happened with Columbia. As you move down, you can see there is a group of people taking pictures, looking. They have laid a couple of flowered wreaths. They also have a big portrait of the Columbia crew. It's a picture that we've all seen in their orange flight gear. You probably had that up on your air many times today. Coincidentally, just next to those flowers, to the left there, are the flowers from another memorial, the Challenger Memorial that they have every year here. Of course, that was January 28th, 1986. Just earlier this week, they had a memorial. Those flowers are still here. About 20 minutes ago or so, they came out, and it was Dr. Steve Feldman, who's the director of the Astronaut Memorial Foundation. He kind of oversaw a moment of silence, a prayerful reflection for what had happened here. There was about 1,000 people. Every single person just about that was at the Visitors Complex, gathered on this hill to be together for that moment of silence. During that moment of silence, people asked me what it was like. It was, of course, silence. I heard 2 things. I heard a baby cry. The only other thing I heard was the clamoring of that beautiful American flag that has been lowered to half-staff. It's been lowered to half-staff here, all over the KSC complex, and really on businesses and homes all over the Space Coast. I don't know, maybe it even reached as far up as your neck of the woods up in Duval and Jacksonville. That flag was just clamoring and clanking and maybe speaking volumes more than any words that I could say or anyone else could say, but it was a somber mood here. What they did this afternoon, there is an exhibit called the Mad Mission to Mars. It's a very light-hearted exhibit here. They have actually shut that down. They thought maybe it was just inappropriate for what they did here. They also were very brief in their service. They had a moment of silence saying anything else besides that really is just simply not necessary at this point, because they just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that they were thinking of them. There's a lot of people that are gathered here still taking pictures. There were a lot of tears that were shed, of course. We had people that are from the area that came here since once they heard about the tragedy. We had people that were visiting, were planning to kind of sit here at the KSC Visitors Complex and look in the sky and see Columbia come down. Of course, that never happened. Quite the gamut of emotions here, but that moment of silence was the pinnacle of it. That took place about 20 minutes ago here at the Astronaut Memorial at the Kennedy Space Center. Rob, Mary?
Todd, clearly, I mean, obviously, it's just a terrible shock to everyone there. Have officials, though, said that they're going to come out and give you any new information?
They're not talking a lot here. Obviously, this is more of an attraction. One thing that is interesting is here at the visitors complex, they have an astronaut, a person that's been up in space, been on a mission, that normally roams around. They have lunch with that person. He'll answer people's questions. They've actually pulled that person back there. Maybe he's just too upset at this point, to be honest. It's a very tight fraternity of brothers and sisters that fly and whatnot. So they have actually retracted him for the day. They're not going to make him available. They have extended hours at this point. They look like they're going to keep things open a little bit longer because there's so many people that are coming here from the area that just want to be a part of something here. And so we'll keep you posted. Maybe see back you a little bit later on today. But for now, we're live at the Kennedy Space Center. I'm Todd Jurkowski.
Thanks, Todd Jurkowski with WKMJ, our sister station down in Orlando. We're going to take you now live to Texas. As a matter of fact, we're going to try to go to Nacogdoches, Texas. This is where a number of pieces of the debris from the shuttle was found, as well as some in parts in Louisiana as well. We're trying to work on that picture right now to give you a live shot of it. There's one huge piece right there. It looks like it's at least 4 feet long.
Just right there in a parking lot. Clearly, it just fallen, dropped out of the sky. There are no reports of anyone being hurt by any of this debris at this point, but authorities all morning and all afternoon have been advising residents in these areas where the debris has been found to please stay away from it. It can contain toxic materials on it, highly dangerous, and they have, I understand they've dispatched some helicopters who are on a search and recovery mission trying to find out where these patches of debris could be found and where they can recover them.
You can see, well, you could see there for a minute there the police tape, and that's what they're asking you to do, and that is to contact authorities, and authorities can seal off that area and keep the, I guess, onlookers and people away from it, because as Mary mentioned, it is very toxic. You have to understand what the type of fuel that's in these things, and who knows what that can
all
contain.
The other chemicals that could be involved, we don't know.
And it's very dangerous. What you're looking at now is a picture that you've probably seen if you've been watching television for any length of time. You've been seeing this picture over and over again, and you can actually see the shuttle breaking up, and these pieces with trailing smoke behind it and so forth. But the lead piece was a bright star, and then it started to break into pieces, and that's when the pieces started to fall to the earth. Over a 120-mile area, you could probably find pieces all the way into Louisiana because of the altitude of the shuttle when it broke up, and it was about 200,000 feet above the earth when it broke up, traveling more than 12,000 miles an hour.
7 lives lost, so many others who have been touched by this terrible tragedy. And we will continue to monitor the developments and follow the latest as it comes in on the investigation into this space shuttle disaster. We will have live coverage tonight, for a special from 6 to 7, and at 10 o'clock tonight, a special hour-long report on the disaster. And we are live. We'll be live in Houston and Kennedy Space Center,
as well as Dallas, Texas.
As well as Dallas, Texas. So please stay with us.
We're going to return you now to CNN's live coverage of the Columbia disaster.
That's from Mr. Davis, the perspective of so many different perspectives this morning. Somebody who lives in the state of Texas and works in the news media. Darren, with us now, or somebody who will be with us in just a moment, was literally, I think you have to say, the face and the voice of space flight in the United States during the 1960s and the 1970s. Really the beginning of the space program in our country, when we were all excited. School children would gather around to watch on television for every space flight that took off. He is none other than Walter Cronkite, a former CBS news anchor who's been retired now for some years, but has always maintained an interest in space flight, has over the years, as I said, his name literally became synonymous with NASA, with following so many of the earliest space flights. You know, if we saw it, we watched CBS, we watched Walter Cronkite. So CNN wanted to talk with Walter Cronkite, and he will be joining us now in just a moment. We're just pulling all the technical pieces together to get Mr. Cronkite on the air with us. And while we wait for that, he's going to be joining us from Manhattan. We want to go to Jerusalem, to Israel, the home country of one of the astronauts on this space shuttle Columbia mission. Joining us is Renan Geeson. He is a spokesman for the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. Mr. Geeson, we know President Bush called your Prime Minister just a short time ago. Can you tell us anything about their conversation?
Well, first of all, let me just say this is a very tragic and mournful day for the people of the United States, for the people of Israel, for the families of the astronauts, and but also a very sad day for all of humanity. And I think that was reflected in a conversation between President Bush and Prime Minister Sharon, which just took place a short while ago. The president said that it's a tragic day for science, it's a tragic day to the astronauts, and mentioned that on that space shuttle there was one brave Israeli citizen, Colonel Ilan Ramon, who has also died in this endeavor on behalf of all humanity. And he offered his personal condolences as well as the condolences of the American people to the family of Ramon and to the Israeli people. The Prime Minister reiterated and offered his sincere condolences to the families of the astronauts, and also said in his final words, he said that it's on these difficult and hard moments that the hearts of the American people and the hearts of the Israeli people are bound together. And at these difficult moments, we're holding hands together, and together we pray.
No question about it. Mr. Geeson, this question has been asked to some of your countrymen already today, but I want to ask you, what does it mean, what has it meant to Israel to have, for the first time, one of the astronauts aboard an American shuttle?
Well, it's not just a question of personal ambitions and personal pride, or I would say national pride that we have an astronaut there. But I think it's a reflection of the shared values that we share with the people of the United States. This is the quest for the stars, is to try and make a better world here on this earth. And we've been living through conflicts for the past 100 years here, and bloodshed. But this endeavor, this journey to space, reflected or encapsulated all the hopes of the Israeli people to see a better future, a better world here on this planet, in the little corner of the world where we live here in the Middle East.
How much personal interest had the Prime Minister taken in Mr. Ramon and this whole mission?
Well, that he conducted a conversation just about 10 days ago with Colonel Ramon to the space shuttle, and there was a exchange, which was broadcast here in Israel and captivated the audience. And I can recall Colonel Ramon saying that from above, from 280 kilometers, Israel and Jerusalem, they look like it's a tiny state, and but a beautiful one. And the Prime Minister said, we will continue to support your dream. We will continue to support your vision and try to make Israel really the kind of beautiful state that you see it from above.
Those words from Renan Geeson, who speaks for the Prime Minister, newly re-elected, we should say, or newly re-chosen Prime Minister, Ariel Sharon. As I was saying just a moment ago, the man who was the face and the voice of American spaceflight during much of the 1960s, 1970s, and is Walter Cronkite, a former anchor for CBS News. He joins us now on the telephone. Walter Cronkite, there have been some terrible tragedies. You've covered some of them, but here we have another tragedy in space, and it must bring back memories for you.
Well, indeed, of course, it does. To all of us, it brings back the memory of the other great disaster we had out there with the Challenger. But it reminds us of other things, too. It seems that we somehow are destined to be reminded from time to time of the dangers that we face in this exploration of space. With our successes of flight after flight, we seem to fall into the mistaken belief that travel in that great void of space can be routine. And then we get these terrible reminders of how wrong we are, that we get reminded of the daring and the courage that marks those who understand the hazards and then so bravely undertake the missions for science and for their country. It's a reminder that it's too bad we can't keep in our noggins somehow, even in the days when things are going so well.
But we're talking to Walter Cronkite. But, you know, early on, we were all very acutely aware, in the early days of the space program, of just how much risk was involved. How did that dissipate? How did that begin to slip away?
It dissipated normally because of the success of our flights. I said at the time when we were seeing these flights go for the first time, and we went through the one-man Mercury programs, the two-man Gemini programs, and then into the flights eventually to the moon. I said that with all the drama of that moment, there was going to, the day that we knew we were going to be a success with our space exploration was the day that we didn't pay any attention to the flights, that they went with the routine practically of airline schedules. And that's what's been happening, of course. Our shuttles have been rising and succeeding in their difficult task out there in space, even building this space city that we're now occupying with the Russians. The flights have become routine. It takes something like this to wake us up to the fact that this is not a routine business at all.
And we should continue to remind people, of course, that there are 3 astronauts in space now on the Russian space station. We're talking on the telephone with Walter Cronkite, who covered for the CBS News for so many years space travel. How are astronauts, how are these people who take this enormous risk, how are they different from you and me, from the rest of us?
Well, a great number of them, the professional flyers, of course, have chosen that career of risk in the first place by becoming not only ace pilots in the military services, but test pilots as well, in which every flight is loaded with danger of the unknown. They're trying out equipment that has never been flown in the air before. That is their career. To them, it is only another step to move into the uniform of an astronaut. For the others, the doctors, we had a couple aboard this flight. The specialists in one science or another who go in the pursuit of their science, they are extraordinary individuals who have chosen to get out of the laboratory and the hospitals and learn the secrets of survival in space, and then they make these flights. I think we should applaud all of them.
Walter Cronkite talking with us on the telephone. Miles O'Brien, please join us.
Walter, I'd like to tap your deep reservoir of knowledge and memory. We remember Challenger so well and how long it took for NASA to get back in the skies. It was almost 3 years. Of course, the Apollo 1 fire, which happened 1967, January 27th, interesting, coincidentally, like the day before, there was less of a period of time because it was in the midst of the moon race. Those were very different days, weren't they?
Yeah, I didn't quite understand you. Is this...
the period of time...
Is this Miles?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, right, Miles. I didn't quite understand. You're doing a great job this morning, by the way, Miles, as CNN and the rest of us now expect.
Well, thank you.
But I didn't quite understand your last question.
I was trying to remember how long it was from the Apollo 1 fire to the return to the Apollo missions. It was much quicker. It wasn't the full 3 years that we recall from the Challenger days.
That was a long one, of course. That was the longest delay. That was longer than the one, I think, that succeeded the Challenger disaster. I can't remember the exact numbers now, but it seems to me it was 2.5 years or more.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I can't remember the numbers right off the top of my head, but what I'm trying to point out here is that there will be a fairly long period of time here for all of this to play it out, as Bill Reedy.
We continue to monitor CNN coverage of the Shuttle Columbia disaster today. We have a reporter in Nacogdoches Texas. Now, this is an area where a number of pieces of machinery, pieces of metal are strewn about this community. Phil Archer is from our sister station, KPRC in Houston, and he's joining us live from there. It's about 135 miles northeast of Houston. And Phil, I understand there was even at a dentist's office, a dentist found a piece of metal that had come through his roof right into his office.
Well, I've got to say, we have heard that too. We haven't been able to confirm it. There are reports of a number of pieces of debris hitting a number of buildings, and we know that they've got hundreds of reports of debris coming down. The one thing we know is no reports of any injuries. As far as the debris, there's a piece right there. This is the center of town, and again, the center of Nacogdoches, Texas. This is a little town in far eastern Texas. Lots and lots of debris reported down here in Nacogdoches. It's very close to the Louisiana-Texas border. They are figuring right now the debris covers about 500 square miles of this county. And what is happening now, and something that I think, a point that we keep hearing over and over from NASA, is they are warning people to stay away from it if they find it, to just report it. We're hearing they have better than 20 people now at local hospitals being treated for having touched this stuff. It could be covered with jet fuel, and that jet fuel highly toxic.
People have actually touched these pieces of debris, you're saying? There are reports that people have touched it and they're in hospitals? Did I hear you right?
We have a report. We have that report, and we have a reporter en route right now over to the hospital to check in with them to see if they can get a little more information on it.
Now, how widespread are authorities moving out to find this stuff? And I understand that people are supposed to call authorities as soon as they find something suspicious that looks like it might have been part of the debris. But how?
People have been calling all morning, and they've got so many reports. We can't even get a complete number. We just know there are hundreds of them. Let's see if we can find the National Guard right here has been called in, and that's what they're doing right now. Is every one of these reports, the National Guard goes out, checks it out.
Wow.
Behind them will come a volunteer fireman or fire company. They then cordon off the area of 1,000 square or 1,000 yard area around it to keep people back, as you see here. And then behind them, what's going to happen is NASA is going to, through the use of some equipment here at a local university, they're going to satellite map every one of these locations and see if they can use that to sort of piece all of this together. That's going to be the first step in figuring out what happened.
The trail. I understand that they're looking at several other states too, right? To your west, of course, New Mexico and...
You'll have to forgive me. I'm having trouble understanding. We have a little interference on the line. What did you say again?
I'm sorry, Phil. I'm just very curious about what's going on with the people handling this this equipment. I mean, this debris. Pardon me.
Well, we just found out about that, and we are trying to find out as well. We don't have much detail. We do know this, that there are reports of human remains being found about 25 miles east of here. We've got a confirmation in the little town of St. Augustine that a human arm was found, and they're not. And the FBI is on the scene there, but they're not saying any more about that right now.
All right, Phil Archer from our sister station KPRC reporting from Nacogdoches. Thank you so much for that report. Very disturbing developments, of course, as we deal with this very difficult story, the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster today. There is a news conference coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll make sure to bring that to you live. And right now we will go back to CNN. Again, we will continue to monitor the developments throughout the day, throughout the evening. We have special reports coming up tonight, so please stay with us.
When we had a civilian member of the crew, Christian McAuliffe, do you think that's different in the mind of the American people?
Well, we know that those involved in the space program are fully aware of the dangers, the skill with which they put together the spacecraft, the precision with which the machinery is built to avoid things like happened today. And it's interesting, as you know well from your time around the space program, that our astronauts don't swagger through their day's work aground, but they are looked on at the same time by their fellow workers who are not astronauts, but in the ground crews, they are looked upon as heroes to be.
Walter Cronkite, yeah, much is made of the white scarf. We use that term, but the white scarf is perhaps a pejorative that doesn't fit for these people who fully understand the risks and are not out there, as you say, with that swagger. Walter Cronkite, thank you so much for being with us.
You bet, Miles. Hang in there.
All right, we are now going to turn our attention to a special guest who is joining on the line, who is enduring a particularly tough morning. June Scobie Rogers, the widow of the commander of the Space Shuttle Challenger, Dick Scobie, joining us on the line now from her home in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And June, it's got to be a terribly difficult thing to see this, particularly for someone who's been through what you've been through. Just tell us what you thought and what it's brought back for you.
Thank you, Miles. It's a tragic day for our nation, for the NASA family, and especially for the dear families of the Columbia crew. Our heartfelt prayers are for them. I know that they're flying back to Johnson Space Center now, and had calls wanting to talk to the commander's wife, and we're going to talk eventually. But it's something so difficult because a private loss is so public and is shared with the nation.
Tell me, without violating the privacy of your conversation, what can be said between June Scobie Rogers and Evelyn Husband today? What can you tell her to ease her pain in any way?
Well, we could talk about the day, just getting through the day with your loved ones and friends and prayers, and to know that they're in the hands of God, that their loved ones have surely slipped those surly bonds of earth. God's put out his hand and holds them. And I would want God to hold them close. There's so much to be concerned about with their families, and I would hope that they're taking care of themselves and that the NASA doctors are taking good care of them. To feel the prayers that the nation, when they say they're sending prayers, they are. And to feel the love of all of those people, and to know that we care so much for them and know their loss. It's so difficult, and it's such a tragedy, and it's so unfair that it happened. But the world knows how they died, and if they can just remember and hold on to the dream of what they were living for and what their mission was all about, then that dream will see them through.
Boy, those are tough words, and I know you've told me many times that in the wake of Challenger 17 years ago this past week, you really not even long after the incident, we're talking to then Vice President Bush, and you expressed at that time your firm belief that your husband, Dick Scobie, would have wanted to see NASA press on. Do you feel, I know you don't know Rick Husband necessarily, but do you feel that that is the spirit of this crew?
What dear people. Yes, I can, anyone who believes so much in the space mission of the discovery, of opening new vistas into learning about the space frontier, you know, they're living for that discovery of space exploration. And so many of them signed up to NASA to fly in space with vision and hope, and knowing that it would bring so much more information to our planet to help us. With those dreams and fulfilling those dreams, I can't speak for the current Columbia crew, but if they signed up to fly with NASA, that must have been their dream that they would want fulfilled as well.
June Scobie Rogers, our best to you on this day, which must be particularly poignant and painful for you as well, and we appreciate you taking a few moments with us.
God bless you all.
God bless you. As she spoke, we were watching yet again that shot. You can see it right there on your screen. Somewhere south of Dallas, Texas, the Space Shuttle Columbia, about 9 a.m. Eastern Time, was streaking across Mach 18, 200,000 feet, and just went from a single fireball to multiple fireballs in an instant. Communication abruptly ended in the middle of a conversation from the commander, Rick Husband, and immediately prior to that, there's some indication of some problems with tire pressure. What that means, we don't know. It may be quite some time before we ever have any sense of what really happened and what caused the Space Shuttle Columbia to break up. But we've already seen the first steps toward that conclusion. First thing that flight controllers did in Houston was tell their people on those various consoles to put together their notes, capture their data, put notes in boxes, seal it up, get it ready for the investigation. Not long thereafter, we saw Sean O'Keefe, the NASA administrator, saying that the wheels were in motion already for an independent commission to get to the bottom of this particular incident, an independent commission that will ultimately report back to the nation and give NASA and the rest of the nation a sense of what went wrong. And then Bill Reedy, the head of the human spaceflight, associate administrator of human spaceflight, talking about finding it, fixing it, and moving on. Moving on will be a real challenge for NASA, depending on what comes out of this. Could take quite some time before we see another shuttle fly. It was almost 3 years from Challenger's accident until Discovery flew and the return to flight. We're now in the early stages. It's time for mourning. It's a time for questions. The answers will come much later. Judy?
Miles, as we keep showing that picture over and over again of the first sign of that something was had gone wrong visually, I keep thinking how hard it is to reconcile the beauty of the sky, the beautiful crystal blue sky over the state of Texas with that thin white vapor trail, how hard it is to reconcile that with the awful thing that happened. And it reminds me of the Challenger. You know, the picture itself was spectacular. It was red and white and the blue background. And here again, a beautiful blue sky, and yet concealing a horrific accident that's taken the lives of those 7 brave people. President Bush learned of this, we are told, just shortly after NASA realized what had happened, about 9:15 this morning Eastern Time. He was at Camp David. He made his way pretty soon after that back into Washington. Camp David, of course, being in the Catoctin Mountains outside of Washington and Maryland. Now you see, this is a live picture of the White House, a flag there flying over the White House at half-staff. And it was just about 45 minutes ago that President Bush addressed the nation.
At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there's comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same Creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
President Bush, who spoke to the nation about 50 minutes ago, we're replaying the president's remarks. The words at the end, I think we all carry with us in our hearts. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. I think we also should note the president made it a point to say the cause in which they died will continue. Our journey into space will go on. We've been talking all morning about, in the aftermath of the tragedy 17 years ago when the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded shortly after it lifted off. There was a hiatus, 2.5, 3 years before the shuttle program resumed. There were a lot of questions raised, many doubts about whether space flight, a manned space flight in that form should continue. Now it seems there is less questioning. I think there's more of an assumption that it will go on. Yes, there will be an investigation. Yes, there will be, investigators will go over every piece of information, every piece of data, all the debris. In fact, we've just been told that the Louisiana, the Air National Guard in the state of Louisiana, our Barbara Starr at the Pentagon is telling us, is broadening their search. They're looking over a very wide area, not just we know in Texas, but in Louisiana, perhaps in Arkansas and elsewhere, making sure that every piece of debris that came down from the Space Shuttle Columbia, anything that came down from that shuttle, is retrieved. We're waiting for a second NASA briefing. This one, we're told, is going to be more on the technical side, but every piece of information is important at this point when we know so little about what happened. We can only speculate. And I know my colleague Miles O'Brien in Atlanta, you've been asking some very good questions of these former astronauts and others who know the space program, but there have to be millions of pieces of information that have to come together before they're going to know any answers.
Yeah, I think that isn't an overstatement, Judy. There probably are millions of little pieces of data that which will have to come together and put this puzzle together. The first sense of where this investigation is headed will hopefully become evident to us when we hear from the shuttle program manager, Ron Dittemore, and Chief Flight Director, Milt Heflin. They'll be joining us live out of the Johnson Space Center in Houston, which is the home of the astronauts and the home of Mission Control. As you well know, they expect to be addressing the nation and NASA, all of us, in the next 5 minutes or so. We expect to hear from them. A little while ago, we were talking about the gaps. It was 2.5 years or almost 3 years, really, between the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster and the flight of Discovery, the return to flight. It was inside 2 years from the Apollo 1 fire to Apollo 7, which was the first manned Apollo mission. Went from January 27th, 1967 to October 11th, 1968. That was right in the absolute heat of the space race, and they completely redesigned the Apollo capsule in the course of that process. That was a different era. Don't expect to see that kind of level of support. The funding levels are just do not equate to the those days of the space race, the heart of the moon race. But throughout all of this, NASA will put safety first. NASA has put safety, has put NASA's safety issue, has been first for quite some time. Prior to Challenger, there was a desperate attempt on the NASA's part to prove that it was an operational vehicle with airliner capabilities. And at that time, it became very evident in the course of that investigation that NASA managers themselves were fooling themselves on the safety and ignored engineers who told them that there were serious problems launching shuttles in the cold weather, and they did it nonetheless. I can tell you from my experience, NASA post-Challenger does not have that attitude, and every last little piece of those shuttles is poured over with a mind towards safety, and the flights are flown with safety first. NASA no longer is trying to prove anything of an operational nature with the shuttle. There's recognition it still is an experimental vehicle. Let's go to Nick Furman, who's had some experience on Capitol Hill with the space program, and who has worked as a space analyst. Nick, let's put this in perspective from the political side of it. We were talking about how inside 2 years they completely redesigned an Apollo vehicle after the Apollo 1 fire. Then the post-Challenger, almost 3 years. Is this, it's hard to say, but how long does an investigation like this take? How long before the nation's ready to fly again?
Oh, this is the day, of course, all of us dread, and that NASA, not the least of which, you know, Bill Reedy and others work to defy, and defying this dreaded day is really what running the shuttle is all about, as you know. I think it could take a long time. I believe the cause that we discovered in Challenger was so obscure. It was a confluence of horrible accidents. It wasn't just the O-ring, it was where the O-ring broke. And as a result of that, you know, putting those tiny pieces together, looking at the 1 million signatures that were signed off to launch this shuttle 2 weeks ago, all of the paperwork, all of the work that was done on the Columbia orbiter recently, the upgrades, was something left behind, was a sponge left in, like, you know, they worry about in surgery. All of the paperwork is going to be examined and combed through to see if there isn't some vulnerability that laid on top of yet another vulnerability. And that's how complicated it'll be, and it'll take a long time.
When you talk about, and Judy used the term millions of pieces of data, and at first I thought, wow, but that's really what we're talking about, literally, as the flight controllers cart up page after page of documentation. There is one thing that we can say safely: every piece of data relating to that vehicle is now in the hands of Mission Control.
Well, I hope it is. I mean, every piece of data, you know, includes things like the test that was done on the glue that holds the tiles to the orbiter. The weld inspections that were done when Columbia was in for its major upgrade. You know, that's the degree of detail and paper that's around, and it's not just at Houston or at Cape Canaveral. It's in California and other places, and laboratories around the country where the work was done. So it's a lot to pull together.
Well, it's often interesting, though, and you talk about this paper. Everything that is done on a shuttle is associated with paper. There's a saying that the shuttle is not ready to launch until the stack of paper equals the height of the shuttle stack on the launch pad. But what that does is it does give these engineers something to go back to and in a very comprehensive way say, this particular tile was glued on this particular way.
That's right, but you know, every time something bad happens, you'll notice that all the paper was signed. You know, there have been a lot of almost terrible things that have happened in the shuttle program. One time they closed up the back of the payload bay and went to turn the shuttle up to carry it, to mate it to the rest of the stack, to the boosters, into the fuel tank, and they heard a large clunk. Well, it turns out that the scaffolding that was in the payload bay was left in the payload bay before they did that maneuver, and so, you know, all the paper was signed.
Yeah, those things do happen. We are talking about something that involves, after all, human beings.
Well, it's a human tragedy, but we're the only creatures on the face of the earth that actually explore. You know, animals don't go exploring. Humans are unique. We're one of a kind, and I think we'll keep doing it.
All right, good words to leave it on. Nick Furman, space analyst, thank you very much for being with us. Let's send it over to Darren and give you a recap on what's been going on all this morning.
All right, top of everything, Miles, I want to remind everybody we're expecting just about now for there to be another news conference out of NASA, 3 p.m. Eastern. As soon as that does begin, you'll see that live right here on CNN. That will be the second update that has come from NASA since this tragedy occurred at 9 a.m. Eastern this morning. While we are waiting for that news conference to begin, let's go ahead and recap for our viewers who are joining us what we do know. The nation is mourning the deaths of the 7 members of the Space Shuttle Columbia. A recap of the morning's tragedy as NASA officials notified President Bush and Homeland Defense Secretary Tom Ridge that Columbia did not make its scheduled landing. At around 9 Eastern, Mission Control lost contact with the orbiter. Witnesses in Texas and Louisiana watched the spacecraft break apart. It was some 200,000 feet above the ground, these pictures that you're watching right now. At that altitude, experts say an act of terrorism was probably not the cause of what went wrong this morning. President Bush cut short his stay at Camp David to return to Washington and to address the nation. Here is some of that speech.
This day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
More now on the debris. Search and recovery teams have been deployed from Fort Hood, Texas to look for that debris. It has been reported across a 100-mile wide area of Texas and into Louisiana. Officials are warning people stay away from anything that might look like a piece of potentially hazardous wreckage. Let us not forget the astronauts who lost their lives this morning. Among the 7 Columbia crew members, Commander Rick Husband was at the helm, along with the pilot William McCool, Colonel Ilan Ramon, that was Israel's first astronaut in space, also payload commander Michael Anderson, mission specialist David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, and Laurel Clark were the 2 women on board. We are getting word on the NASA briefing. We're expecting to start at the top of the hour. A 15-minute delay right now. Current word, 3:15 p.m. Eastern. That news briefing will begin, and you'll see that live here on CNN. Meanwhile, more now on the debris field. As we mentioned, it is very large. When anything falls from that far high up, it's going to spread over a large area. Our Ed Lavandera is at one site where some debris has been spotted in Nacogdoches, Texas, and he tells us more about that. Ed.
Hi, Darren. We're about 2 blocks south of downtown Nacogdoches, and as we've driven in from Dallas this morning, and we have crews that have gone in through the Palestine area into Nacogdoches as well, and scenes like this are very common throughout East Texas. This is just a small piece of debris. As you can see here, it's been roped off. A lot of people have been coming here, gathering, taking pictures, and all over Nacogdoches from what I've seen here. We just arrived in the city about half an hour ago and have been able to see it in various spots where little pieces of debris have been roped off, not only here by military folks here, but we've also seen places as we were driving in where I think farmers had roped off the area, telling people to keep on moving through. So not just the official help here in this area helping out this situation, a lot of people who just live in the more rural areas outside of Nacogdoches taking it upon themselves to make sure that none of the pieces that have landed here throughout this area are disturbed, not only for the investigative purposes, but also for the purposes that you've heard the NASA folks talk about all day, that there is perhaps toxic and health reasons for why people would not want to touch this debris. So as you might imagine, for many of the folks here in the Nacogdoches area, a very frightening moment this morning. We're joined by Melissa Rusk, who lives here in Nacogdoches. Yes. Melissa, describe what it was for you like this morning.
This morning, roughly about 8:03, the walls started shaking, a thunderous noise booming, which seemed to be right in our backyard. It lasted for about 2 minutes. Loud, thunderous noise. I've heard people describe it like a railroad. It was amazing. The house shook.
2 minutes?
About 2 minutes. It seemed like an eternity. It would not let up. It was one thunderous clap after another, a rolling sensation. Our dogs went bananas trying to get into the house. So.
And you had no idea what it was?
We had absolutely no idea. We called 911 and reported it since we are close to the airport, thinking perhaps an airplane had gone down. And indeed, they said they'd had no report of that. We turned on CNN, and that's where we found out about the shuttle having blown apart.
You've been driving around town. Are scenes like what we're showing here pretty common?
Absolutely, very common. And as you had stated earlier, every piece is roped off, whether it's on your personal property, people have roped it off, or if you have the military out here. But yes, there are several areas in Nacogdoches that look just like this.
Yeah, you're with your children today. What have you been telling them?
Well, we had a long discussion about it, and they're excited to be part of history, only on a very sad note, of course. They were shocked to hear that it happened right here in their community, but they're taking this upon themselves as a very educational experience.
All right, thank you very much, Melissa. So, Darren, as you can see here, this piece, not exactly sure. We've asked the folks here if they know what kind of piece of material this is. They're trying to keep people as far away as possible, so trying not to cross the street here to get in their way. But as I mentioned, Darren, this is a very common scene. A lot of the pieces that we have seen are very small, quite frankly, nothing more than 5 or 6 feet long in diameter or in height. So, Darren, back to you.
Ed, any reports of any injuries on the ground there as the debris fell in that area?
We haven't heard. Well, we had a chance to speak with some of the city officials here a little while ago as we were driving in. We haven't heard any of those reports. There have been so many reports, as you mentioned, Darren. This is a huge area for the authorities here to have to comb through for information and for any kind of evidence. So a lot of the reports have scattered from a very large area, but no major reports of injury or anything like that at this point.
And you talk about how what we're seeing there is a common scene around Nacogdoches and the area. Do you get the sense as you're able to drive around that people are respecting the wishes of authorities, not just from a safety perspective, but in order to respect the investigation, that they are cooperating and staying away rather than letting the curiosity or perhaps greed get the best of them?
Absolutely. We're just about 2 blocks away from here. There is a piece of the shuttle which doesn't appear to be more than 6 inches long, and it was on a sidewalk. Someone had come around, spray painted it, and literally there's a huge crowd of people around it, and no one would even come close to touching that little piece of material. So it was kind of an interesting sight on a sidewalk in the middle of downtown Nacogdoches here.
Yeah, and I don't know if you had a chance to talk with any people like this, because I know you were in a hurry to get to a site where you could bring us some live reports, but we talked to some folks in Dallas who were already outside because they knew they would be in the path of where they could watch the shuttle do its reentry and head toward Florida for its landing.
Yeah, I was in Dallas this morning when this happened, and my understanding is that some of our CNN affiliates were taking live pictures of the shuttle passing over because it's such a crystal clear, beautiful day here in Texas. It was the conditions were supreme for being able to witness the space shuttle coming overhead. In fact, from what I understand, it was a good friend of mine who was a photographer in Dallas shooting the scene this morning as catching the glimpses that we've been showing all morning long of the shuttle passing over Dallas in the moment that we presume everything went terribly wrong. So the conditions were ripe, and a lot of people were paying attention to this. In fact, a lot of people I heard on the radio driving in this morning, a lot of people who had woken up just to be able to catch a glimpse of what was going on. So through this part of Texas, people, for the most part, pretty well aware of what was going to be going on this morning as they wanted to try to catch a glimpse of the shuttle flying overhead.
All right, Ed Lavendera, Nacogdoches, Texas, thanks for bringing us that part of the story. Appreciate that. Want to bring our viewers' attention to some things coming up later on in the day. First of all, a special that we're putting together for you here at 8 p.m. Eastern. A number of our colleagues and correspondents working on bringing the latest and taking a look back at what has taken place today. That includes Miles, of course, who's been on the air with us all day long, and our space expert, Wolf Blitzer, making his way to Houston to the Johnson Space Center. That's where the families are headed. Judy Woodruff is in Washington, and Lou Dobbs, who happened to be in Florida, the right place. He will be joining us live from the Kennedy Space Center. Once again, that'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific tonight. Once again, we are standing by any moment now. The latest update coming from NASA, 3:15 p.m. Eastern. You'll see it live right here on CNN. Right now, we toss it right back over to Miles.
All right, and that's obviously an important briefing, which we're going to see. And the minute we get it, we'll bring it to you live. I want to tell you a little bit more about what we were seeing there. That picture we've been showing you over and over again occurs after a very dramatic return from space. 17,500 miles an hour, 6 or 7 times faster than a speeding bullet is the speed of a shuttle in orbit. The process, and don't want to get too deep in the world of Newtonian physics here, but basically an orbit is a free fall. It's a free fall which perfectly balances the right amount of speed against the gravitational pull against the spacecraft, and it's just the sweet spot. That speed of 17,500 miles an hour is just enough to keep the spacecraft in a more or less a constant orbit. And I won't get much deeper into the orbital mechanics than that for fear of losing you, but that is basically, and what happens is, and let's go to the animation from our friends at Analytical Graphics. If we could put that through the telestrator, I'd appreciate it. What happens is the shuttle turns with its its back end facing the direction it's going. It fires some rockets to slow it down. Then it does this pitch-over maneuver and begins its precipitous fall to Earth. What you're seeing there, as you look at these little thrusters, that's how it controls itself before it reaches the air of the atmosphere, which then allow the wings to take over and those control surfaces. As it comes down and encounters the atmosphere, its first taste of the atmosphere, if you will, at 400,000 feet, it pitches up very nose high. And the idea here is to present these black tiles on the bottom side to the heat, because those are the more hardy tiles, and they are the ones that take the real weight of the matter as far as the heat dissipation. You're trading speed for heat. And beneath those tiles, and there are some 20,000 tiles or thereabouts, beneath them is the aluminum frame of a shuttle, which would melt with the 2,000 plus degrees Fahrenheit. Now, if you notice, it does these steep pitching motions. Right before this breakup over Houston, it was taking a steep 57-degree left turn, just like this. And those S-turns are part of the process of slowing it down, getting it ready for its final approach to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It was in one of those steep left turns immediately prior to the breakup. Was a steep left turn. Now, let's get Randy Avera with us back on the loop. Randy, I hope correct me if I've misspoke there. First of all, you're a former engineer, or once an engineer, always an engineer, I suppose.
Always an engineer.
You're an engineer. Did I say anything wrong? And can you elaborate at all on this process of re-entry and how violent it is?
Absolutely. And once again, this is true rocket science, and it is a complex blend of many sciences. The tremendous momentum, the kinetic energy of the mass times the velocity of an orbiter entering the Earth's atmosphere, there are many thermodynamic and aerodynamic physics taking place there. The banking left and banking right is what's referred to as the terminal approach energy management phase of the reentry, TAEM. And what that is for is to, as you said, to provide the aerodynamic braking to reduce the tremendous momentum and to ease into the atmosphere. There are complex...
Randy, I'll tell you, I want to point out one thing here as we look at the bottom here. There is any one of these tiles, if one of those tiles comes out, it doesn't take much to cause a serious problem. Those tiles are, can be held in your hand. One tile in the wrong place can cause a real problem, can it? Being lost, that is.
That is correct. The tiles on the bottom, the black tiles, and the gray leading edge surface called reinforced carbon-carbon, the very high temperature leading edge of the wing and up on the nose cap, are very critical to the performance and control of the vehicle. There's another important point. The orbiter has been coming through the atmosphere, taking on a tremendous heat load, and if any lateral maneuvers, the banking to the left, the banking to the right, are conducted, and this is part of the normal flight profile, but what that does, it adds an instantaneous large heat load in addition to the heat that's already been put into the orbiter as a capacitive heat load. And so if you have any flight controls issues where you go laterally too far to the left, too far to the right, there's a limit at what a banking rate can be safely conducted.
Right. But it's worth pointing out here, Randy, that at this juncture, the commander is not actually hand flying the vehicle. This is flown on autopilot. The only time that the commander actually takes control is on the very final stages of approach, once it goes subsonic about 50,000 feet, just before turning in for landing at the Kennedy Space Center. This is all controlled by computer.
That is correct. And STS-3 was one of the very first and only landings where automatic landing was conducted. But the normal flight entry into the atmosphere is computer-driven and controlled. And, of course, there's the manual capability that both the left seat and the right seat, commander and pilot, have. And the 50,000-foot altitude is directly over the shuttle landing facility in Florida or in California. And then a 270-degree turn to the left or right on the heading alignment circle is conducted to bring it on the final approach, which includes an approach a pre-flare and flare and touchdown and rollout.
And it's amazing how precipitous it is from that point, about 6 times steeper than a commercial airliner's approach, 17, 18 degrees versus 3 degrees. Let me ask you this, these banking maneuvers, they are controlled by computers on board the space shuttle. It is not required for the space shuttle to have communication with Earth in order to accomplish that goal. In other words, it's kind of uploaded. The shuttle is an autonomous craft, correct?
That is correct. And during reentry, the physics that's taking place, the atmosphere is ionizing, stripping off electrons, and an electromagnetic plasma is formed around the orbiter, blocking transmission of, for example, UHF radio transmission. So it's typically the well-known blackout period, loss of signal, loss of communications. And as I was watching the reentry today, there was no acquisition of comm or navigation data.
Well, and Randy, it's worth pointing out that typically with the satellite communication that the shuttle now has with the TDRS, Tracking and Data Relay Satellite, you don't even see that so much anymore, or hadn't seen those blackout periods like you had in the earlier days of the shuttle.
Yes, you're referring to the on-orbit operations and the network of TDRS satellites. By the way, TDRS was the main cargo in the 51L Challenger vehicle back in 1986. And this network is for on-orbit operations, communications from the orbiter to the Earth and vice versa, or from the orbiter to the space station or other orbiters, if you have, say, for example, 2 orbiters in orbit at the same time.
And I just want to point out to our viewers, we've been telling you about a briefing from NASA, and the shuttle program manager, Ron Dittemore, the chief flight director, Milt Heflin, out of Houston. Obviously, there you go. There's a live signal from NASA TV. 2:20 Central, 3:20 Eastern Time. We're about 2 minutes away. We'll bring it to you live as it happens. Randy, the issue of reentry and it's the dynamic pressure on the vehicle, is that as much stress as it encounters throughout the whole course of a flight, or does that happen on launch?
Well, the orbiter structure is limited by design to 650 pounds per square foot on the actual applied load of the atmosphere. That's for boost to orbit and reentry. But you also have the thermal effects of boost to orbit, which is considerable, and the very considerable heat loads during reentry. Both the aerodynamic pressure loads and the thermal loads have to be combined in analysis to determine what kind of stress the vehicle is experiencing. And plus, different payload configurations that may be inside the payload bay have an effect on the total mass and the flight response of the vehicle.
All right, we're getting into some fairly deep technical waters here. We hope we aren't losing people on all the technicalities of this, but as we go through this, I guess we'll all be schooled in a lot of this to some extent, just as we all became schooled in what an O-ring does and how, when it is cold, it doesn't perform as it should. Once again, just tell us what's going on inside NASA right now, what the process is. We talked about preserving the data, all that kind of thing. What's going on right now at Mission Control?
Well, from my personal experience being lead structures engineer for the orbiter for 14 years, we literally built those orbiters and knew them right to the rivet, Joe bolt, and Hylock. The people that are being called forward to do the investigative work, NASA is a fabulous leader in knowing how not to contaminate the investigation, to put people on the investigation who had no decision to launch or, for example, no particular responsibilities necessarily in the flight control and reentry, and just to provide a check and balance to do a good, honest investigation. Those teams will be formed. The NASA management team at all centers are going to be involved with this. There are going to be changes in schedules and work routines, and people that never had an idea, as myself in 1986, that we would be doing a crash investigation will find themselves recalling back what they learned in school and college and other areas of scientific expertise.
All right, and we just saw the screen at NASA's Johnson Space Center indicate a 2:25 Central, 3:25 Eastern, so 5 more minutes before that briefing begins, where we'll probably delve into some of the technical aspects of this. Tell you what, Randy, if you could sit tight, because I want you to be listening to this briefing for us and help us in case we need a little technical expertise. I wanted to touch another base. Sitting right beside you is Mike Brooks, who is our
law enforcement expert, and we haven't talked about this in quite a while, but I want to restate this because obviously viewers are joining us all the time. The first thing on a lot of people's minds, and I'm getting a lot of emails with people with all kinds of suppositions on this, is the issue of terrorism. Mike Brooks, do us a favor and knock that down one more time for us.
Absolutely, Miles. Speaking with law enforcement officials, the FBI today, and the government has come out and said that there is no indication whatsoever that this tragedy is terrorism related or terrorism had anything at all to do with it. So I just want to make that perfectly clear. I'm glad you did that again, Miles, just to make sure that people just join us. First thing to think about nowadays, and especially because there was an Israeli astronaut on board the Columbia, that this has all the indications that it has nothing at all to do with terrorism.
All right. What are you hearing from law enforcement sources about the whole process of securing debris over this huge area, a huge task? And another thing which we haven't said in quite some time is that we want to give people a little caveat, a little warning on all this, right, Mike?
Absolutely, Miles. And yet, as you said earlier, if anyone comes across any debris at all, any piece, no matter how small a piece, how large a piece, leave it alone. Call 911, let your local authorities know where it is, the location, what you see, but don't go up and touch it. As you pointed out earlier, Miles, and it's very important for people to understand this, that there are a lot of toxic substances that could be on those pieces of debris, residue, those kind of things. And it's spread over a large territory. We're talking possibly Texas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Louisiana, New Mexico, Miles. And right now, about 3 hours ago, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, their headquarters put out an alert to all of their 56 field offices, putting all of their agents who are members of the evidence response team on standby, should they be needed to assist. Now, keep in mind that the Federal Emergency Management Agency is the lead agency for the debris recovery efforts. And they will coordinate with local, state, and federal law enforcement, federal, state, and local law officials around that whole vicinity, as well as the military. We know already that there are some reserve units out there. We just saw Ed Lavandera's report from Texas, where we do see some military personnel out there securing the scenes. So it's a coordinated effort with the Federal Emergency Management Agency as the lead agency for these recovery efforts. Miles?
You know, it's, as we send it over to Nick Furman, who's sitting beside you there, Mike, not only is this potentially dangerous, but wouldn't it be a terrible shame if somebody decided to take, in a sick way, take a souvenir, and perhaps that's the piece that could have solved the puzzle.
That's exactly right. You know, and I want to stress this to our viewers, don't let your ghoulish curiosity get the best of you. Yes, you know, this is a very important thing. These aren't souvenirs. This is evidence. Miles?
Nick Furman, what are your thoughts at this point about what we can anticipate hearing from NASA in the next hours, next few days?
Well, certainly, you're going to hear what they believe the flight track was and so on. There's some practical issues, I think, that have to be addressed, and one is certainly what's going to happen to the astronauts who are on the International Space Station. You know, there's a crew up there. There's probably not a good way to pick them all up at once using a shuttle, at least not for the next year or so.
All right, but we should point out, Nick, they have a Soyuz capsule sitting there. It's essentially their escape pod. If they needed to leave, they could, right?
Yes, and I think it's a whole issue of whether you want to abandon the space station. If you have you know, are we going to make that kind of a turn at this point? It's really way too early to say, but I think that's something that needs to be addressed by NASA up front as to how we're going to deal with this over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and the space station does change the dynamic significantly. We didn't have, obviously, an occupied space station in the days of Challenger, and that may impact a lot of decision-making as we let's look at a picture of debris here that we want to just show you. Nick, your thoughts on that, how that might impact just a still image that we've gotten of just one of what are probably hundreds of pieces of the space
It's hard to say exactly what that is. Obviously, most people are going to be very interested to get to the crew compartment in the mid-deck and try and locate it.
Yeah.
Biggest problem...
Could it survive intact, Nick?
It could, depending on exactly how it was breached, whether the breach occurred back in the airframe or around you know, the wings of the shuttle, or whether it occurred further forward where some of the comm was lost initially. And so, you know, it's way too early to know. Hopefully, we'll get some. We'll be lucky and have some pictures of this as it occurred from some national security assets or some other assets that may have been watching it at the time.
Let's look at that picture one more time. One thing we didn't note for our viewers, you notice the red, white, and blue ribbon, the red roses, or carnations, I guess, in that case, marking the place. Mike Brooks, there's a phone number we're putting on there. And we've been telling folks to call 911. NASA is putting on a number as well. I guess either will work, right?
I'd say either will work, yes, but since it is spread over such a large area, I think it's important that that our viewers know this particular number, and it's on our screen right now. It's area code 281-483-3388. This will take you right into the Johnson Space Flight Center. Now, they only want you to call that number if you have seen or you have found any debris that you feel is part of the shuttle, as part of the Columbia. Please call that number. Again, that number is area code 281-483-3388. Miles?
Let me, Mike, we are, by the way, momentarily, we should be seeing this news conference to begin at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Shuttle Program Manager Ron Dittemore, the Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin. Let's take it back to Randy Avila. Randy, we're talking earlier about this piece that struck the orbiter, the left wing, as it rose to orbit. That particular piece might have been a piece of ice, might have been a piece of foam from the external tank. It's a problem NASA was pretty aware of and has been a problem in the past, hasn't it?
The launch environment, ignition of the main engines, and then 6 seconds later, ignition of the large solid rocket boosters. It's about 125 decibels of noise and vibration as well. So anything that's really not secure at the pad could impact the orbiter. There's also a Venturi effect created by the large flow rate of the flame coming out of the solid rocket boosters and the main engines that tends to draw a vacuum down into the flame holes and into the flame trench. And that can actually transport loose objects down along the orbiter, down along the external tank and boosters. But I say again, the first step in making a wrong conclusion is to speculate. And I understand that you asked that because I've also confirmed through telephone calls to the Kennedy Space Center that that has been a concern this week.
Yeah, they were looking at it. The people I talked to put it on the level of low-grade interest. Well documented, well researched as it always is, but the final thought was that it didn't cause any significant damage.
NASA has an ICE team, for example, that inspects during the countdown for safety to launch. The beanie cap, the little white cap on the very top of the external tank, is retracted just a couple of minutes, or a minute or less prior to launch, somewhere in that very end of countdown. And there is a possibility of ice reforming. I was at the Kennedy Space Center for this launch, and the weather was just extraordinarily beautiful. But you're talking about hydrogen at 400 degrees below zero inside the external fuel tank, in the base of the external fuel tank, and liquid oxygen in the top of the fuel tank at minus 283 Fahrenheit. So it's a thermos bottle with tremendously cold temperatures. So the atmosphere around the day of launch, the time of temperature, is a secondary question as in regard to the temperature inside the external tank.
All right, Randy Avila, stand by. We want you to listen to this briefing with us. Let's go to the governor of Texas, Rick Perry, who is speaking right now. Not sure precisely where he is, maybe Austin. Let's listen in.
I want to reemphasize a note of caution to all those living in North and East Texas and into western Louisiana. If you spot shuttle debris, do not touch it, do not go near it. Shuttle materials could pose a grave risk to human health because of the toxic repellents used aboard the space shuttle. If you find debris, please call local authorities immediately to tell them of the location. This information also can be reported through a toll-free number, 800-525-5555.
All right, we're going to go now to Kyle Herring.
And to his left is Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin.
I'll have brief remarks from both gentlemen, and then we'll throw it open for questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ron.
I'm sure you understand how difficult a time this is for us right now. We're devastated because of the events that unfolded this morning. There's a certain amount of shock in our system because we have suffered the loss of 7 family members. And we're learning to deal with that. There's certainly a somber mood in our teams as we continue to try to understand the events that occurred. But our thoughts and our prayers go out to the families of Rick and Willie, David and Kalpana, Michael, Laurel, and Alon. True heroes. And we are suffering for the events that have happened this morning. As difficult as this is for us to do, we wanted to meet with you and be as fair and open with you given the facts as we understand them today. We will certainly be learning more as we go through the coming hours, days, and weeks. We'll tell you as much as we know. We'll be as honest as we can with you. And certainly we'll try to fill in the blanks over the coming days and weeks. As difficult a situation as this is, we are moving forward. We have established a number of different teams. We have contingency plans for just these types of events, though we never expect to use them. We have implemented these contingency plans. We are preserving data. We are beginning thorough and complete investigations. We are mobilizing our forces, our engineers, our technicians, our safety and quality, our best experts to try and understand what went wrong. I do want to take the time right now and express my appreciation for the tremendous number of agencies that are coming to our aid from across the country, both federal, state, and local, that are assisting us in our recovery operations. I also want to express my appreciation to the public for assisting in the recovery, for notifying us of different debris, where it is located, that we might get to it as quickly as possible. It's also appropriate that we tell the public to be careful with the debris. What we fly in space is operated in many cases with toxic propellants, and some of the debris may be contaminated. So we need to be careful. And we don't wish any harm to come upon anybody that would be honestly seeking to help. At this hour, we have not positively identified any items that we have recovered. We are staging in an attempt to ensure that all recovered items are managed appropriately. But at this stage, I haven't received any real information on debris or status of crew remains. I can go back to the start of the day, filled with excitement and anticipation. Today was a great day to land in the Florida area. We had all positive indications that it was going to be like every other day where we have landed in Florida. good weather, anxious team to welcome a fantastic crew back, families that were excited about welcoming their loved ones back, and no indications at all of any impending threats to the vehicle. The first indications of a potential problem occurred minutes before 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. The first indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems, including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating. And Mr. Heflin will talk in a minute about some further details. I have to caution you that we cannot yet say what caused the loss of Columbia. It's still very early in our investigation, and it's going to take us some time to work through the evidence, the analysis, and clearly understand what the cause was. But what we are doing is we are impounding hardware so that we can preserve evidence. We have stopped processing at the Kennedy Space Center. We are preserving hardware around the country in our different facilities. We are impounding data here that represented the last data that we received from the crew. And we will be poring over that data 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future. Again, I express our sadness to the families for their loss. And we'll do our best to answer your questions.
Okay. Thanks, Ron. Milt.
First of all, just some personal observations and comments to begin with. And then I'll review some data with you. This is a bad day. I'm glad that I work and live in a country where when we have a bad day, we go fix it. Ron said, we'll fix it. I can talk to you some about what went on in the flight control room with the entry flight control team under the guidance of Flight Director Leroy Kane. Ron said it was a good day to land. In fact, many of us, as we came in today, were marveling at the fact that Leroy Kane did the ascent as well, and probably the most difficult things that we deal with during launch attempts and entries is dealing with the weather, as you all are accustomed to. And we marveled and felt good about the fact that, you know, launch, we didn't have any weather issues to work. In fact, any weather issues anywhere in the world that we were concerned about. And today it was a very minor thing to talk about, some fog, I believe, but nothing really hard to work. So, as Ron mentioned, this was a fantastic mission and just seemed to be coming to the right conclusion. Just some specifics for you, and bear with me, this is relatively recent, fresh information, and as you can imagine, in the next several hours and days, this will we'll get closer to many details, I'm sure. Around 7:53 a.m. Central Time, as Ron mentioned, we saw indication of off-scale low temperature measurements on the left, the inboard and outboard hydraulic systems. And this was loss of the temperature measurement. It wasn't Wasn't any indication that it was high or low. We just lost it. About 3 minutes later, around 7:56 a.m., in the left main gear tire wheel well, brake line, and tire temperatures, there we saw an increase. Now, I need to tell you that during this time, the vehicle was performing fine. We had no indications of any problem. Around 7:58 a.m. Central Time, a couple of minutes later, we have what we call bond line temperatures. These are temperature sensors that are embedded in the structure of the vehicle. We have them all over the orbiter. 3 of these temperatures on the left side of the vehicle, the left wing area. The off-scale low reading again. This was not high indication, low indication, but we lost the measurements. Don't have the seconds here. Clearly, seconds will play a part in our analysis, but I'm giving this to you at the nearest minute. Around 7:59, then Central Time, left inboard and outboard tire temperatures and pressures off-scale low. About eight measurements total during that time. One of these measurements sensed on board by the computers gave the crew a message, indication that they could look at on their displays. And we think they were acknowledging that measurement that they saw. Again, the vehicle was fine with no problems at that time. And when things like this happen, when a crew gets an alert, it's you acknowledge it, they recognize they've seen it, and then we do what we might need to do with it. And as far as I know, that was the last transmission from the crew. I've asked a couple of people, I haven't heard the tapes myself. I'm not sure what they said at the time, but they were acknowledging, we believe, that indication that they'd seen. Then we lost all vehicle data. It looks like it was around, and I apologize, it looks like my little cheat sheet here doesn't have the last Central Time on it, and I'm not going to try to convert it to you at this point, but it's around 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Altitude was 207,135 feet and traveling at a Mach of about 18.3. And the flight control team during this time, again, we lost the data, and that's when we clearly begin to know that we had a bad day. That's all I've got.
Okay, thanks. As you can imagine, we have a lot of centers around the agency that are involved today, so we're going to try to limit the questions to one and try to get through as many as we can. I need you guys to do me a favor, and when you raise your hand, wait for a microphone, and please give your name and affiliation first. And we're going to start here in Houston and then go around to the other NASA centers. So let me see a show of hands, and we'll try to get somebody to you. Let's just start right here along the front row and work this way.
Hi, Melissa Jacobs with the Fox News Network. Where will the debris be taken?
We haven't yet identified a central location. Part of the activities that are ongoing, even at this very moment, is to stage our teams into a location in northeast Texas. We are still identifying the locations for our teams to meet and gather and start this process of recovering debris. And part of their first activities is to identify the staging area, the collection point of all the debris. So that's some work that's going to be done later on today. The teams are, let's see, they're not quite in the air. They're staging right now at the different airports, and they're converging on Northeast Texas. And so that's some work that's still in front of us. Okay.
Sig Christensen, San Antonio Express News. At this point, what is the status of the shuttle program, and particularly the upcoming missions that you're going to have? Have you decided to put all of those missions on hold, and do you have any kind of idea how long the program will be out of service?
Well, of course, this thing happened just this morning, and we put in motion some stop work types of activities. As I mentioned earlier, we've minimized our processing at the Kennedy Space Center so that we don't do anything that might disturb some evidence. We are also slowing down our manufacturing processes in a Michoud facility in Louisiana where we manufacture the external tank. We're doing that in different areas around the country for different pieces of hardware. What this slowdown means as far as the launch schedule is yet to be determined. We also will be having an investigative board outside the agency, as mentioned earlier by Mr. O'Keefe, that will come in and help resolve the situation to everybody's satisfaction so that we clearly understand what was the root cause of the problem. And once we get on a path of understanding the root cause, then we'll be better able to say whether it affects future flights. If we can put it off to the side and get it narrowed down and say, okay, we understand the root cause, here's the things we do about it or need to do about it, and then accomplish that corrective action on the other vehicle flows, then we'll be able to pick up our flight progress again. How long that's going to take, it's too early for me to tell, but I do believe that we'll continue to meet with you and keep you informed of just how this is progressing. I've talked to Mr. Bill Gerstenmaier, who is the program manager for the International Space Station program. They have scheduled they had a previously scheduled Progress launch tomorrow, and that Progress launch will proceed as scheduled. They have reviewed the contents that are going to be shipped to the space station, and those contents are appropriate given the fact that we may not be there for a while. They have enough consumables, supplies for the crew to go through the latter part of June without having a shuttle visit. So there's some time for us to work through this and get back on our schedule, and we're just going to have to work through that in the coming days and weeks, and we'll keep you informed on just the impact to the manifest. But right now, there is certainly there is a hold on future flights until we get ourselves established and understand the root cause to this disaster.
Okay. My name is Jenny Blankenship. I'm a reporter with the CBS station in Austin. And I was wondering if you could explain to people who are not from this area really how tight-knit of a community this is, not just here on the NASA JSC campus, but all around here, how much of an integral part of the community this is to you all.
Well, it's more than a job. This is a passion for us. Human spaceflight is a passion. It's an emotional event. And when we work together as family members. And we treat each other much that way. And whether it's the loss of a crew member or a loss of a member of our ground team or processing teams, it's a sad loss for us. And so we are a very close community. We understand the risks that are involved in human spaceflight. And we know that these risks are manageable, but we also know that they're serious and can have deadly consequences. And so we are bound together with the threat of disaster all the time, and we know we must count on each other to do what's right. We must count on the ground teams to process correctly. We must count on our suppliers to follow the procedures just like we have identified to them. And we count on the flight crew members to fly the vehicles within the specifications. So we all rely on each other to make each space flight successful. So we have a dependency. And it's a professional dependency and it's an emotional dependency. And so when we have an event like today, where we lose 7 family members, it is devastating to us. And it's more than just us in this location. There is an emotional attachment to human space flight. It piques our interest, it captures our imagination. I received a couple of phone calls this morning, immediately following when it became apparent that Columbia was no longer going to land. One phone call was from my brother in Phoenix, Arizona, not associated with the space business. I haven't talked to him yet. I just received a message, certainly extending his thoughts and prayers. Received another phone call from my son in Provo, Utah, with the same emotional outpouring of sadness. And I'm sure this is true across the country. We're seeing that from the public. We're seeing that as people that really care about the space program and understand what it means to this nation reflect their thoughts, their prayers, their caring attitude toward us. And we want them to know we appreciate it very much. As we struggle with our emotions in this difficult time, we appreciate the thoughts, the prayers, the care, and the support. Milt, you might have some thoughts also.
Well, yeah, it is, the community out here is extremely close-knit. I've been through 3 of these. And each time, you see a coming together of the community here. Our landscape has changed. The space flight business today is not going to be, it's going to be much different than it was yesterday. It was different after the Apollo 1, it was different after Challenger. And it was different because this community, the passion, Ron's right, the passion is here. And as Ron was talking, I was thinking about your question, and I thought, you know, sometimes it's a shame that it takes things like this for this country to pull together and care. And it shouldn't. Damn, we're good. This country's great. It shouldn't take these kind of things to cause a coming together.
Okay, thanks. Eric Berger with the Houston Chronicle. Milt, you mentioned about 8 sensors, and one of those which triggered some kind of notification inside the shuttle. Can you tell us which sensor that was and whether it was an abnormal reading on whatever sensor it was, or whether it was just that the sensor was no longer functioning?
There were, in the left inboard and outboard, these are tire temperatures on the left-hand side, okay? Temps and pressures, and Ron, help me out here if I get that mixed up. And they all went what we call off-scale low. In other words, there's a bottom number 0, or maybe not 0, not necessarily 0, but there's a bottom number of the measurement. They all just went off-scale low, indicating loss of the measurement itself. You know, and I cannot tell you specifically which one of the 8. We'll find that out, but I don't have that right now. No.
An easy way to think about that is the measurement was no longer reading. It was not giving an indication. It's as if someone just cut the wire.
Okay, right over here.
Chris Heinbaugh with WFAA TV in Dallas. You indicated that at 7:53 was the first, you first lost some sensor information, and you indicated towards the end there was an acknowledgement from the crew. During the rest of that time period, was there any dialogue, any communication with the crew during that period? And if there was there any indication from them that there was a problem that they could see on board?
Yes, at 7:53 a.m., we did have another set of 4 measurements in the hydraulic system on the left-hand side that went off scale low. Now, this was reported by the flight controller responsible for the mechanical and hydraulic systems in the orbiter, reported to the flight director. When this happens, then it's followed up by if there's any action to take, if there's anything that we see that needs to be done, that flight controller will tell the flight director and a crew, and a call might go to the crew. These were measurements that did not have, we have many measurements on board. Not all of them are enunciated to the crew. They don't need to be. And we see a lot more information on the ground than they do. So they did not see this. So they had no indication. We saw nothing else to indicate any difficulty at all, because had we seen anything else, we would have taken some action. That's, you know, we work very hard. We train very hard to react in a very short amount of time to situations. But we don't, if we don't have anything that we see that we've got to do, then we don't spend the time talking about it, because we focus on the next event and so forth.
Right here next to him. I'm Brian Sasser, KPRC TV here in Houston. We had heard some reports that during launch there had been some concerns that some debris hit the wing. Is that true, and is that any cause of concern, and that could have caused today's problems?
It is true that right after launch, and I don't remember the time frame as far as seconds, there was a piece of foam that is used as insulation on the external tank in the area of what we call the bipod, which is the forward attach between the orbiter and the external tank. There is a piece of foam that was shed, and in our review the following day of the launch films, we saw this piece of debris drop off, and it looked to us like it impacted the orbiter on the left wing. Where on the left wing, it's very difficult for us to tell. Somewhere between the mid and outward span. Was it the leading edge? We don't know. Was it underneath the leading edge? We really don't know. To the best of our ability, that's what happened. We spent a goodly amount of time reviewing that film and then analyzing what that potential impact of debris on the wing might do, and would there be any consequences. Through analysis and through our ability to call back on our experience with tile, it was judged that that event did not represent a safety concern. And so the technical community got together and across the country looked at it and judged that to be acceptable. And so as we look at that now in hindsight, that impact was on the left wing. And certainly we have all the indications that Milt talked to you about were on the left wing. We can't discount that there might be a connection. But we have to caution you and ourselves that we can't rush to judgment on it, because there are a lot of things in this business that look like the smoking gun but turn out not even to be close. And so we really have to do some regression analysis. We've got to look at what Milt described to you, and then back up in time through analysis to see if we can piece together the events and whether or not this was a tile problem or whether it was a structural issue or some other event. We don't know yet. What will help us determine that is inspecting the debris. That will really help us And so we're very anxious to get certain pieces back to look at, and that will determine whether or not this particular event, whether it was the debris hitting the orbiter or some other event, was a cause of this problem or this disaster today.
Okay, get that gentleman right back behind him.
Ryan Korsgaard from KVUE TV in Austin. You talked a little bit about the hardware. What goes forward now with the astronaut training? Does that continue? Does that stop? What happens?
Well, there's going to be a period of mourning in this community. There's going to be a period where we're just going to get together and support each other and hug each other and help us go on. But we're going to fix this problem. We're going to get back on the launch pad. We're going to launch shuttles again as soon as we're ready. The training is going to continue. The best therapy in this business is to get on with your job. The best therapy in the flight control world is to get in that control center and train for the next mission. The best therapy in the flight crew world is to continue with their training. Stay focused on the job ahead. Stay focused on what we need to accomplish, and that's what we are all going to do. There's going to be a subset of us that will be working together to resolve this problem. And we will do that, and we will do that quickly, efficiently, and we'll do it safely, and we will not fly again until we have this understood. In the meantime, life goes on, training goes on. We'll start manufacturing hardware again as soon as we know that we have preserved evidence. So in a few days, I suspect we will start pulling things back to what we understand and releasing certain activities to start up again. But in the next several days, it's going to be a period of quiet, of reflection, and where are we going to go from here as far as what we need to do to resolve this issue.
Okay, Greg, let's work on the second row. Start right here on the end.
Rashonda Tate, Fox 26 News. Did you have a device on board that is the equivalent of a black box?
No, we don't. We do not have a hardened black box data recorder or voice recorder. We do have recorders. We do have recorders of both data and voice. If they survived the entry and the impact, we will certainly look to see if there's any information there. As Milt mentioned to you on the timeline, he talked to you a little bit about these sensors that just kind of quit working. We also know that during this time frame, the vehicle was operating perfectly. It had gone into a roll reversal, which is a standard maneuver where the vehicle banks left or banks right. It's a standard maneuver, and when it does so to bleed off energy, and you do a number of these roll reversals so that you land at the right speed right at the Kennedy Space Center. It had rolled itself into a roll reversal, and everything from a flight control perspective was perfect. No indications of any problems. So we have some indications that it wasn't a vehicle loss of control issue, and so we're getting some hints of where we need to go look. Whether or not these recorders survived and will be useful to us, I'm not really sure that's going to be the case.
Okay, anybody on the next person with his hand up there?
Jake Dyer, Fort Worth Star Telegram. I have a couple of questions. Regarding that, whatever it was, the foam that apparently fell off the vehicle at takeoff, was there any consideration during the flight that perhaps an EVA would be necessary, that you guys need to go out and take a look? Secondarily, I'm wondering about, you guys talked about loss of sensor readings and sort of unusual sensor readings. Could you give us a sense about how unusual that is? I mean, does that happen with any frequency, or was that something that was alarming that you'd never seen before?
The easy answer is the sensor reading, and yes, that happens. The fact that you have a sensor that just quits working is not an alarming factor. In fact, we understand that several sensors can quit working And they're all a result of not the sensor quitting to work, they're a result of a box, an avionics box, a signal conditioner, or a multiplexer demultiplexer that happens to fail, and its signature to you and me is the fact that it looks like someone just cut the wire. And we've seen this on occasion, and we certainly train for it many, many times over. So it is not unusual for us when we see it to look at it and immediately start to understand whether it is a single sensor problem or it's an avionics box. The team today looked at it as they were trained to do and could not see any common thread between this sensor and another sensor. There's nothing common about it, and so that made it more significant. As soon as we understood it wasn't a common avionics box and that there were multiple sensors, all completely independent, and all this happened in a very short period of time, we knew that something was not right. Now you asked me something else on the phone.
The idea of a spacewalk.
Oh, the spacewalks. We do not have the capability to perform a spacewalk and do tile repair. We do not have the capability, as you know, when we go out of the spacecraft, we operate really within the confines of the payload bay. On this particular mission, there was no remote manipulator system. There was no arm. And so all we had trained to do from a spacewalk perspective were those things that might be an emergency, or a latch did not work in the payload bay door closing sequence or something like that. We can go outside and make sure the payload bay doors are closed. We have no capability to go over the side of the vehicle and go underneath the vehicle and look for an area of distress and repair of tile. We know we have no capability. If for some reason we thought we had a tile problem, the risk you take when you launch is that you may suffer a tile issue. We have no capability to repair it. All we can do is, before we launch, design robustness into the system so that a loss of some tile capability will not result in loss of crew or vehicle. Does that answer your question? We have no capability to do that today. There is no capability to inspect it. We are not able to look on the underside of the vehicle. And again, our rationale, our retention rationale, why we believe we can continue to fly safely, is that we test our tiles on the ground. They're robust, they're hard enough to withstand certain levels of impact, and then we design our environment so that we don't have these circumstances. We don't believe at this point that the impact of that ET debris on the tile was the cause of our problem. We convinced ourselves as we analyzed it 10 days ago that it was not going to represent a safety issue. Now, we had the events of this morning. We're going to go back and see if there is connection. Is that the smoking gun? It is not. We don't know enough about it. A lot more analysis and evidence needs to come to the table. So it's not fair to represent the tile damage as the source. It's just something we need to go look at.
Yeah, grab right there next to you. No, right here next, yeah.
Gina Treadgold with ABC News. There are reports from an astronomer at Caltech that the shuttle was, debris was flying off the shuttle as early as a flyover in Owens Valley in California. How does that match up with this timeline, and are you aware of those reports?
It's news, isn't it?
Well, I haven't heard that report. And sometimes as you go through entry and are in a plasma, sometimes you see plasma. It looks like debris, but it's really not debris, it's plasma. It's just the fact that you're going really fast through the atmosphere. If he saw something over Hawaii, recognize we flew a good long while before we got to the Texas area. And so it's doubtful that we had something in Hawaii that would cause us a thermal concern. At the time that we believe we lost the vehicle, as Milt explained, it was about Mach 18, or 18 times the speed of sound. We were at our peak heating. We were at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the wing leading edge. And if we did have a structural problem or a thermal problem, you would expect to get it at the peak heating, not back at Hawaii when you weren't suffering any real thermal environment, extreme thermal environment. The most extreme thermal environment was right at Mach 18, and that's where we lost the vehicle.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Dittemore, Ann Gesselman with Newsweek. You mentioned in your opening comments that there was indication of excessive structural heating. When did that happen in the timeline from 7:53 and on? And secondly, at any point between 7:53 and 8 a.m., were the folks in Mission Control worried?
Let's see, you respond about the Mission Control. Let me talk about these bond line temps. We mentioned that, and I might have overstated it when I said excessive heating, because as I look at the notes here, the bond line temps on the left side of the vehicle were off scale low, which means it looked like the rest of the measurements, it looked like they had been cut. So I probably misspoke on that by saying excessive heating. It really is that we lost those measurements too. The mood in my area where I observe the flight control team was very upbeat, and then we started to understand a little bit about these multiple loss of sensors. We recognized there was no commonality. We lost voice with the crew. We lost tracking data. We had no TV. As we came to find out later, we saw the TV reports of debris. We did not have that at the time. And so we were very anxious because we knew we were in an area of good communication coverage. We were in an area where we should have tracking, and we had lost both. And as we started adding all these up, we were certainly most anxious.
Get this gentleman right behind you. There you go.
Ron, Thayer Evans from the Daily Oklahoman in Oklahoma City. Can you confirm reports of debris in other states besides Texas, namely Oklahoma, and also offer your thoughts on Mike Anderson?
I can't confirm any debris in Oklahoma, and I would doubt any debris in Oklahoma because our ground track was basically just north of Dallas on a path that went through northeast Texas, Nacogdoches area from northwest to southeast. That's going to be the ground track. That's going to be the interest of our search. Mike Anderson, I suspect you asked me because we are both from the same hometown. Mike and I, we have common backgrounds. He attended my rival high school. He graduated from Cheney High School. I graduated much earlier than he did, I'm sad to say, but from Medical Lake High School, and we were arch rivals. And he and I had a good